At my dad's funeral, my GF whispered to her friend, "Can you believe he's crying like a child? It's giving me the ick." They snickered. I heard every word. The next morning, she found out what real loss felt like. My father was a good man. A quiet man. He taught me how to change the oil in a car, how to frame a wall, and how to treat people with respect, even when they didn't deserve it. He worked as a union carpenter for 40 years, and the calluses on his hands had their own stories to tell. When he passed away 2 weeks ago after a short, brutal fight with cancer, a part of me went with him. I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm his son. I loved him. The funeral was last Wednesday. It was a gray, cold day that matched the emptiness in my chest. I stood in the front row of the small chapel, my sister on one side, my mother on the other. Behind me somewhere was my girlfriend of 3 years, Jenna. She was there for support, or so I thought. I managed to hold it together through the service, through the procession to the cemetery, through the awkward handshakes and sad smiles from people I hadn't seen in years. But as my father's oldest friend, a man named George, stood up to give the eulogy, the dam inside me finally broke. He started telling a story about my dad teaching him how to fish when they were just kids, and the memories came flooding back. Me as a boy on a boat with my dad, the smell of lake water and sunscreen, his patient hands guiding mine as I baited a hook. The tears came. Not loud, sobbing tears. Just silent, hot tears that tracked down my face. It was a raw, helpless grief. In that moment, I was just a son who missed his dad. And that's when I heard it. It was a whisper, right behind me. So close I could feel the warmth of the breath. It was Jenna, talking to her friend and bridesmaid, Maya, who had come with her. "Can you believe he's crying like a child?" Jenna whispered, her voice laced with a kind of baffled disgust. "It's giving me the ick." Then a sound that will be burned into my memory forever, a soft, suppressed snicker from Maya. The world went silent. The grief, the sadness, the entire funeral just vanished. It was replaced by a feeling I had never experienced before. A white-hot, perfectly clear rage that was so intense it felt like ice. The tears on my face felt like they were freezing. I didn't turn around. I didn't move a muscle. I just stood there, staring at my father's casket, and listened to George finish his story. I shook hands, I accepted condolences, I even hugged my mother. But I wasn't really there. My mind was already somewhere else, working with a cold, mechanical precision. She thought my grief, my love for my father was an ick. She found my humanity repulsive. I had been planning on giving this woman my last name, my future, my life. And in the most vulnerable moment I had ever endured, she had shown me exactly who she was. The rest of the day is a blur. I remember the drive to my mom's house for the reception. I remember Jenna trying to hold my hand in the car, and the instinctive way I pulled it away, blaming it on needing to shift gears. I remember her and Maya in a corner of the living room, scrolling through their phones and looking bored while my family shared memories of my dad. She thought she was being subtle. She had no idea I was watching her every move, not as her grieving boyfriend, but as a strategist assessing an enemy. She had just declared war at a funeral, and she didn't even know it. I went home that night to the apartment I owned, the one she had moved into 2 years ago. She came with me, talking about some drama at her work, completely oblivious. She fell asleep around 11. I didn't sleep at all. I just sat in the living room in the dark, and I made a list. The next morning, I was going to teach her the meaning of real loss. Update 1. The morning after my father's funeral was the first morning of the rest of my life. I was up before the sun, moving with a purpose I hadn't felt in years. The grief for my dad was still a heavy cloak, but the cold fire of a new resolution burned underneath it. Jenna was still asleep in my bed, in my apartment. I looked at her for a long moment. This stranger who had snickered at my pain. There was no love left. There was nothing. Just a problem to be solved. My first move was silent and digital. I opened my laptop at the kitchen table. Jenna had a supplementary credit card on my main account. An emergency card that she used for brunches with Maya, for new clothes, for salon appointments. I logged into my bank's website. 2 clicks. Card canceled. User removed. Done. Next, the joint savings account. We had one, intended for a down payment on a future house. I had contributed 90% of the funds. I did a quick calculation and transferred my entire contribution, plus half of the accrued interest, into my personal checking account. I left her 10%, exactly what she had put in. It amounted to a few $1,000s, a parting gift. Then the car. Jenna drove a nice SUV. It was a year old. It was also legally my nice SUV. The title was in my name, the loan was in my name, the insurance was in my name. I had bought it for her so she would have a reliable vehicle. She made a small payment to me each month, far less than what a real lease would cost. I found the spare key in the junk drawer. I went outside into the cold morning air and drove the car to a dealership a few miles away that specialized in buying used vehicles. I knew the manager. I told him I needed to sell it fast. He said he could have the paperwork and a check ready by the end of the day. I handed him the key and took an Uber back to my apartment. By the time I got back, it was 7:30. Jenna was still asleep. That's when I started on the physical part of the eviction. I went to the hall closet and pulled out a box of heavy-duty black trash bags. If she thought my emotions were garbage, then her possessions could be treated the same way. I was methodical. I started with her closet. The designer dresses, the dozens of pairs of shoes, the handbags that cost more than my first car. I didn't fold them. I just pulled them from the hangers and stuffed them into the bags. Her side of the bathroom was next. The endless bottles of creams and lotions, the expensive makeup, the hair products, all of it swept into a bag. I went through the entire apartment, a silent whirlwind of disposal. Every book, every trinket, every photo of us in a silver frame. I packed it all. By 9 o'clock, there was a mountain of black trash bags piled in the middle of the living room. It was a monument to a dead relationship. That's when she finally woke up. She walked out of the bedroom, yawning, stretching, and stopped dead in her tracks when she saw the scene. What is going on?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep and confusion. "Are we cleaning?" I didn't turn around. I just kept tying the top of the last bag. "No," I said, my voice calm and even. "You are leaving." She laughed, a nervous, uncertain sound. "What are you talking about, Jake? Is this a joke? It's not funny." I finally turned to face her. I made sure my expression was completely blank. "I'm not joking. I overheard you at my father's funeral yesterday. I heard what you said to Maya. I heard you laugh." The color drained from her face. For the first time, I saw a flicker of genuine panic in her eyes. I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you?" I took a step closer. "Let me remind you. Can you believe he's crying like a child? It's giving me the ick. Does that ring a bell?" She just stared at me, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. "You stood behind me while I was mourning my father, the man who welcomed you into his home, and you mocked me." I continued, my voice still quiet, but hard as steel. "You found my grief, for the most important man in my life, to be an ick. So I'm doing you a favor. I'm removing the source of your discomfort from your life. Me. And since I am the source of everything else in your life, this apartment, that car, that credit card, all of that is being removed as well." She finally found her voice. "You can't do this. This is insane." It was a stupid comment. I was emotional. "No, I was emotional," I corrected her. "You are cruel. And now you have to deal with the consequences. Your supplementary card has been canceled. The car you were driving is currently being sold. Your belongings are in these bags. You have 1 hour to call your friend Maya and have her come pick you and your things up. Then you will give me the key to this apartment, and you will leave." The tears started then. Big, dramatic crocodile tears. "Jake, please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I love you." I just looked at her, completely unmoved. "You know, Jenna," I said, my voice dropping to a near whisper, "watching you cry right now, it's giving me the ick." The look on her face was worth 1,000 empty apologies. The hour that followed was a masterclass in frantic desperation. She called Maya, screaming into the phone. She tried to bargain with me, to reason with me, to rage at me. I just sat on a kitchen stool drinking a cup of coffee and watched. When Maya arrived, her face a mask of fury, they both started in on me. "You are a monster for doing this to her," Maya yelled. "Am I?" I asked calmly. "Or am I just a guy who decided he doesn't want to spend his life with someone who finds his love for his dead father disgusting?" They had no answer for that. It took them nearly an hour to haul all 37 trash bags of her life out of my apartment and stuff them into Maya's small SUV. When they were finally done, Jenna stood in the open doorway, her face a mess of tears and makeup. She threw her apartment key on the floor. "You will regret this," she hissed. "No, Jenna," I said, looking her dead in the eye. "You already do." Then I closed the door and locked it. I stood there for a long time, listening to the silence. It wasn't the empty silence of loss. It was the clean, quiet silence of freedom. Update 2. The week after the eviction, as I've come to think of it, was a strange one. I was dealing with the logistics of my father's estate, which was a heavy but necessary task. It kept my mind busy. Every form I filled out, every account I closed, felt like an act of honoring him. And every night, I would come home to my quiet, Jenna-free apartment and feel a sense of profound relief. I had expected a counterattack, and it didn't take long to arrive. The initial assault was digital, a barrage of texts and calls from blocked numbers, voicemails from Jenna, alternating between hysterical sobbing and venomous rage, messages from Maya, calling me an unstable psycho who needed serious help. I deleted them all without listening to them fully. Then, the narrative began to form. They launched a coordinated smear campaign among our mutual friends. The story they were spinning was a work of fiction. Apparently, I had suffered a complete mental breakdown due to my father's death. In my grief-stricken, unstable state, I had a psychotic episode and violently threw the loving, supportive Jenna out onto the street for no reason at all. They were worried about me. They were scared of what I might do next. It was a clever strategy. It painted me as the villain and her as the martyred saint who had endured my instability. A few of our mutual friends, the ones who were more her friends than mine, bought it completely. I got a few concerned yet accusatory text messages. "Dude, are you okay? Heard you went off the deep end. Kicking Jenna out was not cool." I knew I couldn't let this narrative take root. I had to fight back, but not on their terms. I wasn't going to get into a public shouting match. My revenge needed to be like a sniper shot, one clean, precise action that would end the war. I remembered something from the funeral. As I was standing there, crying, my cousin Sarah was standing just a few feet away. She had come over and given me a hug right after George's eulogy. She was closer to Jenna and Maya than I was. There was a chance she had heard it too. I called her. I didn't beat around the bush. "Sarah, I need to ask you something important. At Dad's funeral, when George was speaking, I was pretty broken up. I know you were standing near me. Did you happen to overhear Jenna say anything?" There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Oh, Jake," she said, her voice full of pity. "I didn't want to be the one to tell you. I heard it all. I couldn't believe it. I told Mom about it on the way home. We were disgusted." Bingo. I had a witness, and not just any witness, a member of my own family. My next call was to our one key mutual friend, a guy named Mark, who was the social hub of our group. If you wanted a story to spread, you told Mark. "Mark," I said, "I know you're hearing a lot of crazy stories right now. I just want to tell you the truth. Once, so you have it. At my dad's funeral, while I was crying during the eulogy, Jenna leaned over to Maya and said, 'Can you believe he's crying like a child? It's giving me the ick.' My cousin Sarah was standing right there and heard it too. That is why she is no longer in my life. That is the whole story." The silence on the other end of the phone was deafening. I could practically hear the gears turning in his head. The vague story of my breakdown versus a direct, shocking quote corroborated by a witness. There was no contest. "She said that?" he finally asked, his voice full of disbelief. "At a funeral?" "Yes," I said. "That's who she is." It took less than 48 hours for the truth to dismantle their web of lies. The story of what Jenna said and where she said it was so monstrous, so indefensible, that it completely annihilated her victim narrative. The concerned texts I was getting turned into messages of support. A few people even sent me apologies for doubting me. Jenna and Maya were exposed for the callous, cruel people they were. The desperation from Jenna's end escalated. A few days later, I got a frantic call from the building manager of my apartment complex. Apparently, Jenna had shown up with a locksmith, claiming she was a legal resident who had been illegally locked out. Thankfully, I had already sent him an email the week before, informing him that she was no longer living with me and was not on the lease. He had denied the locksmith entry and threatened to call the police if she didn't leave the property. Her attempt to publicly humiliate me and force her way back in had failed spectacularly. The final pathetic attempt came in the form of a legal-looking letter. It was from a cheap letter-for-hire law office. It was a demand for financial restitution. It claimed she was entitled to half the value of the SUV, a cash settlement for emotional distress, and 3 months of spousal support to help her get back on her feet. It was a joke, but a joke that needed to be answered. I forwarded it to my family's lawyer, the same one who was handling my father's estate. His response was a work of art. It was a single page. It stated, in no uncertain terms, that Jenna had no legal claim to any of my assets. It reminded her that she was a guest in my home, not a legal tenant. It then included a formal invoice for $1,500, the cost of her portion of the rent and utilities for the final month she lived in my apartment, which she had not paid. The letter concluded by saying that we would be happy to waive the invoice in exchange for her ceasing all further contact. But if she chose to pursue her baseless legal claims, we would aggressively countersue for that amount, plus all associated legal fees. The silence that followed was absolute. The war was over. I had won. Final update. It's been 6 months. The leaves have turned, fallen, and the first snow is on the ground. The sharp edges of the grief for my father have softened, replaced by a warm, enduring sense of his presence in my life. The drama with Jenna feels like it happened to someone else in another lifetime. Life, as it turns out, goes on, and it gets better. So much better. I never heard from Jenna or her lawyer again after that final letter. The invoice was, unsurprisingly, never paid. But the harassment stopped. That was payment enough. I heard about her life in bits and pieces, through the grapevine of old mutual friends. Her downfall was not swift and dramatic. It was a slow, quiet, and pathetic collapse. After wearing out her welcome on Maya's couch in less than a month, she had no choice but to move back in with her parents. The independent, sophisticated life she had built for herself was revealed to be a fragile facade, held up entirely by my income and my stability. She had to get a job, a low-level administrative position that paid a fraction of what she was used to spending on a single shopping trip. The new SUV was gone, replaced by an old, beat-up sedan her parents gave her. The brunches, the salons, the designer clothes, all gone. Her social life withered. Maya and her other friends, the ones who enabled her cruelty, slowly drifted away. They were attracted to the lifestyle she had with me. When the lifestyle disappeared, so did they. The irony is almost poetic. The woman who found real emotion icky is now living a life devoid of any real joy or substance. She is trapped in a state of perpetual dissatisfaction, a prisoner of the superficial values she held so dear. Her life is, by her own definition, one giant ick. As for me, I've been rebuilding. I sold my apartment in the city and bought a small house with a bit of land, the kind of place my dad always dreamed of having. I've been spending my weekends working on it, getting my hands dirty, building something real and lasting. My cousin Sarah and I have become closer than ever. My family, my real family, has been my rock. I've also started a foundation in my father's name. It provides scholarships for young people who want to go into the skilled trades like carpentry. It's a way of honoring his legacy, of turning my loss into something positive for others. It's the most fulfilling thing I've ever done. I saw Jenna once, a few weeks ago. I was at a home improvement store loading bags of soil into the back of my truck. She was pulling into the parking lot in her old sedan. Our eyes met for a brief second through her windshield. I saw a flicker of something in her face, shock, shame, maybe even regret. She quickly looked away and drove to the far end of the parking lot. I didn't feel a thing. No anger, no sadness, not even pity. It was like looking at a stranger. The hold she had on me was completely gone. She was just a person I used to know, a footnote in a chapter of my life that was now closed. The ultimate revenge wasn't in the canceled card or the repossessed car. It wasn't in the social humiliation or the legal threats. The ultimate revenge was my own peace. It was in discovering that the life she tried to tear down was just a house, and I was the foundation. I could rebuild, stronger and better than before. She mocked me for crying at my father's funeral. She saw my love as a weakness, but she was wrong. That love, that grief, was a sign of my humanity. It was the source of my strength. And in the end, it was the thing that saved me from a life with someone who would never understand what it means to truly lose something, because she never truly valued anything. She lost me, but I gained myself back. And that's a trade I'd make every single time. My fiancé's bridesmaid warned me, she's planning to leave you after the wedding for your brother. I said, interesting. Then I swapped myself with my brother at the altar. The maid of honor's recording of her reaction went viral with 3 million views. 29 male was sitting in my car outside the wedding venue doing final checks when I got the text from Sienna, one of my fiancé's bridesmaids. Owen, I need to tell you something. Right now. I'd known Sienna since college. She was actually the one who introduced me to my fiancé, Camille, 28, 4 years ago. If she was texting me 2 hours before the ceremony, something was seriously wrong. What's up? Voice note incoming. Listen alone. The recording was 3 minutes and 21 seconds of my entire world crumbling. It was Camille's voice, crystal clear from her bachelorette party the night before. Girls, I need to tell you something because I'm dying keeping this secret. After the honeymoon, I'm leaving Owen for his brother. Yes, that brother. Liam and I have been together for 6 months. The wedding is just to secure the trust fund Owen's grandma left him. It only kicks in when he gets married. Liam and I already have an apartment picked out. Owen's too naive to ever figure it out. He thinks Liam and I hate each other because we argue at family dinners. God, he's so clueless. The recording kept going. The other bridesmaids gasping, laughing, asking for details. Camille explaining how she and Liam, my 31-year-old brother, had been meeting every Tuesday when I had my softball league. How they were waiting until after I got the trust fund, $200,000 from my grandmother, because Camille would get half in the divorce. Liam's literally everything Owen isn't. Successful, ambitious, exciting. Owen fixes computers and plays video games. Liam owns 3 restaurants. It's not even a competition. I sat there in my rented tux in my Honda Accord, listening to the woman I was about to marry explain how pathetic I was. Then I called Liam. Yo, little bro, ready for the big day? Yeah, about that. Small change of plans. What? You're getting married instead. Silence. Owen, what are you talking about? I know about you and Camille. I have audio. You want her? You can have her, but you're going to do it publicly. I don't know what you think. Liam, I have a recording of her describing your Tuesday meetups, your apartment hunting, the birthmark on your inner thigh. Want me to continue? Long pause. How? Doesn't matter. Here's what's happening. You're going to show up in the groom's suite in 30 minutes. You're going to put on the tux. You're going to marry Camille, and I'm going to watch from the audience. You can't be serious. Dead serious. Show up or I send the recording to Mom, Dad, your business partners, and that food critic from the Tribune you've been trying to impress. Owen, 30 minutes. I hung up. The thing about my brother? He's an arrogant prick, but he's also a coward when it comes to our parents. Dad had already given him grief about being 31 and single. Mom kept making jokes about him being married to his restaurants. They loved Camille. Thought she was perfect for me. Sweet, established in her career as a marketing manager, from a good family. They had no idea she was a snake. But they were about to find out. 25 minutes later, Liam showed up. He looked pale, sweaty, nothing like the cocky bastard who usually criticized everything about my life. This is insane. No, insane is sleeping with your brother's fiancée while smiling in his face at Sunday dinners. She pursued me. And you what? Tripped and fell into her repeatedly for 6 months? He didn't have an answer for that. I handed him the tux. It should fit. We're close enough in size. What are you going to tell people? Nothing. You're going to walk out there, marry her, and let her figure it out. She'll know immediately. Not if you wear the veil for her, too. I smirked. Kidding. She'll know when she lifts it. That's the point. This is cruel. Cruel is planning to steal your brother's trust fund through a sham marriage. This is consequences. As he got dressed, I texted Sienna. Thank you. Watch the ceremony. Record everything. She sent back. Already planning to. Maid of honor has the best angle. I slipped into the venue through the side door, took a seat in the back row on the groom's side. My cousin Miguel saw me and started to say something, but I put my finger to my lips. He looked confused but stayed quiet. The music started. The wedding party walked out. Camille's bridesmaids, including Sienna, who gave me the tiniest nod. The groomsmen, my friends who looked confused as hell when they saw Liam instead of me. Then came Camille. She looked stunning, I'll give her that. Designer dress that cost more than I made in 3 months. Smile bright enough to power the building. Walking down the aisle toward the man she actually wanted. She just didn't know it yet. The ceremony started. The officiant went through the standard opening. I watched Camille's face, waiting for the moment she'd notice something was off. Liam was doing his best to keep his face turned away, but eventually, "Do you, Camille Marie Henderson, take this man?" That's when she lifted the veil properly and saw Liam's face. The gasp was audible throughout the entire venue. Her eyes went wide, then narrow, then wide again. "What? Where's Owen?" Liam leaned in and whispered something. Her face went from confused to horrified to furious in about 3 seconds. "Where is Owen?" I stood up. "Right here." 200 heads swiveled to look at me. "Hey everyone, small change in plans. Turns out Camille's been in love with Liam for months, so I figured why stand in the way of true love? Liam, she's all yours, buddy." The room exploded. Camille's dad jumped up. "What the hell is going on?" My mom looked between me and Liam. "Owen? What is this?" I pulled out my phone. "Should I play the recording for everyone, Camille? Or do you want to explain why you've been sleeping with my brother while planning our wedding?" "You recorded me?" "I didn't. Your bridesmaid did. The one with a conscience." Everyone turned to look at the bridesmaids. 3 of them looked guilty as hell. Sienna held up her phone with a shrug. Camille's mom started shrieking. "This is a setup. This is defamation. We'll sue." "Sue for what? Recording true statements? Good luck with that." Camille threw her bouquet at Liam. "This was your idea, wasn't it?" "My idea? You're the one who's been showing up at my apartment. You said you loved me. I said a lot of things." And that's when Camille completely lost it. Update 1. The video is at 3.2 million views and climbing. Sienna didn't just record the ceremony disaster, she got the entire meltdown that followed. Camille ripping off her veil and throwing it at Liam. Liam trying to leave, only to have Camille grab his tux jacket, ripping it. Camille's dad trying to punch Liam and hitting the wedding cake instead. My dad holding my mom back from going after Camille. The venue staff frantically trying to restore order while the string quartet just kept playing for some reason. The internet has nicknamed it the wedding swap heard round the world. But the entitlement didn't end there. Oh no, this was just the beginning. Last night, around 10 p.m., Camille showed up at my apartment with her entire family. Her parents, her sister Phoebe, and her brother-in-law Grant. They demanded I let them in to resolve this like adults. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. Camille's dad, Richard, immediately started. "You've humiliated our family. The video needs to come down immediately." I didn't post it. "Then make whoever did take it down." "No," Camille pushed forward. "Owen, baby, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? You accidentally fell on my brother's dick for 6 months?" Her mom, Linda, gasped. "Language. Lady, your daughter was planning to commit fraud. Language is the least of your concerns." Phoebe chimed in. "You're being dramatic. People have affairs all the time. And people face consequences all the time too." Then Camille played her first card. "If you don't fix this, I'll tell everyone about your problem." "What problem?" "You know, your performance issues." I laughed. Actually laughed. "I don't have performance issues, Camille. You're thinking of Liam. He told you it was me to save face? Classic." Her face went red. "That's not..." "You're lying." "Am I?" "Call him. Ask him about the little blue pills in his medicine cabinet." She actually called him. On speaker. The family watched as she asked Liam about Owen's problem, only for Liam to mumble something about maybe getting confused before hanging up. The family left, but not before Richard threatened to ruin me. "Sure, buddy. You're a middle manager at a paper company. I'm terrified." But this morning is when things got really interesting. I woke up to 82 messages in our wedding planning group chat. Camille had gone nuclear overnight. Owen is gay and using me as a cover. Owen has a criminal record. Owen cheated with my sister. Owen is in massive debt. Owen is secretly married already. Just throwing everything at the wall to see what stuck. The responses were hilarious. "Best man Kyle. Bro's definitely not gay. I've seen his browser history." Sienna, "Phoebe, did you sleep with Owen because you liked this message?" My cousin. Criminal record? For what? Returning library books late? The florist. Ma'am, I just need to know who's paying the remaining balance. Then Camille's friend started dropping receipts. Turns out I wasn't her first rodeo. Her college roommate posted, "Remember when you did this to Tyler? Dated him while screwing his roommate?" Her coworker added, "Is this like when you were engaged to that lawyer but hooking up with his partner?" A pattern emerged. Camille had a thing for brothers, best friends, business partners. She got off on the deception. I was just the latest mark. But here's the kicker. The trust fund she was after? It doesn't work like she thought. Grandma was smart. The money only releases after 5 years of marriage. The divorce clause states that if the marriage ends before 5 years, the funds go to charity. Camille played herself. Update 2. Liam tried to salvage his reputation by doing a podcast interview, some business podcast where he usually talked about restaurant management. This time, damage control. It went about as well as you'd expect. So Liam, let's address the elephant in the room. It's been blown out of proportion. The video has 8 million views. Selective editing. It's one continuous shot. I was protecting my brother from a toxic relationship. Host, by sleeping with his fiancée? That's complicated. Seems pretty straightforward. You slept with your brother's fiancée, yes or no? Yes, but for how long? 6 months. While they planned their wedding? Yes. That you were supposed to be best man at? I wasn't actually going to. You RSVP'd yes. The podcast tanked his reputation. 3 restaurant reviews mentioned it. Reservations dropped 60%. One of his investors pulled out. So what does Liam do? He shows up at my work. I'm a systems architect for a healthcare company. Pretty boring, stable job. The kind Liam always mocked. He strutted in like he owned the place. We need to talk. I'm working. This has gone too far. Call off your attack dogs. What attack dogs? People sharing their own opinions? The restaurant is suffering. Sounds like a you problem. It's your fault. No, it's your fault for sleeping with my fiancée. I just exposed it. My manager, Beth, walked over. Is there a problem here? Liam turned on the charm. No, just visiting my brother. Actually, I own Rosewood, Timber, and the Grove downtown. If your company ever needs catering. The guy from the wedding video? Beth interrupted. Security. Liam got escorted out. Beth high-fived me, but the entitlement peaked that evening. Camille's parents decided to sue. Not me, Sienna. Or invasion of privacy and intentional infliction of emotional distress. They served her at her job, at the children's hospital where she works as a pediatric nurse, in front of sick kids. Sienna called me crying. Not because she was scared, but because she was pissed. They served me in the butterfly room, the room where kids go for chemo. Who does that? They're desperate. I have 12 lawyers offering to represent me pro bono. The video's evidence of fraud prevention. They don't have a case. She was right. The lawsuit lasted exactly 48 hours before their lawyer dropped them. But my favorite part happened yesterday. Remember the wedding venue? They sent Camille a bill for damaged property, cake table, $500, cleaning, cake everywhere, $200, security overtime, $400, therapy for traumatized staff, $1,000. This one might be a joke, but they included it. Total, $2,100. She tried to make me pay it. Sent me Venmo requests with messages like, "You caused this and be a man." I sent her back $1 with the message, "For your thoughts." Update 3. The family meeting was inevitable. Mom demanded everyone come to dinner to sort this out like adults. I showed up. Liam showed up. Even Camille showed up, which was bold considering she wasn't family and never would be. Mom started. "This has gone on long enough. Owen, your brother made a mistake." "A 6-month mistake?" "People forgive affairs all the time," Dad added. "Cool. So if Mom had an affair with Uncle Tony for 6 months, you'd forgive her?" Dad went quiet. Mom looked murderous. "That's different." Liam protested. "How?" Because it's you getting screwed over this time." Camille decided to speak. "Mrs. Patterson, I know you always wanted us to be family." "You're not talking." Mom cut her off. "You lied to my face for months, sat at my table, ate my food, smiled at me while screwing both my sons." "I wasn't screwing both. Emotionally counts," Mom snapped. Dad turned to Liam. "The restaurant investors are my golf buddies. They're all pulling out." "That's not my fault." It's literally your fault, I said. You made choices. These are consequences. You could fix this. Tell people you forgive me, but I don't. We're brothers. We're, past tense. That hit him. The family golden boy, the successful one, the one with the business empire, just got disowned by his disappointment little brother. And it stung. Camille tried again. Owen, we had good times. Stop. Just stop. You don't get to reminisce. You called me pathetic, naive, said I was clueless. Well, surprise, the clueless one figured out your whole plan. How did you even? Sienna grew a conscience. Thank God someone at that bachelorette party had one. Then came the ultimate entitlement play. Richard and Linda, Camille's parents, showed up. Apparently Camille had texted them to come help. Richard walked in like he owned the place. We need to discuss the financial situation. What financial situation? Dad asked. The wedding costs. We paid deposits. Your daughter cheated, Mom said flatly. That doesn't negate the contracts. I pulled out my phone. Actually, it does. I have emails from Camille to vendors dated 3 months ago saying the wedding was just for show and she'd be getting divorced quickly. Fraud voids contracts. Linda gasped. You hacked her email? No, she used my laptop and stayed logged in. Everything auto-saved to my cloud. Richard threatened legal action again. Dad, who's a retired attorney, laughed. Try it. I'll represent Owen myself. They left defeated. But Camille wasn't done. Update 4, 2 weeks later. Camille started a blog, My Truth, Surviving a Narcissistic Ex. In it, she claimed, I manipulated her into cheating by being emotionally unavailable. I entrapped her with the recording. I turned her family against her. I ruined her career. She got fired after the video went viral. I was abusive. Example, I once didn't notice her haircut. The blog got traction in certain circles. People who didn't know the full story started sympathizing with her, until Liam's ex-girlfriend found it. Turns out Liam had cheated on his last 3 girlfriends. They formed a group chat, compared notes, and realized Camille had been the other woman for 2 of them. They commented on every blog post with receipts, screenshots, dates, details. The blog lasted 4 days before she deleted it. But the best revelation came from an unexpected source, the officiant. He reached out to me. I need to tell you something. Camille asked me to make the ceremony not legally binding, said you two wanted to do paperwork separately for tax reasons. I thought it was weird but agreed. That ceremony was just for show. You were never actually getting married. I forwarded that to my lawyer, and to Sienna, and to the group chat. The video of the fake wedding where she was marrying the wrong brother for money she'd never get went mega viral. 15 million views. News outlets picked it up. Bride tries to scam groom, accidentally marries his brother in fake ceremony. Final update. Where is everyone now? Camille moved back with her parents. Last I heard, she was working at her dad's paper company, filing documents. Her Instagram is private, but Sienna's friend still follows her. Apparently she posts motivational quotes about rising from ashes and knowing your worth. Comments are turned off. Liam's restaurants are struggling. 2 closed. The 3rd is barely surviving. He had to sell his Porsche and move from his luxury apartment to a normal one. He tried to reconcile last week, sent me a long text about how blood is thicker than water and brothers should stick together. I replied with the full quote, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. He didn't respond. Richard and Linda are pariahs in their social circle. Turns out, when you raise an entitled daughter who commits fraud, people judge you. Their country club revoked their membership after Richard threatened the wrong person's son with a lawsuit. Sienna became internet famous as bridesmaid of the year. She got offered a book deal, but turned it down. We've been hanging out a lot. Turns out when someone saves you from a massive mistake, you bond. We're taking things slow, but it's nice being with someone who has integrity. The trust fund? Still intact. Grandma called me after seeing the video. Yes, my 84-year-old grandma is on TikTok. Her exact words, "That's my smart boy. Your grandfather tried to pull the same shit with my sister. That's why I made the 5-year clause." Turns out Grandpa had trust fund drama in the 1960s. History really does repeat itself. My parents came around. Mom apologized for initially defending Liam. Dad said he was proud of how I handled it. You could have been violent. You could have been vengeful. Instead, you were smart. They cut Liam off until he shows genuine remorse. So, forever. The wedding vendors felt bad and transferred everything to a charity auction. Raised $15,000 for a local shelter. At least something good came from this mess. Miguel, my cousin who kept quiet at the wedding, became my new best friend. Loyalty like that is rare. Kyle's still my best man for whenever I get married for real. The maid of honor video? It's in the Reddit Hall of Fame. Someone made it into a Netflix documentary called Wedding Crashers When Love Cons. I didn't participate, but Sienna did. She donated her fee to the pediatric ward. Last week, I ran into Camille at a coffee shop. She was with some guy who looked exactly like Liam and me. Guess she has a type. She tried to approach. Owen, can we talk? No. Please, I just want to apologize. No, you want to feel better about yourself. Different thing. You're still so angry. Actually, I'm not. I'm grateful. You showed me who you really were before we got legally bound. You did me a favor. Then why won't you forgive me? Forgiveness doesn't mean reconciliation. I forgive you for my peace, but you're still dead to me. She started crying. The new guy looked uncomfortable. I left with my latte. The funny thing? If she'd just broken up with me honestly, said she'd fallen for Liam, it would have hurt, but I would have moved on. The deception, the planning, the calculated cruelty, that's what makes this unforgivable. But I'm good now. Better than good. I learned to trust my instincts, value loyalty, and appreciate people who do the right thing, even when it's hard. Sienna risked her friendship circle to warn me. That's character. Oh, and the wedding swap video. Someone turned it into a TikTok sound. People use it when they're switching things up. Why stand in the way of true love, followed by chaos sounds? It's honestly hilarious. To everyone asking if I regret the public humiliation, nope. They plan to humiliate me privately and take my money. I just moved the timeline up and made it public. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. To those saying I should have handled it privately, why? They didn't plan to screw me over privately. Camille announced to all her friends she was using me. That stopped being private the moment she involved others. Life update. I'm getting promoted next month. Turns out, being known as the guy who handled betrayal with intelligence rather than violence is good for your reputation. My boss said I showed exceptional crisis management skills. Liam still texts occasionally. Usually when he's drunk. Remember when we used to play video games together? Yeah, I remember. I also remember you screwing my fiancée. Blocked. Camille's friends reached out saying she's not doing well and I should have compassion. I have tons of compassion. For victims. She's not a victim. She's a perpetrator facing consequences. The trust fund stays safe. Grandma added a new clause. Anyone who attempts fraud forfeits their inheritance entirely. She named it the Camille Clause. Savage. Final thought. The wedding cost $32,000 all in. The revelation cost nothing. The look on Camille's face when she realized she played herself? Priceless. Some people say revenge is a dish best served cold. I disagree. Sometimes it's best served at the altar, in front of 200 witnesses, with a maid of honor recording everything in 4K. Living well is the best revenge? Nah. Living well after exposing someone's lies publicly is the best revenge. Team Sienna, forever. My fiancé's Google search history showed how to access husband's inheritance before marriage. My family lawyer saw her at his competitor's office. I transferred everything to a trust. The next day I drafted a prenup when she saw it. She, 29 male, need to get this off my chest, because I'm still processing what just went down. Been with Natalie, 27, for 3 years, engaged for 6 months. Everything seemed perfect until last Tuesday. Quick background, my grandmother passed away 8 months ago and left me a decent inheritance, around $180,000 after taxes. Not life-changing money, but enough to make a real difference. I'd been planning to use it for a house down payment after we got married. So last week, Natalie borrowed my laptop because hers was updating. No big deal, she's done it before. When I got it back, Chrome was still open. I went to type something in the search bar and the autofill showed her recent searches. How to access husband's inheritance before marriage. Inheritance rights fiancé. Can future spouse claim inheritance? Inheritance community property state. How long after marriage to claim spouse assets? My stomach dropped. But it gets worse. That same day, my family lawyer Derek called me. He was grabbing lunch and saw Natalie walking into his competitor's office, a lawyer known for aggressive divorce proceedings. Derek and I went to college together, so he gave me a heads up as a friend. I didn't confront her. Instead, I called Derek back and scheduled an emergency appointment. Within 48 hours, I'd transferred the entire inheritance into an irrevocable trust, with myself as beneficiary and my sister as trustee. Legally bulletproof. Then I had Derek draft a comprehensive prenup. Not just protecting the inheritance, but everything. Future earnings, property, the works. I mean, if she's Googling how to take my money, I'm gonna protect every penny I ever make. Yesterday, I sat her down and showed her the prenup. Told her I'd been thinking about our future and wanted to make sure we were both protected. You know, keeping it casual. Her face went through like 5 different emotions in 10 seconds. First confusion, then realization, then this weird fake smile. "Baby, why would we need this? Don't you trust me?" she said. "Of course I trust you. That's why this should be no problem to sign, right?" I kept my voice level. She started crying. Not sad crying, angry crying. Then she accused me of probably cheating, said I was planning to leave her, that I never really loved her. When none of that worked, she switched tactics. "I can't believe you'd ambush me like this. My friend Madison said her husband tried the same thing and she said it's financial abuse." That's when I pulled out my phone and showed her a screenshot of her search history. The room went dead silent. I was just curious. My coworker was talking about her divorce and I wanted to understand how it worked. "And the lawyer visit?" I asked. Her face went white. "How did you?" "Small world, Nat." She broke down then. Admitted she'd been talking to her mom and sister about making sure she was financially secure in the marriage. Apparently, they'd convinced her that she needed to protect herself by making sure she had access to everything. The kicker? Her mom's been divorced twice, and both times took the house and half of everything. Her sister's currently going through a divorce where she's trying to claim her husband's business that he started before they met. I told her the wedding's off until she signs the prenup. She left crying, saying I was ruining everything over nothing. That was yesterday. Since then, I've had 23 missed calls from her, 16 from her mom, 12 from her sister, 8 from mutual friends asking what WTF happened. One very interesting voicemail from her dad saying he's sorry about his daughter and he understands. I'm staying at my buddy's place for a few days to clear my head. The apartment's in my name, so she'll need to find somewhere else if this goes south. Am I overreacting? Part of me feels like I just nuked a 3-year relationship over Google searches. But another part of me knows that if Derek hadn't seen her at that lawyer's office, I might be walking into something much worse. Update 1. Well, shit hit the fan in ways I didn't expect. First off, thanks for all the support. To those saying I overreacted, maybe you're right, but wait till you hear what happened next. So Natalie showed up at my buddy Jake's place at 6 a.m. Not sure how she found me, but she was banging on the door crying. Jake's girlfriend wasn't happy. I agreed to talk to her in my car. She had this whole speech prepared about how sorry she was, how her mom and sister got in her head, how she never meant to actually do anything. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. I already told everyone we're using the inheritance for the wedding and honeymoon. What am I supposed to tell them now? I asked her to repeat that. Turns out, she'd been telling her family and friends that we were planning this huge 50-gala wedding and European honeymoon, all funded by my grandmother's money. Money she'd never once asked me about using. When were you planning to tell me about this? I asked. I wanted to surprise you. I already put deposits down on venues. They're non-refundable, but I figured once we were married, she'd put down $8,000 in deposits, using her credit cards, because she assumed she'd have access to my inheritance to pay them off. But here's where it gets really weird. She pulled out her phone to show me the venue contracts, and I noticed she had a banking app open in the background. Not her bank, mine. Why do you have my bank's app? I asked. Her face did that thing where someone's trying to think of a lie in real time. I downloaded it so we could manage finances together once we're married. But we're not married, and that's not how joint banking works. She eventually admitted she'd tried to add herself to my account online, but couldn't without my authorization. She'd been trying to figure out a workaround. I told her we were done. No prenup, no wedding, no relationship. She lost it. Started screaming about how I led her on, how I promised her a future, how her credit cards are maxed and she can't afford her car payment because she was investing in our future. Then she dropped this bomb. I quit my job last month because you were going to take care of us. What? Yeah, she quit her job as a marketing coordinator because she assumed once we were married, she'd have full access to my inheritance and wouldn't need to work. She told her boss she was leaving to focus on wedding planning and starting a family. I asked her to get out of my car. She refused, started trying to grab my phone, saying she needed to explain her side to my family. Jake had to come out and help me get her out of the vehicle. As she was leaving, she screamed, "You'll regret this. My mom knows lawyers too." Since then, her mom called my mom. They'd met twice, telling her I was financially abusing her daughter. Her sister posted some vague shit on social media about men who promise the world then pull the rug out. I found out from a mutual friend that Natalie had told people we were trying for a baby. We weren't. She's been on birth control. My credit monitoring app alerted me to 3 hard inquiries I didn't authorize. I'm meeting with Derek again tomorrow. This feels like it's just beginning. Update 2. Buckle up, because this got so much worse. First, let me address the credit inquiries. Natalie had applied for credit cards in my name. 3 of them. She had all my info from living together. SSN from tax documents, birth date, previous addresses. Derek connected me with an identity theft specialist and we're handling it. Filed police reports and everything. But that's just the appetizer to this shit show. Remember how her mom knows lawyers too? Well, she knows one. Her divorce attorney from husband number 2. This walking cliche of a lawyer sent me a letter demanding $50 for detrimental reliance because Natalie quit her job based on my promises, $8,000 for the wedding deposits, $12 for emotional distress, half the inheritance because it was commingled into the relationship. Derek actually laughed when he read it. Apparently, this lawyer is known for sending ridiculous demand letters hoping people will panic and settle. We responded with a counterclaim for identity theft, documentation showing the inheritance was never commingled. Thank God for that trust. Evidence that I never told her to quit her job. Screenshots of her searches about accessing my inheritance. Then Natalie made a fatal mistake. She created a fake Instagram account and DM'd my sister Jenna, trying to get information about the trust. Pretended to be a concerned friend asking if I was okay and, if it was true, I'd hidden money from my fiancé. Jenna immediately knew it was her because Natalie misspelled the same words she always misspells in texts. Plus, the account was created the day before and only followed people who knew me. But here's the beautiful part. Natalie didn't know that Jenna's a paralegal. My sister documented everything, traced the IP. Natalie was dumb enough to do it from her home Wi-Fi and sent it all to Derek. Derek sent another letter to Natalie's lawyer essentially saying, "Your client is stalking my client's family and committing fraud. Cease immediately, or we'll pursue criminal charges." That's when Natalie's dad called me again. "Son, I'm sorry. I failed as a father." Her mother, "Well, you see where she gets it. I'll pay you back the wedding deposits if you just make this go away quietly." I actually felt bad for the guy. Told him I couldn't make the identity theft charges disappear, but if Natalie stopped everything immediately, I wouldn't pursue additional civil action. He must have talked to her because everything stopped for about 3 days. Then yesterday happened. I came home to find my apartment door open. Nothing broken, just open. Natalie still had a key I'd forgotten about. But she wasn't there. Instead, I found all my clothes thrown around, photo albums destroyed. My grandmother's jewelry box, empty. Thankfully, I'd moved everything valuable to a safety deposit box on my bed with a note. The note said, "You took everything from me. Hope your money keeps you warm." I called the police immediately. They found her at her mom's house. She admitted to entering but claimed she still lived there so it wasn't breaking and entering. Cops didn't buy it since she'd already moved out her stuff. She was arrested for criminal trespass and vandalism. Her mom bailed her out same day. Derek is now pursuing a restraining order. The identity theft case is moving forward. Her lawyer dropped her after the arrest. And the plot twist? Her dad sent me $8 to cover the deposits with a note. This is the last time I'm cleaning up her mess. Good luck, son. I'm done, moving to a new apartment next month. Changed all my locks, passwords, everything. Considering therapy because I'm questioning how I missed all these red flags for 3 years. But at least my inheritance is safe. Final update. This will be my last post about this disaster. Natalie took a plea deal. 6 months probation for the trespassing, community service for the vandalism. The identity theft charges were dropped in exchange for her admitting guilt on the other charges. Derek says it's probably the best outcome. Trials are expensive and stressful. But before court, she pulled one last stunt that honestly still has me shaking my head. Her new lawyer, apparently her mom found someone desperate for clients, contacted Derek about a settlement conference. They wanted to meet to discuss division of shared assets acquired during the relationship. What shared assets, you ask? Well, according to their filing, the engagement ring. Fair enough. Sweat equity in my apartment for the 2 years she lived there. Half the value of my car because she contributed to its maintenance. She once bought an air freshener. Get this. Intellectual property rights to our story because she was co-creator of the life experiences. They literally wanted me to pay her to not write a book or sell movie rights about our relationship. Derek, bless him, responded with a single line. No. They threatened to go to court. Derek welcomed it, saying he'd love to countersue for the attempted theft, credit fraud, defamation, and harassment. They dropped it. But then came the messages from Natalie's friends. Apparently, she'd been telling people I secretly filmed her, never happened, hid millions, not just the 180K I wish, was abusive and controlling, projection much, had cheated with my lawyer's assistant. Derek's happily married with 3 kids and his assistant is 67 years old. One friend, though, Kelsey, reached out differently. She said she'd been warning Natalie that her behavior was crazy and she was sorry she hadn't warned me sooner. Apparently, Natalie had done similar shit with her ex, tried to get on his car loan, claimed his apartment was half hers after dating for 6 months, convinced him to add her to his phone plan, then ran up thousands in overages. Kelsey sent me screenshots of Natalie bragging in their group chat how she was going to secure the bag with me, how she'd researched everything about inheritance law, how her mom taught her to always have a backup plan with men. The messages went back 2 years. 2 years of planning. The silver lining? Remember her dad? He sent me another message last week. Turns out he's divorcing her mom. Said watching how Natalie turned out was the final straw in realizing what kind of person he'd married. He's getting his own prenup with his new girlfriend. As for me, new apartment in a security building, inheritance still safe in the trust, therapy every 2 weeks, best money I've spent. Went on a decent vacation with the money I would have spent on the wedding, started dating again, very casually, and yes, I mentioned prenups on date number 3 now. Natalie still texts from random numbers sometimes, usually variations of, "You ruined my life. I really loved you. Can we talk? I'm going to be homeless." She's not, she moved back with her mom. I don't respond. Derek keeps everything for the restraining order file. Looking back, the red flags were there. She always forgot her wallet, constantly talked about her friends' husbands' salaries, joked about being a stay-at-home dog mom once we got married. We don't have dogs. Got weird about me having separate savings account. Always asked about my salary after performance reviews. I'm grateful to my grandmother in more ways than one. Not just for the inheritance, but for giving me the opportunity to see who Natalie really was before I legally tied myself to her. To anyone reading this, trust your gut, protect your assets, and if someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Oh, and get a prenup, even if you're broke, especially if you're not.
She boasted, "Guys are begging for me, I can leave anytime." I smiled, "Perfect. The exit's right there." Silence broke her faster than any fight could. Looking back, I should have said it 3 years earlier. Monica and I met at a wine tasting event in Sonoma County, where she approached me at the Pinot Noir station wearing an emerald dress that probably cost more than my motorcycle payment. She asked if I could taste hints of cherry and tobacco. I couldn't, but I lied and said absolutely, And that lie somehow turned into 4 years of walking on eggshells around someone who wielded the threat of leaving like a loaded weapon. The pattern started small, almost cute at first. She'd pout when I chose Thai over Italian for date night, claiming I never listened even though she'd never mentioned a preference. Then came the silent treatments when I didn't post couple photos within 24 hours, because apparently if it's not on Instagram, relationships don't exist. I developed this Pavlovian response where her disappointed sigh triggered automatic apologies for things I didn't even understand. But the real power dynamic crystallized about 6 months in when she first deployed her nuclear option during an argument about me working on my motorcycle Sunday morning instead of attending her friend's pop-up art gallery. You know what, Jake? I have guys in my DMs constantly. I could leave you tomorrow and have dinner plans by Tuesday. I'd apologized, promised to do better, became her trained seal performing for fish. That threat became her go-to weapon, forgot the specific almond milk brand, chose football over yoga class, worked late instead of attending her cousin's boyfriend's band debut. I could walk away right now. So many guys would treat me better. Every single time, I'd scramble to fix whatever microscopic transgression triggered her exit threat, convinced someone as beautiful as Monica choosing me meant I'd won some lottery I couldn't afford to lose. The night everything changed started like a dozen arguments before it. I was in our garage changing oil on my '68 Triumph Bonneville at 6:45, and Monica stood in the doorway, arms crossed, storm brewing behind her hazel eyes. I'd promised to be ready by 7 for her art gallery opening downtown, some painter who supposedly understood the female form in transcendent ways. My dress shirt was still in dry cleaning, grease under my fingernails, and I knew the math didn't work. Are you seriously doing this to me again? Her voice cut through the garage like a saw through pine. The opening starts at 7:30. We've got time, I said, looking up from the oil pan. That's not the point. You always prioritize your toys over what matters to me. This is important for my career, my networking, and you're playing with your stupid bike like a 12-year-old. She stepped closer, heels clicking on concrete, careful not to contaminate her white blazer that probably cost as much as my rebuilt engine. I'll be ready in 20 minutes. We won't miss anything important. That's when she shifted to that dangerous pitch. I'm so tired of being the only one who cares about this relationship. I have guys who would drop everything for me. Brandon from the Boutique Association just texted asking about drinks after the opening. Maybe I should go with someone who actually values my time. Brandon, trust fund kid with the Tesla and permanent Cabotan. This was where I was supposed to panic, grovel, drop everything immediately. But something in me just broke. Or maybe finally healed. I stood up, wiped my hands on a shop rag, and really looked at Monica for the first time in months. I saw the calculation behind her anger, manipulation dressed as hurt feelings, the way she positioned herself for maximum drama. And I felt nothing. No panic, no desperation, no need to fix this. Just liberating calm. You know what, Monica? The highway's clear. Feel free to take it. The words hung in the garage air like oil vapor. Monica's mouth fell open, perfectly glossed lips forming a shocked I'd never called her bluff before, never suggested her leaving wasn't catastrophic. What did you just say? She blinked rapidly, brain buffering an unfamiliar error. The highway's clear. You want to leave? There's the door. I gestured with the oil-stained rag, casual as suggesting a new coffee shop. Brandon's waiting, right? Don't let me keep you from someone who values your time. Her face cycled through 15 expressions in 3 seconds, shock to confusion to anger to something uncomfortably close to panic. You're just going to let me walk away? After 4 years? Let you? Monica, you've threatened to leave for 4 years. I'm finally agreeing. If Brandon's such an upgrade, you should go. Life's too short to stay where you don't want to be. I actually laughed, surprising us both. I didn't mean, she stepped toward me, heel catching slightly. You're supposed to fight for us. Care that I might leave. I'm supposed to grovel because you decided your gallery opening trumps 20 minutes of cleanup time? I shook my head. I'm done with that script. Want someone who jumps at your threats? Go find him. Brandon's available. The silence was deafening. Monica stood frozen like someone paused her mid-tantrum, emotional leverage dismantled by my refusal to play. Her face showed she'd pushed too far, that her nuclear option was revealed as the empty threat it always was. "You don't mean that," she whispered, voice wavering. "I mean it completely." I picked up my wrench, turned back to the motorcycle. "Your suitcase is in the bedroom closet. The one you use for exit rehearsals. Might want to actually fill it this time. Jake, I'll be at Carlos's tonight. Gives you packing time without me in the way. Leave your key on the counter." My hand stayed steady despite adrenaline. I heard her sharp breath, clicking heels stumbling backward, blazer rustling as she wrapped her arms around herself. For 4 years, her power came from my fear. In one moment of clarity, I'd handed that power back like a defective product. "You're really doing this," she said, genuinely uncertain for the first time. "No, you're doing this. You've been doing this for 4 years. I'm finally agreeing with you." She stood maybe 30 more seconds, waiting for me to crack, to apologize, to reset our usual positions. When I just kept working, I heard her heels clicking rapidly across concrete, the apartment door slamming hard enough to rattle tools on my pegboard. I set down the wrench and released a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. My hands shook slightly, not from fear, but from sheer relief of finally calling her bluff. The garage felt bigger, quieter, like it had been holding its breath too. I looked at my motorcycle, at honest work maintaining something I loved, something that didn't threaten abandonment over minor mistakes. And I smiled. 4 years of eggshells, shattered by one moment of absolute honesty. The highway was clear, and I was finally free to take it. I spent that night at Carlos's place, my best friend since high school who lived 15 minutes away near the gym where he worked as a personal trainer. Carlos handed me a beer the moment I walked in with my overnight bag, pointing at his couch like he'd been expecting this for years. "Finally grew a spine, huh?" he said. "She threatened to leave again?" I told him everything. The garage, the gallery, the highway comment that had just fallen out of my mouth. Carlos actually started laughing, deep belly laugh that made his shoulders shake. "Bro, I've been waiting for this since year 2. You know how many times I've watched you apologize for existing? Welcome back to the land of the living." That first night I couldn't sleep, kept expecting my phone to explode with texts and calls. But silence. Radio silence. Which felt worse than usual dramatics, like calm before a hurricane. I got maybe 3 hours before my alarm went off, spent the entire day at work in a fog. When I got back to the apartment that evening, prepared for my stuff on the lawn or locks changed, everything looked normal. My key worked. Monica's car was gone. Inside felt different, lighter, like someone had opened windows sealed shut for years. Her keys sat on the counter next to a note in her dramatic handwriting, "You'll regret this. I won't be waiting around when you realize what you lost." I smiled reading it, another threat disguised as prediction. I pocketed her key, crumpled the note, and opened my laptop to do something I should have done 3 years ago, started tracking our expenses. The numbers were brutal. 3 hours going through bank statements, Venmo history, credit card bills, grocery receipts, restaurant tabs. Built a spreadsheet that would have made my accounting professor weep with pride. Monica and I supposedly split rent and utilities 50-50, but when I calculated everything, organic groceries she insisted on, restaurants she chose, her car insurance I'd somehow started covering 6 months ago during that temporary cash flow issue, subscription services she added to my accounts, her phone bill bundled with mine for the discount, I was covering 73% of our joint expenses. While she constantly reminded me how independent she was, how her online boutique meant she didn't need a man. The boutique that never generated enough income to actually pay her bills. I sat back staring at numbers highlighted in red. Past year alone, I'd subsidized Monica's lifestyle for almost $19,000. That was a house down payment. A fully rebuilt motorcycle engine with money left over. Financial independence I'd been hemorrhaging to fund someone's Instagram aesthetic. My phone buzzed, Carlos checking in. "How bad is the damage?" "Worse than I thought. She's been bleeding me dry for years and I was too stupid to notice." "Not stupid, bro, manipulated. There's a difference. Come to the gym tomorrow morning. We'll work this rage out productively. Next morning at 6 a.m., Carlos put me through a workout that left me physically destroyed but mentally clearer than I'd been in months. Here's what you're gonna do, he said while I was dying on the rowing machine. Take all that money you were spending on her and invest it in yourself. Meal prep, save it, fix your bike, whatever. Watch your bank account grow instead of drain. Give it 2 weeks and tell me how you feel. I took his advice seriously. Canceled Netflix, Hulu, Spotify Premium, Monica's accounts I'd been funding. Dropped the fancy gym membership she never used but insisted I maintain for couples discount. Cut the meal delivery service where single meals cost $45. Started meal prepping with Carlos every Sunday. Chicken, rice, vegetables, basic stuff costing $60 weekly instead of $300 I'd spent on groceries Monica barely touched because she was watching carbs or doing a cleanse. Picked up weekend carpentry projects through a work buddy renovating his house, making extra $200 to $300 every Saturday building shelves and fixing cabinets. Work felt honest, real, productive, unlike emotional labor of managing Monica's feelings. First week, saved almost $600 just from not funding someone else's lifestyle. My checking account actually went up instead of hovering near zero. I slept better too. No more lying awake wondering if I'd said something wrong, forgotten some invisible anniversary. No more 2 a.m. anxiety about whether tomorrow brought silent treatment or explosive confrontation. Just deep, dreamless, restorative sleep. Meanwhile, Monica tried her classic silent treatment. No texts, calls, social media interaction. Usually lasted 3-4 days before she'd crack with passive-aggressive messages about how I clearly didn't care enough to reach out. I'd always broken first, always texted, "Are we okay? Can we talk?" Not this time. I let silence stretch. Focused on work, hit the gym with Carlos, researched investment strategies, helped my mom with her computer, even deep cleaned my apartment. Monica's style had been, hire someone, which meant it never got done because we, meaning I, couldn't afford it. Day 5 she cracked. Single text. Really, Jake? Nothing. I waited 2 hours. Nothing what? Watch typing bubble appear and disappear 6 times before. You're really not going to apologize? For what? I type back, genuinely curious. For being an insensitive jerk. For not fighting for us. For choosing your stupid motorcycle over my important event. There it was, rewriting history, transforming her threatening to leave into my fault. I told you the highway was clear. You chose to leave. Not sure what there is to apologize for. Typing bubble appeared, disappeared, appeared again. 5 minutes. Then, fine. If that's how you want to play it. But I wasn't playing anything. That's what Monica couldn't grasp. This wasn't tactic or strategy or reverse psychology. I'd simply stopped participating in her drama. Stopped being audience for her performance. When she tried passive-aggressive social media posts, quotes about knowing your worth and cutting off people who don't value you, I didn't engage. Started liking random guys' photos on Instagram, obvious jealousy attempts. I didn't notice. I'd unfollowed her that first night, blocked her stories, removed that poison from my scroll. Carlos found it hilarious. Dude, you're living rent-free in her head while she's completely evicted from yours. Beautiful. Week 2 brought crying texts. 3M messages about missing us, how maybe she'd overreacted, how we should talk things through like adults. I read them next morning over coffee, feeling nothing except mild annoyance at notification sounds disrupting sleep. My responses stayed consistent. I think we both know what we need to know, or take care of yourself, Monica. No anger, no engagement, no emotional ammunition to weaponize. Door slamming phase started when she picked up stuff she'd left. Clothes, toiletries, ridiculous decorative pillows she'd insisted made the apartment livable. I let her in, went back to my laptop researching investment portfolios, ignored her completely. She slammed every door and drawer. Bathroom cabinet, slam. Bedroom closet, slam. Front door leaf, slam. I didn't look up, just kept scrolling through index fund metrics while she threw her tantrum. Carlos texted 5 minutes later, "Bro, I could hear slamming from the parking lot." She's losing it. But maybe she'll realize the show's over. End of week 2, I'd saved $1,200. Money that usually evaporated on Monica's whims, boutique clothes worn once, restaurants she picked then barely ate at, road trips where I paid everything because she'd forgotten her wallet. My apartment stayed clean, sleep stayed deep, mind stayed quiet. Emotional chaos that had been my baseline for 4 years just stopped. I realized something obvious. Peace isn't something you find. It's something you stop destroying. Monica had been a wrecking ball I'd welcomed, and I'd simply stepped out of the way. The highway was clear, and for the first time in years, I was moving forward instead of just surviving constant collision. Week 3 brought Monica's social media circus, and watching her unravel through carefully curated Instagram stories was almost entertaining. First came cryptic posts, sunset photos with captions like, "Sometimes the trash takes itself out," and "Leveling up requires leaving dead weight behind." I only knew because Carlos kept sending screenshots, laughing. "Bro, she's posting like she dumped you. The delusion is real." Then came conspicuous displays of male attention, honestly just sad. She'd leave her phone face up during our final belongings exchange, screen lighting up with texts from guys named Brandon and Chase. "Hey beautiful, still on for drinks tonight?" She'd glance at me, waiting for jealousy that never came. I was calculating whether I could afford new motorcycle tires with my savings. "Aren't you going to say anything?" she finally asked, frustrated. "About what?" I said, boxing up her decorative pillows. "About Brandon texting me. About me going out." I looked up. "Monica, you don't live here anymore. Your dating life stopped being my business when you walked out." Her face couldn't decide between anger and disappointment. Most guys would be jealous. Most guys were still playing her game. I'm not most guys anymore. Texts got more obvious after that. Screenshots of conversations accidentally on purpose left open. Chase sending heart emojis. Brandon calling her stunning. Some guy Vincent inviting her to Napa. I responded to none of it, just kept packing with storage unit efficiency. The real performance came 3 days later when I was on my balcony working, enjoying late afternoon sun and Monica-free peace. A silver Porsche pulled up, and Monica emerged from the lobby like walking a red carpet. Tight red dress I'd never seen, probably bought specifically for this moment, and impossibly high heels. The driver got out, exactly the type Monica thought would trigger jealousy. Tall, expensive suit, generic handsome from personal trainers and dermatologists. Vincent, I assumed. Mr. Weekend in Napa. Monica laughed too loud at something he said, tossing her hair in that practiced way. Then she looked up, directly at my balcony, checking if I was watching. I was, but like a scientist observing predictable experiments. Our eyes met. She smiled triumphantly, waiting for reaction. I raised my coffee mug in casual salute and went back to my laptop. Researching loft apartments downtown, actually. Carlos might relocate for work, and I'd been looking at potential split opportunities. Better neighborhood, closer to jobs, actual amenities. Heard the Porsche door slam, engine rev unnecessarily loud. Through peripheral vision, I saw Monica's face driving away, confusion mixed with rage. Her big dramatic exit, and I'd responded with a coffee toast. Carlos texted immediately, "Dude, I saw that from the gym. Was that the Porsche guy?" "Yep." "Vincent. Taking her to Napa apparently. And you're just cool with it?" "Carlos, I'm relieved someone else is footing her wine tasting bills now." "You've reached enlightenment," bro, genuinely impressed. That night Monica returned around midnight. Heard the Porsche pull up, heels clicking across parking lot. Then nothing. I was watching a documentary about vintage motorcycles when my phone buzzed. "Can we talk?" I ignored it. Went back to learning about 1950s Indian chiefs. Another buzz. "I know you're awake. I saw your light on." Still nothing. Knocking started 5 minutes later. Soft at first, then progressively louder. "Jake, I know you're in there. We need to talk about this." I turned up TV volume. Knocked again. "You can't just ignore me forever." Actually I could. And was proving it effectively. Knocking continued maybe 10 minutes before heels clicked away, car door slammed. Portia drove off. Probably Vincent realizing he'd signed up for unnecessary drama. My phone exploded with texts after. "You're being so immature. We're both adults, we should communicate. I can't believe you're treating me like this after 4 years. Fine, be that way. See if I care." I read them next morning over coffee, felt nothing, deleted the entire thread. Monica's inability to process that I'd moved on was becoming her full-time occupation. Meanwhile, my life kept improving measurably. Carpentry side hustle brought in $600 that week. Meal prep routine with Carlos had me feeling better physically than in years. My apartment stayed consistently clean without someone treating it like a hotel. And I'd found the perfect downtown loft. 2 bedrooms, exposed brick, walking distance to Carlos's new gym location. We could split it 60-40 since I made slightly more, and I'd still pay less than covering Monica's lifestyle. The universe was literally rewarding me for setting boundaries. But Monica wasn't done performing. Instagram escalation continued. Stories of expensive dinners with amazing company and clinking wine glasses. Photos at exclusive clubs with captions like "VIP treatment only" and "finally being appreciated." Gym selfies with "working on myself" and "new chapter, better me." Desperation was palpable, each post screaming, "Look how great I'm doing," to an audience of one who'd stopped watching. Carlos kept me updated despite my disinterest. She posted herself at some rooftop bar. Bottle service and everything. Good for her, I said, measuring cuts for a bookshelf. Bro, you really don't care at all? Honestly? I care more about getting these measurements right. This is maple wood. Expensive. Can't afford mistakes. That summarized everything perfectly. Monica had become less important than proper carpentry. Week later, posts took a darker turn. Less bragging, more cryptic sadness. Some people don't know what they have until it's gone, with rain on windows. Thought I wanted freedom, but maybe I just wanted to be fought for over black and white selfies. Is it really winning if you end up alone? Manipulation shifting strategies, from jealousy to guilt. Didn't work. I was busy signing the loft lease with Carlos, planning my new workshop space, expanding carpentry business. Too genuinely happy to let manufactured sadness drag me down. Final social media blow came when I posted a single photo, me and Carlos at the new loft, holding keys, genuine smiles. Simple caption, "New chapter." Within an hour, Monica texted, "You're moving? We haven't even been broken up a month and you're already moving on. Monica, you moved on the night you threatened to leave for Brandon. I'm just living my life. This is cruel, posting about your new place like our 4 years meant nothing. They meant something when they were happening. Now they're over. That's how time works." She didn't respond, but Instagram's story stopped. The performance had lost its audience, and apparently there was no point continuing the show. End of week 3, packing for the loft move, I found Monica's earring under the couch. Expensive one, probably $200. Part of a set I'd bought for Christmas. Old me would have texted immediately, arranged to return it, maybe used it as an excuse to see her. New me? Dropped it in an envelope, wrote her mom's address. Monica was probably staying there between Vincent and whoever came next, and stuck it in outgoing mail. No note, no message, no emotional attachment. Just returning property that wasn't mine. As Carlos and I drove away from that apartment, my phone buzzed one last time. "I saw you moving. This is really it." I looked at the message, considered responding, then just turned off my phone. The highway was clear, I was moving forward, and for the first time in years, the rearview mirror showed nothing worth looking back at. Thanksgiving arrived with brutal irony. Monica's mom Linda had invited me weeks before the breakup to their Sacramento dinner. I'd forgotten until Monica sent a passive-aggressive text. "I assume you're not coming since you've made it clear you want nothing to do with my family." Part of me wanted to skip it, avoid drama, spend the holiday with Carlos eating Chinese food and watching football. But another part, the part tired of Monica rewriting history, decided I had every right to attend. I'd been going 3 years. Her family liked me. Why should I give that up because Monica couldn't handle consequences? "I'll be there," I texted Linda directly. Monica's response came within minutes. You're seriously coming? After everything? Your mom invited me. Would be rude to cancel. This is going to be so awkward. Only if you make it awkward. I showed up right on time, carrying wine and homemade pumpkin pie, Carlos's mom's recipe I'd learned for this occasion. Monica's car was already there, along with her brother Trevor's truck. I could see her watching from the window, face a mixture of disbelief and panic. Linda answered with a huge smile, pulling me into a hug. Jake, so glad you could make it. I saw Monica's jaw clench from across the room. She wore a designer dress that probably cost more than rent, hair and makeup perfect like attending a photo shoot instead of family dinner. Overcompensating, trying to look like she was thriving. Trevor came over immediately. Jake, Monica said you guys broke up? We did. But your mom invited me weeks ago, and I wasn't about to waste her cooking. Trevor laughed. Fair enough. Plus someone needs to help me watch the game. Monica stood there like I'd crashed her party. She'd probably planned to paint me as the villain, the emotionally unavailable boyfriend. Now I was here, being welcomed like nothing had changed, completely disrupting her narrative. Dinner started civilly enough. Linda had outdone herself. Turkey, stuffing, 3 types of potatoes, green bean casserole. I sat between Trevor and Robert, strategically far from Monica who kept shooting me looks. So Jake, Linda said, passing gravy, Monica mentioned you two split up. I'm so sorry. These things happen, I said neutrally. Sometimes people want different things. Monica jumped in immediately. Jake's been very distant lately. Emotionally unavailable. Wouldn't make time for important things in my life. I felt everyone's eyes on me. Old me would have stayed quiet, let her control the narrative. Actually, we broke up because Monica threatened to leave me for another guy during an argument about me being 20 minutes late to her art gallery opening. Said she had better options. I finally agreed with her. The table went silent. Forks stopped moving. Linda's eyes went wide. Trevor actually choked on his wine. Monica's face turned red. That's not, you're twisting it. I was upset because you always prioritize your motorcycle over what matters to me. I was changing oil. Took 20 minutes. But you're right, I do prioritize things differently now. Like people who don't threaten to abandon me every time they're mildly inconvenienced. This is exactly what I'm talking about, Monica said, voice rising. You make everything my fault. Monica, Trevor interrupted, genuinely curious. Do you actually threaten to leave him when you argue? Like regularly? The question hung in the air. Monica opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. It's not threatening. It's communicating. I tell him I have options because he needs to know I won't tolerate being taken for granted. That's literally threatening to leave, Trevor said, almost laughing. How's that different? Because I'm just being honest about my worth. I appreciate you for 4 years, I said calmly, cutting turkey. Cooked for you, helped with your boutique, attended every event. But appreciation apparently means dropping everything whenever you decide something is important. Robert, quiet until now, spoke up. Son, let me get this straight. You were working on your motorcycle, planning to be ready with 20 minutes to spare, and she threatened to leave you? Basically, yes. And you said? I told her the highway was clear and she should take it. Trevor actually laughed. Bro, that's cold. I respect it. Trevor. Monica snapped. Stop encouraging this. He's making me sound crazy. Sweetie, Linda said carefully, you do have a tendency to be dramatic when you don't get your way. Remember threatening to move out because we wouldn't co-sign for that BMW? Monica's face went from red to purple. That's completely different. That was about respect. Is it though? Trevor asked. Sounds like the same pattern. Do what I want or I'll leave. Except Jake actually called your bluff. The dinner had derailed into impromptu family therapy, and I was just eating stuffing, watching Monica's victim narrative crumble. You know what? Monica said, standing abruptly. I don't have to sit here and be attacked by my own family. Nobody's attacking you, Robert said. We're trying to understand what happened. What happened is Jake stopped caring and I stood up for myself. by threatening to date someone else? Linda asked, confused. Monica looked around the table, realizing she'd lost the room. Her family wasn't buying her version. They were seeing through manipulation I'd been blind to for 4 years. "I need air," she announced, storming to the back patio. The door slammed hard enough to rattle china. Silence fell. Then Trevor raised his wine glass. "So Jake, you really done with her?" "Completely." "Smart man. She's been pulling that routine since high school." "Trevor," Linda warned, without much conviction. The rest of dinner was pleasant. We talked about normal things: Trevor's job, Robert's retirement, the 49ers' terrible season. Monica stayed on the patio, probably texting Brandon or Chase about how horrible her family was being. When it was time for dessert, Linda went to get Monica. I heard raised voices, then Monica stormed back through, grabbed her purse, headed for the door. "I'm leaving." My own family taking his side. "We're not taking sides, honey," Linda said. "We're just asking questions." "Well, I don't like the questions. Or how everyone's treating me like I'm the problem." She looked at me one last time. "I hope you're happy, Jake. You've turned my family against me." "I didn't turn anyone. I just told the truth. Your twisted version where you're the victim and I'm the villain." "I'm not a victim. I'm just someone who stopped playing a game I didn't want to play." She stared at me, searching for desperation she'd seen for 4 years, guilt she could usually trigger. Found nothing but calm certainty. "Fine. Enjoy Thanksgiving with my family since they clearly like you more anyway." She slammed the door. Car started, tires squealed, pulling out. Linda sighed deeply. "I'm sorry, Jake. She's always been dramatic, but it's not your fault. She's dealing with consequences for the first time. It's uncomfortable." "She really threatened to leave over being 20 minutes late?" Robert asked. "Among other things. 20 minutes late, wrong restaurant, forgetting to post photos fast enough, working late, spending Sunday on my motorcycle. Pretty much anything that didn't revolve entirely around her." Trevor shook his head. "How'd you deal with that for 4 years?" "Honestly? I don't know. But I'm not dealing with it anymore, and that feels pretty good." We ate pie, watched football, talked about everything except Monica. When I left around 8, Linda hugged me tight. "You're always welcome here, Jake. Regardless of what happens with Monica." "Thanks, Linda. That means a lot." Driving back to my loft, I felt lighter than I had in years. Monica's own family had seen through her manipulation, questioned her narrative, refused to enable her victim complex. And I'd sat there eating turkey, speaking calmly, stating facts without anger or bitterness. The highway had been clear, and I'd ended up exactly where I needed to be, moving forward while Monica threw tantrums in everyone's rearview mirror. 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, Monica staged what I can only describe as the most dramatic exit attempt I'd ever witnessed. I came home from work to find designer suitcases strategically arranged in the living room like an art installation. Not packed. Just displayed. Open and empty, waiting to be filled with belongings she'd been too busy to collect over the past month. She was sitting on the couch scrolling through her phone, clearly waiting for me to notice and react. "What's all this?" I asked, setting down my laptop bag. "I'm finally getting my stuff and leaving," she announced dramatically, like delivering the climactic line in a movie. "You've made it clear you don't want me around." I looked at the empty suitcases, then at her sitting comfortably on my couch still in work clothes, not actually packing anything. "Do you need boxes? I have some from the move." Her face fell. "That wasn't the script. You're not going to try to stop me? Monica, you left a month ago. You threatening to take your stuff now isn't exactly breaking news. I thought maybe you'd realize what you're losing. That you'd ask me to stay." I sat down in the chair across from her, genuinely tired. "The highway's still clear if that's what you're asking." She stared at me like I'd slapped her. "How can you be so cold? After everything we had? We had 4 years of you threatening to leave. I'm just finally respecting that decision." Before she could respond, my phone rang. "Carlos. Hey man, you still good for tonight?" "Yeah, what time you moving in?" "Around 7. Got the last boxes loaded." Monica's eyes went wide. "Wait, what? Carlos is moving into the building, I told her. Yeah, Carlos, that works. See you then. I hung up and Monica was staring with absolute disbelief. Carlos is moving here? Into this building? Penthouse unit upstairs. His gym is relocating nearby, and we found a great co-living situation. Co-living? You're living together? Different apartments, same building. We're co-signing on amenities, splitting costs on a shared workshop space in the garage. Makes financial sense. The realization was dawning. I wasn't just moving on, I was actively building a life with no space for her drama. So you're replacing me with your friend? I'm not replacing anyone. You left. Carlos and I are neighbors who get along without threatening to abandon each other over minor inconveniences. She stood abruptly, suitcases forgotten. This is what you wanted all along, isn't it? To just hang out with your guy friends and work on your stupid projects. Actually, yes. Turns out I enjoy not walking on eggshells constantly. I never made you walk on eggshells. Monica, I apologized for breathing wrong for 4 years. But we don't need to rehash this. You came to get your stuff, so let's get your stuff. I started toward the bedroom where she'd left clothes and toiletries. She followed, thrown by how this was going. You've really changed, Jake. You're not the man I fell in love with. You're right. I'm not the man who let you use his affection as a bargaining chip anymore. We spent the next hour packing in tense silence. She kept trying to start conversations about us and what could have been, and I kept redirecting to practical matters like whether she wanted the decorative pillows or if I should donate them. Around 6:45, Carlos texted that he was pulling up. Monica saw the notification. He's here already? Said 7. It's almost 7. So you're just going to kick me out to help your friend move in? You came to get your stuff. You're getting your stuff. Carlos moving in is a separate thing planned for weeks. The knock was Carlos, grinning when he saw the suitcases. Oh damn, this her dramatic exit I've been hearing about? Monica's face went red. You've been talking about me? Monica, you've been the main character in your own drama for a month. Of course people talk about it. Carlos was already carrying boxes past her, completely unfazed. Jake, where you want the power tools? Workshop space in the garage. I'll show you after we finish here. I turned back to Monica. You almost done? She looked between us, realizing she'd lost control. I can't believe you're doing this. Doing what? Helping my friend move in while you pack up stuff you came to pack up. You're supposed to be devastated. You're supposed to care that I'm leaving. I did care. A month ago when you actually left. But you can't keep leaving and expecting me to beg you to stay. Eventually, people move on. Carlos was making multiple trips, hauling furniture, completely disrupting Monica's stage drama with actual productivity. She watched him work, watched me help, watched her entire performance become irrelevant background noise. Fine, she finally said, zipping the last suitcase with unnecessary force. I'll go. But don't come crying to me when you realize what a mistake this was. I won't, I said simply, holding the door open. She stood there another moment, waiting for me to crack, to show emotion, to give her something to work with. When I didn't, she grabbed her suitcases and walked out. But not before turning back. You're going to regret this, Jake. The only thing I regret is not calling your bluff 3 years ago. She left without another word, heels clicking down the hallway, suitcases rolling behind her. I closed the door and immediately felt lighter. Carlos emerged from the spare bedroom. Bro, she really tried to make that a moment, huh? Her whole life is trying to make moments. Well, her moment's over. Help me get this couch to the penthouse before the building manager sees us blocking the elevator. We spent the evening moving Carlos in, assembling furniture, ordering pizza, planning the workshop space. Monica texted around midnight, long paragraphs about mistakes and second chances and throwing away something beautiful. I read them while helping Carlos level his TV mount, felt nothing, didn't respond. By night's end, Carlos was settled in the penthouse, we'd signed the co-lease agreement for the workshop, and I'd blocked Monica's number for the final time. How's it feel? Carlos asked as we sat on his new balcony, beers in hand, looking at city lights. Like I should have done this years ago. Regret the time wasted? Learned what I don't want in life. That's worth something. My phone was blessedly silent. No threats, no manipulation, number 3 a.m. texts. Just peace. Carlos raised his beer. To new chapters and old friends. And to women who actually appreciate stable guys instead of using them as emotional ATMs. We clinked bottles. The highway was clear, and I was finally driving in the right direction. Away from chaos, toward something real. Monica's dramatic exit had turned into just another Tuesday night, and that felt like the perfect ending. She'd wanted me to fight for her. Instead, I'd fought for myself. And won in ways that mattered. Peace, savings, genuine friendships, and a life that didn't require constant emotional negotiations. Sometimes the best power move is simply stepping aside and letting someone's bluff destroy itself. Monica had been calling that bluff for 4 years. I just finally stopped answering. The real goodbye came 3 weeks later, nothing like Monica's dramatic staging. She actually left. No performance, no audience, just consequences finally catching up. I was updating my investment portfolio spreadsheet Saturday morning when my phone buzzed with an unknown number. Against better judgment, I answered. Jake, it's me. Monica's voice sounded different, smaller, tired, lacking that confident edge. I'm outside. Can we talk? I looked out the window. Her car was parked across the street, and she was sitting in the driver's seat, phone to her ear, looking up at my building. Not the Porsche, Vincent was clearly out. Not even her leased BMW. Some older Honda Civic I didn't recognize. There's nothing to talk about, Monica. Please. Just 5 minutes. I need to tell you something. The desperation was new, genuine. Not the manufactured kind for manipulation. Against every instinct screaming to hang up, I sighed. 5 minutes. Lobby. I went down to find her standing by the mailboxes, and honestly, I barely recognized her. Designer clothes were gone, replaced by jeans and a plain sweater. No makeup, hair in a messy ponytail, dark circles under her eyes. She looked like someone running on fumes for weeks. You look different, I said, keeping distance. I am different. Everything's different. She laughed bitterly. Brandon turned out controlling. Wanted me to quit my boutique for his family business. Chase only wanted one thing. Vincent used me to get back at his ex-girlfriend. Made sure she saw us together, then dropped me the next day. I'm sorry that happened to you. And I genuinely was, the way you're sorry hearing about bad things happening to people you used to know. Are you though? Because I've been thinking about us, about what I threw away. I was wrong, Jade. About everything. Okay. Okay? That's it? What do you want me to say, Monica? That you'll give me another chance. That we can start over. I've learned my lesson. I know what I want now, and it's you. I looked at her and felt absolutely nothing. No anger, no satisfaction, no temptation. Just mild pity for someone who'd gambled everything on a bluff and lost. Monica, I don't want to start over with you. But I've changed. I'm not the same person who, maybe you have changed. I genuinely hope so. But I've changed too, and the person I am now knows what we had wasn't healthy. She stepped closer, desperation creeping in. We were good together once. We can be good again. I'll be different, I promise. No more threats, no more drama. You had 4 years to appreciate me. You spent them holding our relationship hostage every time things didn't go exactly your way. I was scared. Scared of commitment, scared of being vulnerable, and I was tired. Tired of walking on eggshells, tired of funding your lifestyle, tired of being treated like a backup plan. But I'm not tired anymore. I'm just done. Real tears started streaming down her face. Please don't do this. I have nothing, Jake. I lost my apartment. Brandon got me fired from the boutique association. Vincent spread rumors that tanked my reputation. I'm living with my mom, working 3 gig jobs just to make rent. I need you. And there it was. She didn't want me back because she loved me or missed me or realized my value. She wanted me back because I was stable, the safety net she'd taken for granted. I'm not a rescue plan, Monica. And you needing me isn't the same as wanting me. I do want you. I want everything we had. We had you threatening to leave every other week. We had me apologizing for existing. We had you using my affection as leverage. That's what we had, and I don't want it back. She was fully crying now, mascara-free tears making her look younger, more vulnerable. Part of me that had loved her for 4 years wanted to comfort her. But the part that had learned to love myself more knew better. I made a mistake, Jake. The biggest mistake of my life. Don't you believe in second chances? I thought about that. About second chances and forgiveness and whether people really change. I believe in second chances for people who've earned them. But you haven't done the work, Monica. You're just out of options. That's not fair. I'm here, aren't I? Admitting I was wrong. You're here because Vincent dumped you and Brandon fired you and Chase used you. If any of them had worked out, you wouldn't be standing in my lobby crying. You'd be posting Instagram stories about living your best life. The truth hung between us. She opened her mouth to deny it, then closed it, knowing I was right. So that's it? You're just going to let me walk away? Monica, I let you walk away 7 weeks ago. You're the one who keeps trying to come back. Because I love you. You love what I provided. Stability, safety, someone who would always forgive you. But I'm not that person anymore. She stood there crying, and I felt nothing. No urge to fix her pain, no desire to be her hero. Just quiet certainty this was right. I should go, I said finally. My friend's waiting upstairs. Of course, your stupid projects are more important. She stopped herself, realizing even now she was falling into old patterns. They're not stupid. They're mine. And yeah, they are more important than having this conversation again. I turned to walk away. Jake, wait. I stopped but didn't turn around. I really am sorry. For everything. You deserved better than how I treated you. Yeah, I did. And now I have it. I walked to the elevator, leaving her in the lobby. Didn't look back, didn't second guess, didn't feel bad. Just pressed the button and went home. When I got back, Carlos texted from upstairs. Was that her car I saw leaving? Yeah. Final goodbye. You good? Better than good. Wanna grab lunch? Hell yeah. New burger place downtown. My treat. I smiled, looking around my peaceful apartment. Clean, organized, no designer pillows I didn't want, no expensive groceries I couldn't afford, no emotional landmines. Just a space where I could breathe. My phone stayed silent after that. Monica didn't text, didn't call, didn't show up again. According to mutual friends, she moved back with her mom permanently, took a regular job, deleted most of her Instagram. Started therapy, apparently. I genuinely hoped it helped her. But it wasn't my problem anymore. My life kept getting better in small, measurable ways. Carpentry business grew, word of mouth brought steady weekend work becoming more profitable than my day job. My savings crossed $5,000 for the first time in years. Money that used to disappear into Monica's lifestyle was building my future. I started looking at investment properties, thinking about long-term wealth instead of just surviving. And I met someone. Emily, a project manager at one of the restaurants where we'd installed custom shelving. Practical, funny, had her own money and life. Didn't need me to fund her existence or validate her worth. You seem really centered, she said on our second date. Like you know exactly who you are. Took me a while to figure it out. Expensive learning experience. She laughed. Well, their loss is my gain. We took things slow. No drama, no threats, no games. Just two adults building something real. 6 months after Monica's final goodbye, I sold my first major carpentry piece, custom dining table for $3,000. Posted a photo with simple caption, built something that lasts. Monica liked the post. Then unliked it. Then her account disappeared entirely. I didn't follow up, didn't wonder. Just kept building. Furniture, relationships, a life that didn't require constant emotional negotiations. The highway was clear, and I was miles ahead, moving forward with people who actually wanted to ride alongside me instead of threatening to jump out at every turn. Sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's just living well and never looking back at the chaos you finally escaped. The universe has a twisted sense of humor. 4 months after Monica's final tearful exit, she moved into my building. Not the penthouse where Carlos lived. Not even a decent upper floor unit. The ground floor studio next to the laundry room that nobody wanted because you could hear every machine cycle through the walls. I found out when I was carrying groceries up and saw a familiar figure struggling with boxes near the ground floor entrance. Thinner than I remembered, hair pulled back, wearing worn workout clothes. No design or anything. Just someone who looked tired and defeated, rebuilding from scratch. Our eyes met. She froze, box in her arms, face going through 15 emotions in 3 seconds. Jake. Monica. The most civil greeting we'd managed in months. I didn't know you still lived here. She set down the box, wiping sweat. I know this is awkward, but it was the only place I could afford on short notice. Mom kicked me out after I couldn't make rent for 3 months. I should have felt vindicated. Should have enjoyed seeing her struggling, working multiple gig jobs, living in the worst unit while I'd upgraded. But mostly I just felt nothing. Maybe a little sorry, the way you feel bad for anyone going through hard times. The laundry room's loud, I said neutrally. Fair warning. I'll manage. She picked up the box. I won't bother you. I promise. I just need a fresh start, and this was available immediately. Good luck with that. I headed toward the elevator. Jake. I turned back. You look really good. Happy. No manipulation in her voice, no hidden agenda. Just a simple observation from someone who'd finally run out of games. I am happy. But you deserve it. And she actually meant it. The Monica standing there wasn't the woman who'd threatened to leave over being 20 minutes late. This was someone who'd had every bluff called, every safety net removed, every consequence delivered. She'd been humbled in ways that actually mattered. Over the next weeks, I'd occasionally run into her. Lobby, mailroom, parking lot. Each encounter was brief, civil, awkward the way interactions with exes always are. She'd nod, I'd nod, we'd both keep moving. No drama, no reconciliation attempts, no manufactured run-ins. Just 2 people who used to know each other, living in the same building, trying to move forward. Carlos found it hilarious. Bro, your ex is literally living below your quality of life now. Poetic justice. It's just sad, honestly. Sad? She's working 3 delivery jobs because she burned every bridge chasing guys with Porsches. That's not sad, that's consequences. Maybe he was right. But seeing Monica struggle wasn't giving me expected satisfaction. It just confirmed I'd made the right choice walking away. I saw her online boutique attempts fail through mutual friends' Instagram. Saw her try rebuilding her influencer image with posts about finding yourself after hitting rock bottom that got maybe 20 likes. Saw her working late nights delivering food, early mornings doing rideshare, afternoons doing whatever gig work she could find. The universe was teaching her every lesson she'd refused to learn when we were together. The most telling moment came 6 weeks after she moved in. I was coming back from a date with Emily, fancy restaurant downtown, the kind Monica used to beg for, when I saw Monica in the lobby wearing a food delivery uniform, checking her phone between orders. She looked exhausted, defeated, nothing like the confident woman who used to threaten to leave for better options. Emily was laughing at something I'd said, holding my hand, completely comfortable. We walked past Monica, and I saw her face, not jealousy exactly, but recognition. Recognition that this is what she could have had if she just appreciated what was in front of her instead of constantly looking for something shinier. Friend of yours? Emily asked as we walked to the elevator. Used to be. She looked sad. She made choices. Now she's living with them. Emily squeezed my hand. I'm glad she made those choices. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been available when I met you. That was the difference. Emily saw value in what we were building together. Monica had only seen value in what I could provide. The most surreal encounter came 2 months later. I was in the building's gym at 6 a.m. Saturday when Monica walked in. She clearly hadn't expected anyone. Sorry, she said immediately, turning to leave. I'll come back later. It's fine. Building gym is for everyone. She hesitated, then came in, heading to the treadmill across the room. We worked out in awkward silence for maybe 20 minutes before she spoke. I heard you sold a big carpentry piece. Congratulations. I looked up from the weights, surprised she'd know. Thanks. Custom dining table for a restaurant. That's amazing. You always were talented. No innuendo, just genuine compliment. Just finally had time and money to focus on it. She nodded slowly, understanding the implication. I'm sorry. For all of it. For how I treated you, took advantage, made you feel like you weren't enough. Monica, no, let me finish. I've been in therapy, actually working on myself. And I realized I spent 4 years treating the best thing in my life like it was disposable. I threatened to leave because I thought I had all the power. Turns out you had the power all along. The power to walk away. I set down the weights, looking at her directly. She was crying, but not manipulative tears. These were tears of someone who genuinely lost everything and finally understood why. I appreciate the apology. But it doesn't change anything. No, it doesn't. I understand. I just wanted you to know that losing you was the wake-up call I needed. I'm not asking for another chance. I'm just grateful you finally called my bluff. There was something peaceful about that conversation. Like we'd reached the end of a very long, very expensive lesson. I hope you figure it out, Monica. I genuinely do. Thanks. And Jake? Emily's lucky. Whoever you end up with is lucky to get the version of you I was too stupid to appreciate. She left the gym and I went back to my workout. The highway had been clear, and she'd chosen to take it. Now she was watching from the sidelines as I drove past, not even looking in the rearview mirror. The best revenge really was just living well. One argument over motorcycle oil changes had freed me from years of manipulation and led me to genuine happiness. Monica had wanted me to fight for her. Instead, I'd fought for myself, and won everything that actually mattered: peace, prosperity, and a partner who chose me every day without threats or conditions. The universe delivered justice in the most poetic way. Monica moved into my building expecting awkwardness. Instead, she got a front row seat to watching me thrive without her. And honestly, that felt like the perfect ending.
My girlfriend said she wasn't in love with me anymore but wanted to keep living together, so I became the perfect roommate and stopped doing everything for her until she realized what she lost and begged me to take her back, but I had already found someone better. I'm Jake, 28M, and I've been with my girlfriend Belinda, 26F, for 3 years. We moved in together about 18 months ago after she lost her job at a marketing firm. I work as a software engineer at a tech company downtown, and I make decent money. Belinda has been doing freelance graphic design work since then, but it's pretty inconsistent income. Let me give you some background about our relationship. When we first started dating, Belinda was this incredibly independent woman. She had her own apartment, paid all her bills, and never asked me for anything. That's actually what attracted me to her initially. She seemed like she had her life together. But things changed gradually after she moved in. At first, she was contributing to rent and utilities from her savings. Then her freelance work started drying up around the time COVID hit. I told her not to worry about it and that I could cover everything until she got back on her feet. What I thought would be a temporary arrangement turned into something permanent. I started taking care of everything. I paid the rent, utilities, groceries, car insurance for both our cars, and even her phone bill. I added her to my family plan because it was cheaper than her individual plan. I handled all the household maintenance, fixed things when they broke, did most of the cleaning, and managed our social calendar. When we went out with friends, I picked up the tab. When we went on vacation, I paid for flights, hotels, and meals. Belinda seemed grateful at first. She would thank me and promise things would change once her career picked up. But as months passed, she stopped mentioning it. She started acting like this was just how things worked in our relationship. She would ask me to book dinner reservations for her and her friends. She expected me to drive her places when her car was acting up. She would make plans for us without consulting me, assuming I would handle the logistics and expenses. The physical side of our relationship was good. We were intimate regularly, and she seemed happy. She would tell me she loved me, we would cuddle while watching TV, and everything appeared normal from the outside. Her friends liked me, and my friends liked her. We talked about moving to a bigger place next year and maybe getting a dog. 3 weeks ago, we were sitting on the couch watching some reality show about people renovating houses. I was getting ready for bed because I had an early meeting the next morning. I leaned over to kiss her goodnight like I always do. She pulled back and gave me this strange look. She picked up the remote, muted the TV, and turned to face me directly. She said she needed to tell me something important. She said she liked me as a person and enjoyed living with me, but she wasn't in love with me anymore. She said she hadn't been in love with me for months, maybe longer. She said she wanted to be honest because she respected me too much to keep pretending. I asked her what she wanted to do about our living situation and our relationship. She said she hoped we could continue living together as friends. She said we worked well as roommates and there was no reason to mess up a good thing. She said she valued our friendship and didn't want to lose that by making things complicated. I told her I needed to think about it. I went to the bedroom and lay down. About 20 minutes later, my phone started buzzing with notifications. Belinda was in a group chat with her 3 closest friends, and I had access to it because we sometimes used the shared tablet to text when our phones were dead. I could see she was telling them about our conversation. I watched the messages pop up on the screen. Her friends were telling her how brave and mature she was for being honest. They said it showed how much she cared about me, that she didn't want to hurt me by lying. They said lots of people stay in relationships for convenience, but it takes courage to have the hard conversations. I realized something while reading those messages. Belinda wasn't being brave or honest. She was being practical. She had figured out a way to keep all the benefits of our relationship without any of the obligations that come with being in love with someone. She wanted to keep living in the apartment I pay for. She wanted to keep the financial security I provide. She wanted to keep the emotional support and companionship. She just didn't want to feel guilty about not loving me back anymore. The next morning, I told her I was fine with being roommates. She seemed relieved and hugged me. She said she was so glad I understood and that this would be better for both of us in the long run. That's when I decided to become the perfect roommate. Not boyfriend. Roommate. I stopped making coffee for her in the morning. I had always made a full pot and left her mug on the counter next to it. Now I make exactly 1 cup in my travel mug and take it to work with me. I stopped doing her laundry. I had always thrown her clothes in with mine when I was doing a load. Now I only wash my own stuff. I stopped buying her favorite foods when I went grocery shopping. I had always picked up the specific brand of yogurt she likes and the expensive granola she eats for breakfast. Now I buy exactly what I need for myself and nothing extra. When she asked me to book a dinner reservation for her and her girlfriends last week, I told her I was busy that evening. I suggested she call the restaurant directly since they usually have availability if you call ahead. When her car started making that grinding noise again, she mentioned it to me while I was working on my laptop. I told her that sounded frustrating and suggested she get a few quotes from mechanics in the area. I said Yelp usually has good reviews for local auto shops. She keeps looking at me like she's waiting for me to do something. She leaves dishes in the sink longer than usual, probably expecting me to wash them like I used to. I just wash my own dishes and leave hers where they are. She's been playing sad music in the living room and sighing loudly when I'm nearby. Yesterday she asked if I wanted to watch a movie with her, and I said I was planning to go to the gym. I can see her getting more frustrated every day, but I don't understand why. I'm giving her exactly what she asked for. We're roommates now. I treat her the same way I would treat any roommate, with basic politeness and respect, but without the extras that come from being in love with someone. Her phone got shut off yesterday because I removed my card from her family plan. She came to me in a panic asking what happened. I explained that since we're not really a family anymore, it made sense for her to have her own phone plan. I offered to help her set up service with Verizon or T-Mobile. I'm not trying to be mean or get revenge. I'm just being logical. She made it clear that our romantic relationship is over, so I'm adjusting my behavior to match that reality. I don't do extra things for roommates that I would only do for someone I'm in love with. The lease on our apartment is up in 2 months, and I'm not planning to renew it. I've been looking at 1-bedroom places closer to my office. Belinda doesn't know yet because she hasn't asked, and roommates don't typically discuss their long-term housing plans unless it directly affects the other person. Am I handling this wrong? Should I be doing more to try to work things out? I feel like I'm being reasonable, but maybe I'm missing something. Update 1. Thank you to everyone who commented on my original post. A lot of people asked for an update, so here it is. Things have gotten more interesting since I last wrote. Belinda's frustration has turned into something closer to panic, and I think she's starting to understand the full implications of what she asked for. Let me start with what happened on her birthday last week. Belinda turned 27 on Tuesday. In the past, I would plan something special for her birthday. 2 years ago, I surprised her with a weekend trip to Napa Valley. Last year, I organized a dinner party with all her friends at that expensive Italian place she loves. I would typically spend weeks planning, make reservations, coordinate with her friends, and handle all the details. This year, I wished her happy birthday in the morning and asked if she had any fun plans for the day. She looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. She said she thought we might do something together to celebrate. I told her that sounded nice and asked what she had in mind. She said she hadn't made any specific plans because she assumed I would handle it like I always did. I reminded her that planning birthday celebrations is typically something boyfriends do for their girlfriends, or something people do for themselves. Since we're roommates now, I figured she would want to celebrate with her actual friends rather than her roommate. She stared at me for a long moment, then said she would figure something out. She spent most of the day texting people, trying to organize something last minute. Most of her friends were busy because it was a Tuesday night, and she hadn't given them advance notice. She ended up ordering Chinese food and eating it alone while watching Netflix. I was in the office working on a project that was due the next morning. The financial reality has been hitting her harder than I expected. Besides the phone bill situation I mentioned before, there have been several other wake-up calls. Her car registration was due last month. I had always handled that for both of us because I'm organized about paperwork and deadlines. She didn't realize it was her responsibility now until she got pulled over for expired tags. The ticket was $250, plus she had to pay late fees for the registration renewal. Our car insurance was up for renewal, and I removed her from my policy. She had to get her own insurance, which cost significantly more than the family discount rate she was getting on my plan. She called me at work asking why her insurance card wasn't working when she tried to show it to the police officer during the traffic stop. She's been asking me to drive her places because her car is still making noise and she's nervous about driving it. Last Saturday, she asked me to take her to Target because she needed to pick up some things and didn't trust her car for the 20-minute drive. I told her I had plans to go hiking with my friend Mike, but I could drop her off at Target on my way if she wanted. She asked how she was supposed to get home, and I suggested she could call an Uber or take the bus. The bus stop is right outside Target, and our apartment is on the direct route. She ended up taking the bus home, which took over an hour because she had to wait 30 minutes for the next bus and then make 2 transfers. She was carrying heavy bags and looked exhausted when she got back. I think she's starting to realize how much I was handling behind the scenes. I used to take care of all the little things that make life easier. Now she has to figure out everything herself, and she's discovering that being an adult requires a lot more planning and money than she remembered. Her freelance work has picked up a little bit, but not enough to cover all her new expenses. She got a small project designing a logo for a local restaurant, which paid $800. But between her new phone bill, car insurance, the traffic ticket, and having to buy her own groceries, that money disappeared quickly. She's been eating a lot of pasta and canned soup lately because those are some of the cheapest things she can find. I continue to buy my normal groceries, including fresh vegetables, good meat, and the organic stuff I like. I keep it all on my designated shelves in the refrigerator and pantry. Last weekend, she asked if she could borrow some of my food because she was running low on groceries and wouldn't get paid for her latest project until the following week. I told her she was welcome to anything in the shared sections, like salt, pepper, and basic condiments, but the rest was my personal food. She asked if I could spot her some money for groceries, and she would pay me back when her client paid her. I explained that lending money to roommates can make things awkward, especially when there's no clear timeline for repayment. I suggested she could ask her friends or family for help, or maybe pick up some extra freelance work. The social dynamics have been interesting too. Belinda's friends have stopped coming over as much as they used to. I think they feel awkward around me now that they know we're not actually dating anymore. When they do come over, they whisper a lot and keep looking at me like they're trying to figure out what I'm thinking. 2 of her friends, Patty and Amanda, came over last Thursday night. They were clearly there to give Belinda emotional support and probably to talk about me. I said hello when they arrived, then went to my office to work. I could hear them talking quietly in the living room for about 2 hours. When they were leaving, Patty stopped by my office door and asked if she could talk to me for a minute. She said Belinda was going through a hard time and asked if there was any way we could work things out. She said Belinda really cares about me and maybe just got scared about the commitment. I told Patty I appreciated her concern, but Belinda had been very clear about not being in love with me anymore. I said I was respecting Belinda's honesty and trying to be a good friend by not putting pressure on her to change her feelings. Patty looked frustrated and said that wasn't what she meant. She said sometimes people say things they don't really mean when they're stressed or confused. I asked Patty if she thought Belinda was lying when she said she wasn't in love with me. Patty didn't have a good answer for that. The conversation with Patty made me realize that Belinda's friends are trying to fix something that Belinda herself said was broken. They're treating this like a temporary relationship problem instead of the permanent change in status that Belinda requested. I've been going out more in the evenings. I joined a hiking group that meets on weekends, and I've been going to the gym consistently. I signed up for a cooking class on Thursday nights, which is something I always wanted to try but never had time for when I was busy managing our relationship. Belinda has been home alone most evenings now. She used to have plans with friends several nights a week, but that seems to have dropped off. I'm not sure if it's because she can't afford to go out as much, or if her friends are less available now that she doesn't have a boyfriend to help coordinate group activities. I found an apartment I really like. It's a 1-bedroom place about 15 minutes closer to my office, with a great kitchen and a small balcony. The rent is actually less than what I'm paying now because I won't be splitting a 2-bedroom. I haven't signed anything yet because I want to give Belinda enough notice to figure out her own housing situation. She still hasn't asked me about the lease renewal, even though it's coming up in 6 weeks. I wonder if she's assuming I'll just handle it like I used to handle everything else. Update 2: The situation has escalated significantly since my last update. Belinda is starting to understand that this isn't a phase I'm going through, and her attempts to fix things have become more desperate. 3 weeks ago, she tried a different approach. She came home from having drinks with her friends and was wearing one of my old college t-shirts that she used to sleep in when we were dating. She sat on the edge of the bed while I was reading and started crying. She said she missed me and missed what we used to have together. She said she made a mistake and wanted to go back to how things were before. I put my book down and asked her what specifically she missed. She said she missed feeling close to someone and having someone who cared about her. I told her it sounded like she was going through a difficult time, and suggested she might benefit from talking to a counselor. I said there are sliding scale therapy options if cost was a concern, or she could try some of the mental health apps that offer affordable counseling. She stared at me like I had slapped her. She asked if I was seriously recommending therapy instead of talking about our relationship. I said I wasn't qualified to help her work through her feelings about missing intimacy and emotional connection. A professional would be much better equipped to help her figure out what she really wanted. She got up and left the room without saying anything else. The next morning, she acted like the conversation never happened. But I could tell she was studying my behavior more carefully, like she was trying to find cracks in my roommate approach. The lease situation finally came to a head last week. Our landlord sent the renewal notice, and I left it on the kitchen counter for Belinda to see. She found it when she got home from a freelance meeting. She asked me if we were going to renew the lease. I told her I had decided not to renew, and that I had already signed a lease on a different place starting next month. She asked where that left her. I said she would need to decide whether she wanted to take over this lease by herself or find somewhere else to live. I offered to ask our landlord if he would be willing to remove my name from the lease if she wanted to stay. That's when she completely lost it. She started yelling that I was abandoning her and leaving her with no way to afford the rent on her own. She said I was being cruel and punishing her for being honest about her feelings. I stayed calm and reminded her that roommates don't typically sign long-term leases together unless they've specifically discussed it and agreed on terms. I said I had assumed she would want the freedom to make her own housing decisions as an independent adult. She said I knew she couldn't afford this place on her own, and that I was deliberately putting her in an impossible situation. I pointed out that she had never asked me about my plans for the lease renewal, even though she had 6 weeks to bring it up. I said if she had asked, we could have had this conversation much earlier and she would have had more time to explore her options. She demanded to know why I was doing this to her. She said I was being vindictive and trying to hurt her because she didn't love me the way I wanted her to. I told her I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. I said she had made it clear that she wanted to be friends instead of romantic partners, and I was trying to respect that by not making assumptions about our future living arrangements. She asked what she was supposed to do now. I suggested she could look for roommates, or maybe move back in with her parents temporarily while she figured things out. I said her friend Patty had mentioned that she was looking for someone to split rent on a 2-bedroom apartment. She said moving back in with her parents would be humiliating, and that Patty's apartment was in a bad neighborhood she didn't want to live in. I said those were definitely challenging options, but that I was confident she would figure something out. I reminded her that she had been living independently before we moved in together, so she had experience managing her own housing. She said that was different because she had a steady job then, and that I knew her financial situation was more complicated now. I agreed that her financial situation was more challenging, but said that was exactly why it made sense for her to have more control over her living expenses instead of depending on someone else to make those decisions for her. The conversation ended with her storming out of the apartment. She came back several hours later and didn't speak to me for 3 days. During those 3 days, I could hear her on the phone constantly, presumably trying to figure out her living situation. She had several long conversations with her parents, which sounded tense based on the tone of her voice coming from her bedroom. She also had what sounded like a difficult conversation with Patty about the roommate situation. I gathered from the parts I overheard that Patty's timeline didn't match up with Belinda's needs. On Thursday, she asked if we could talk. She had clearly been crying, and she looked exhausted. She said she had been thinking about everything, and she realized she might have been taking me for granted. She said she wanted to work on rebuilding our relationship and earning back my trust. I asked her what she meant by rebuilding our relationship. She said she wanted us to be a couple again. She said she had been confused before, but now she understood what she really wanted. I asked her what had changed since our conversation 6 weeks ago when she told me she wasn't in love with me. She said she had been scared of commitment and had convinced herself she didn't have strong feelings for me. She said living as friends had made her realize how much she actually cared about me. I said that was interesting, and asked when exactly she had realized she was in love with me again. She said it had been building over the past few weeks, but it became clear when she thought about me moving out. I said the timing seemed convenient, given that she had just discovered she couldn't afford to live in our current apartment without me. She got defensive and said money had nothing to do with it. She said she genuinely missed being close to me and wanted to give our relationship another try. I told her I appreciated her honesty, but I wasn't interested in dating her again. She asked why not, and I explained that she had already told me she wasn't in love with me. I said I believed her when she said that, and I didn't think people's feelings changed that dramatically in just 6 weeks. She insisted her feelings were real and asked what she could do to prove it to me. I said there was nothing she could do, because I was no longer in love with her either. That wasn't entirely true when I said it, but it became true while I was saying it. Something shifted in that moment, and I realized I really was done. She started crying again and said I was giving up on us too easily. She said relationships require work and compromise, and that I wasn't even willing to try. I said she was right that relationships require work, but they also require both people to actually want to be in the relationship. I said I no longer wanted to be in a romantic relationship with her. She's been staying at her friend Amanda's place for the past few days, presumably to give me space to change my mind. But I'm not going to change my mind. I move out next Friday. I've already started packing, and I hired movers to handle the furniture. Belinda can keep anything she wants that we bought together. I just want to take my personal belongings and start fresh. Update 3: I moved out 2 weeks ago, and wanted to give everyone a final update on how things ended. Belinda came back to the apartment the day before I was scheduled to move. She had been staying with Amanda for almost a week, and I think she expected to come home to find me still there, surrounded by unpacked boxes, maybe having second thoughts about leaving. Instead, she found most of my stuff already in boxes and the movers scheduled to arrive the next morning. She asked if I was really going through with it. I said yes, I was moving out as planned. She said she had been talking to Amanda and Patty about everything, and they thought we should try couples counseling before making any permanent decisions. I told her I wasn't interested in couples counseling because I didn't consider us a couple anymore. She said she understood I was hurt, but that walking away wasn't the solution. She said we had built something good together and it was worth fighting for. I asked her what specifically we had built together that was worth fighting for. She mentioned our shared friend group, our comfortable routine, and how well we worked as a team when we weren't dealing with relationship drama. I pointed out that those things described a good roommate situation, not a romantic relationship. She got frustrated and said I was being deliberately difficult. She said she knew I still had feelings for her, and that I was just being stubborn. I asked her what made her think I still had feelings for her. She said she could tell by the way I looked at her sometimes, and that nobody changes their behavior as dramatically as I had unless they were trying to protect themselves from getting hurt. I said that was an interesting theory, but that she was wrong. I said the reason my behavior had changed was because my feelings had changed. She asked when exactly I had stopped loving her. I thought about it for a moment, then told her it was probably the night I realized she had told her friends about our conversation before she had even finished having it with me. I said that was when I understood she wasn't actually interested in having an honest conversation with me, she was just looking for validation from her friends about a decision she had already made. She said that wasn't fair, and that she had just needed support from her friends during a difficult conversation. I said I understood why she needed support, but the timing showed me that she wasn't really considering my perspective or leaving room for us to work through things together. She had already decided how the conversation was going to go. She started crying and said she never meant for things to end this way. I said I believed her, but that intentions didn't really matter as much as actions. The movers arrived the next morning at 8. Belinda stayed in her bedroom while they loaded my furniture and boxes. I had already moved most of my clothes and personal items to the new apartment over the previous few days, so the actual move was pretty quick. Before I left, I knocked on her bedroom door to say goodbye. She didn't answer, but I could hear her crying inside. I left my key on the kitchen counter next to a note with my new address, in case she needed to forward any mail or had questions about the security deposit. My new apartment is great. It's smaller than the place I shared with Belinda, but everything in it belongs to me and reflects my actual preferences instead of compromises we made as a couple. I have a reading chair by the window where I drink my morning coffee. I bought plants for the balcony. I set up my office exactly how I want it. I've been dating someone new for about 3 weeks. Her name is Rebecca, and she's a nurse at the hospital downtown. We met at the hiking group I joined a few months ago. She has her own apartment, pays her own bills, and has never asked me to fix anything for her or handle her errands. When Rebecca cooks dinner for us, she also cleans up afterward. When we go out, she pays for her own meal unless we specifically agree beforehand that one of us is treating the other. When she says she loves spending time with me, she demonstrates it by planning activities we can do together instead of expecting me to plan everything. It's been a good reminder of what a balanced relationship actually looks like. Belinda texted me last week asking if we could meet for coffee to talk. She said she wanted closure and to apologize for how things ended. I didn't respond to the text. We already had closure the day I moved out. She doesn't need my permission to apologize, and I don't need to hear her apology to move on with my life. From what I understand through mutual friends, she ended up moving back in with her parents. She's still doing freelance graphic design work, but she's also looking for a full-time job with benefits and a steady salary. Patty mentioned that Belinda has been asking about me and wondering if I'm happy in my new place. Patty asked if I would be open to talking to Belinda if she reached out. I told Patty that Belinda was welcome to reach out if she had something specific she needed to discuss, but that I wasn't interested in rekindling our friendship or having conversations about our past relationship. Patty said Belinda was having a hard time adjusting to living with her parents again, and that she felt like she had lost her best friend along with her boyfriend. I said that was unfortunate, but that it was a natural consequence of the choices Belinda made. I said I hoped she would figure things out and find happiness, but that I wasn't the right person to help her with that process. Some people might think I handled this situation too harshly. But I think Belinda needed to learn that relationships have real consequences, and that you can't expect people to wait around indefinitely while you figure out what you want. She told me she wasn't in love with me, so I stopped acting like someone who was in love with her. She wanted the benefits of having a devoted boyfriend without the obligation of being a devoted girlfriend. When I stopped providing those benefits, she realized what she was giving up. But by then, I had realized what I was giving up too. I was giving up my time, energy, and money to someone who didn't appreciate any of it enough to love me back. I was settling for a relationship where I cared more than she did, and where I was responsible for making everything work while she just enjoyed the results. I'm not angry with Belinda anymore. I think she's a decent person who made some selfish choices without fully thinking through the implications. But I also don't miss her or wish things had worked out differently. I'm much happier now with someone who actually wants to be with me, rather than someone who just likes the lifestyle I can provide. Now let's move to the next story. Story 2. My stepbrother stole my girlfriend and got me kicked out by framing me for theft. Years later they begged me to save her from prison after she stole $75,000. I, 25M, never imagined I would end up sharing my story on Reddit, but the events of the past few years have left me with no choice. It all began when my mom married Robert, 52M, 5 years ago. I was 20 then, working at a promising tech startup that developed mobile apps. I had a girlfriend, Sarah, 19F, whom I met during my first year of college. She was studying psychology, and we connected instantly over our shared love of indie music and horror movies. Life seemed perfect, I was making good money, had a loving girlfriend, and was steadily saving up to move out on my own. My mom met Robert at a charity event where she was volunteering. He came across as the perfect gentleman, successful real estate developer, well-spoken, and seemed genuinely interested in making our family work. They dated for a year before getting married in a small ceremony. I was happy for my mom. After raising me alone since I was 12, she deserved someone who could give her a good life. Robert had a son from his previous marriage, James, 22M at the time. From day one, there was tension between us. James had dropped out of college and was living at home, supposedly working on various business ideas that never materialized. He would constantly try to one-up me in everything. If I helped mom with groceries, he would spend the whole day reorganizing the pantry. If I talked about my job, he would interrupt with grandiose plans about his future business empire. I mostly ignored his behavior and focused on my relationship with Sarah. We had been together for 2 years, and things were getting serious. We spent most weekends together, either studying at cafes or binge-watching shows at my place. We had even started looking at apartments online, planning to move in together once we had enough savings. Sarah got along well with my mom, and I thought she was the one I would spend my life with. Everything changed after our family barbecue in summer. Robert insisted on having regular family gatherings to bond, and this was our third one. James met Sarah there for the first time. I noticed him staring at her throughout the evening, especially when she was helping mom in the kitchen. Sarah was wearing a blue sundress that day, I remember because she had just bought it for her cousin's wedding. James kept finding reasons to be wherever she was, offering to help with dishes, asking about her studies, laughing too hard at her jokes. After that day, living with James became unbearable. Whenever Sarah visited, he would emerge from his room and plant himself in the living room. He started texting her about random things, asking for book recommendations since she was into psychology, seeking advice about his non-existent girlfriend's problems, or sharing memes. At first, Sarah would show me these messages, saying how James was just being friendly and needed someone to talk to. The red flags were there, but I was too trusting. James started working out at the same gym Sarah went to. He began dressing differently, buying clothes similar to my style. He even got the same haircut as me. Looking back, he was trying to become my replacement right under my nose. One Tuesday, I came home early because a client meeting got cancelled. I found Sarah and James in our living room, sitting closer than friends should, their heads bent over his phone. They jumped apart when they saw me. Sarah claimed she was helping James with his dating profile. I confronted her later that night, but she turned it around on me, saying I was being possessive and that James was like a brother to her. I wanted to believe her because the alternative was too painful to consider. Around this time, I was saving up for an engagement ring. I had been putting away money from every paycheck for months, planning to propose on our 3rd anniversary. I kept track of my savings through a budgeting app, watching the numbers grow each month. Then one day, I noticed something odd. There were withdrawals I hadn't made. At first, I thought it was a bank error. But when I checked the transaction history, I found multiple withdrawals over the past 2 months, always on days when I was at work and James was home alone. The total amount missing was $15,000, my entire savings for the ring and our future apartment. I was devastated. When I confronted James, he didn't even try to deny it at first. He just smirked and asked me to prove it was him. Then, before I could gather any evidence, he went to his dad with an outrageous claim that I had stolen $10,000 from him. James spun an elaborate story about how he'd been saving money from odd jobs and online trading to start his own business. He claimed he kept the cash in his room because he didn't trust banks. Robert, who always favored his son, believed him immediately. The situation got worse when James produced bank statements showing transfers from his account to mine. They looked real enough to convince Robert and, to my shock, even my mom. The final blow came when Sarah broke up with me through a text message. She wrote that she couldn't believe I would steal from my own family, that she had seen signs of my greed before but had ignored them. A week later, I was walking to the parking lot after work when I saw them at the cafe across the street. Sarah was wearing the promise ring I had given her on our second anniversary, but she was holding James's hand, laughing at something he was saying. They kissed, and my whole world shattered. Everything made sense, the texting, the gym, the friendly chats. They had been seeing each other behind my back for months. That evening, Robert confronted me in front of everyone. He demanded I return James's money or he would call the police. I tried showing him my bank records, proving that money had been stolen from me first, but he wouldn't listen. My own mother, who had raised me to be honest, now looked at me with doubt in her eyes. Robert gave me 24 hours to return the money or move out. I packed my things that night while my mom cried in her room. My college friend Marcus let me crash on his couch until I could figure things out. The next few months were tough. I worked overtime at my regular job and picked up freelance projects on the side. I cut off all contact with my family and blocked Sarah on everything. The betrayal was too deep to even consider maintaining any relationships. Looking back now, losing everything became the motivation I needed. I channeled all my anger and pain into work. Within a year, I had saved enough to start my own software development company. We specialize in security applications, ironic given how my trust was betrayed. The company has grown beyond my expectations, and we now have clients across the country. Update 1. It's been 3 weeks since my original post blew up, and I need to share some shocking revelations that have come to light. A guy named Mike reached out to me through Reddit after seeing my post. Turns out he used to be James's close friend during the time all this happened, and what he told me made me realize that the betrayal was even worse than I thought. Mike and I met at a coffee shop last weekend. He looked nervous and kept checking his phone, saying he was worried James might find out about our meeting. According to Mike, James had been plotting to steal both my girlfriend and my money for months before he actually did it. It wasn't some impulsive decision or a case of falling in love with Sarah, it was a calculated plan to destroy my life. Mike showed me text messages from their group chat dating back to several months before the theft. James would brag about how he was going to take everything from me, saying things like I didn't deserve what I had. He was jealous of my job, my savings, and especially my relationship with Sarah. There were messages where he outlined a strategy to get close to her, describing how he would play the role of a caring friend while slowly poisoning her mind against me. The manipulation was elaborate. James created a whole narrative about me that he fed to Sarah. He told her I was talking badly about her to my coworkers, claiming he overheard me making fun of her career choices and saying she wasn't smart enough for me. He invented stories about me having a gambling problem, showing Sarah fake betting slips he had created. He even went as far as making up stories about me pressuring other girls at work for dates. But it gets worse. The bank statements James used to frame me? Mike admitted he helped create them using Photoshop. He worked at a print shop at the time and had access to high-quality scanning and printing equipment. They spent hours making sure the documents looked authentic, even using paper from the same bank. Mike says he feels guilty about his role in everything and offered to come clean to my family, but I told him not to bother. I've moved on and built a better life for myself. Mike also revealed something that made my blood boil. James had been secretly recording our conversations for months. He would start arguments with me when no one else was around, deliberately provoking me, then edit the recordings to make it sound like I was admitting to stealing from him. He had dozens of these manipulated audio clips ready to use if I ever tried to defend myself. The most painful revelation was about Sarah's role in all this. She wasn't just an innocent victim of James's manipulation, she was an active participant. Mike showed me screenshots of conversations between James and Sarah where they discussed their plans in detail. Sarah was the one who suggested making me look financially irresponsible to my family. She knew about the fake bank statements and even helped create the narrative about my supposed gambling problem. The betrayal went even deeper. Sarah had given James access to my phone multiple times when I wasn't around. She knew my passcode because I trusted her completely. They used this access to get into my banking apps and gather information about my accounts. Sarah also installed some kind of tracking app on my phone so they would know when I was coming home early from work. The money they stole from me, my entire savings for our future, went straight into funding their secret relationship. While I was working overtime and taking on extra projects to save for an engagement ring, they were using my money to take weekend trips to luxury resorts. Mike showed me their Instagram stories from those days, which they had hidden from me using Instagram's close friends feature. There were pictures of them at expensive restaurants, staying at high-end hotels, Sarah wearing new designer clothes that I had assumed were gifts from her parents. What makes me sick is remembering how Sarah would talk about saving money and being careful with expenses when she was with me. She would suggest we eat at home instead of going out, saying we needed to save for our future. All while she was spending my money with James behind my back. The final twist came yesterday when my mom left another voicemail. She was crying, saying she misses me and wants to make things right. She mentioned that Robert has been distant lately, and she's starting to see cracks in his perfect facade. Part of me wants to send her all the evidence Mike provided, show her just how thoroughly her stepson deceived everyone. But another part of me wants to leave it all in the past. I've worked hard to rebuild my life, and dragging up all this pain again might not be worth it. Mike offered to help me expose everything, but I declined. I told him I appreciate him coming clean, but I don't want to get involved in their lives again. The betrayal runs too deep, and no amount of exposure or revenge would undo the pain they caused. Besides, I'm focused on growing my company now, and success is the best revenge. Update 2. 3 months have passed since my last update, and the situation has taken several unexpected turns. I found out through a mutual friend, Ashley, that James and Sarah got married in a rushed ceremony last month. Ashley attended the wedding and told me it was a far cry from the lavish celebration Sarah used to dream about when we were together. Instead of the beach resort wedding she had always wanted, it was a quick ceremony at the local courthouse followed by a reception at a budget hotel. Ashley said the whole thing felt desperate rather than romantic. James spent most of the reception moving from table to table, trying to network with the wealthier guests. He was pitching his latest business idea, something about cryptocurrency trading, and practically begging for investors. Sarah, meanwhile, was showing off an expensive engagement ring, which Ashley later found out was bought entirely on credit. According to Ashley, their financial situation is dire. James lost his job at his father's company 3 months ago after several costly mistakes with client accounts. Robert finally realized his son wasn't as competent as he pretended to be. Sarah's shopping addiction, which I had no idea about during our relationship, has apparently spiraled out of control. She's maxed out multiple credit cards buying designer clothes and luxury items, often returning them for store credit to buy more things. Last week, completely out of the blue, James showed up at my office. My receptionist tried to turn him away, but he made such a scene that I agreed to see him for 5 minutes. I barely recognized him. His expensive clothes were wrinkled, his hair was unwashed, and he had dark circles under his eyes. He looked nothing like the arrogant, polished guy who had stolen my life 5 years ago. James broke down as soon as he sat down. Between sobs, he confirmed everything Mike had told me was true. He admitted to planning the whole thing with Sarah, stealing my money, and deliberately destroying my relationship with my family. But that wasn't why he came to see me. The real reason for his visit was even more shocking. Sarah has apparently developed a serious gambling addiction that started right after their wedding. She began small, playing poker on her phone, but it escalated quickly to online casinos and sports betting. To fund her addiction, she started stealing money from the accounting firm where she works. She would manipulate the books, diverting client payments to her personal accounts. Their situation reached a breaking point last week when her employer discovered the theft. The amount she stole is substantial, over $50,000. Her company gave her an ultimatum: either repay the entire amount within a month, or they would press criminal charges. On top of this, Sarah is 3 months pregnant. James spent an hour in my office, crying and begging for help. He offered to sign a legal document admitting to stealing from me years ago, promising to tell our parents the whole truth about what happened. He even pulled out his phone to show me their mounting bills and final notice letters from credit card companies. The amount they need to save Sarah from criminal charges is exactly double what they stole from me back then. James tried to frame this as some kind of cosmic justice. If I helped them now, they would pay me back double what they took. He even suggested I could take pleasure in watching them be indebted to me for years. I sat there listening to him, remembering all the nights I spent on Marcus's couch, working multiple jobs to rebuild my life after they destroyed it. I thought about my mom's tears when I left home, about the years of family relationships ruined by their lies. James looked at me with desperate eyes, probably expecting the same understanding and forgiveness I used to show back when we were stepbrothers. Sarah called me later that night from an unknown number. She was hysterical, begging me to at least think about helping them. She mentioned the baby, saying she couldn't bear the thought of giving birth in prison. She claimed she had changed, that she regretted everything she had done to me, and that she thinks about me every day. The same lies she used to tell when we were together, just with higher stakes now. I've spent the last week thinking about what to do. The evidence of their theft of company funds sits in my email, sent by James in his desperation to prove how serious their situation is. Part of me wants to forward it all to Sarah's employer, while another part wants to just continue ignoring their existence like I have for the past 5 years. Update 3. It's been 4 months since James came begging to my office, and I wanted to share what happened. After careful consideration, I decided not to give them the money. Instead, I forwarded all the evidence James had sent me, along with the details Mike had provided about their previous theft, to Sarah's employer. Some might call it revenge, but I saw it as justice. They needed to face the consequences of their actions for once. Sarah's company still pressed charges, but the information I provided helped them build a stronger case. She was arrested 2 weeks later. During the investigation, they discovered she had stolen closer to $75,000, not the $50,000 she claimed. She's now facing serious charges for embezzlement and fraud. James finally told our parents the truth, but only after everything fell apart. He confessed to stealing my money, creating fake evidence, and deliberately destroying my relationship with the family. But his confession wasn't out of guilt, he only came clean because he needed a place to stay after they got evicted from their apartment. Robert sent me a text message apology that read more like a legal disclaimer than genuine remorse. I apologize for believing James over you, it was a mistake on my part. My mom has been calling and texting constantly, begging me to consider some kind of family reconciliation. She keeps saying that Sarah and James have suffered enough, that with the baby coming we should try to be a family again. She even suggested that helping Sarah avoid prison would be the noble thing to do, especially since I'm financially successful now. I blocked her number after that last message. Sarah's parents have completely cut her off. They refused to help with her legal fees after learning about the embezzlement. According to Ashley, they were already suspicious about the circumstances surrounding our breakup years ago, and this confirmed their worst fears about their daughter. James and Sarah had to move back in with Robert. James is now working at a fast food restaurant, trying to save money for Sarah's legal defense. Sarah is under house arrest while awaiting her court date, wearing an ankle monitor and prohibited from accessing any devices with internet capabilities due to her gambling addiction. My mom showed up at my office last week, crying about how Sarah is struggling with her pregnancy while under house arrest. She tried to guilt-trip me by saying that my future niece or nephew shouldn't have to be born with their mother in prison. I had security escort her out. Robert attempted to reach out through my company's business email, suggesting we could handle things privately if I withdrew my statement to Sarah's employer. I had my lawyer send him a cease and desist letter. Some of my relatives have been posting on social media about how I'm being cruel and unforgiving, but they don't know the whole story. As for me, my company has expanded to 3 new cities in the past year. I recently got engaged to Emma, who I met at a tech conference 2 years ago. She knows my whole story and understands why I keep my distance from my family. We're planning a destination wedding next spring, and no, my family won't be receiving invitations. Some people might think I'm being harsh and not helping them, especially with a baby involved. But I believe they're finally facing the consequences of their own choices. Their current situation isn't my responsibility, and pregnancy isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card for fraud. I've blocked everyone except my mom, though I rarely respond to her messages. She still sends emotional texts about family forgiveness and second chances, but I've learned that sometimes the best response is no response at all. The company is thriving, I'm happily engaged, and I've found that success truly is the best revenge.
If your son once refused to help when you lost your home in a fire, would you let him move into your house when his wife's pregnant? Hello everyone, I'm Frank Reynolds, 58, a math teacher at Parker High School in suburban Boston. I'm facing a situation where there's no perfect solution. 3 years ago, our family home of 35 years burned down in a fire. When we went to Mark's house, my son asked to stay temporarily, but he refused. Mark's about to have his first child and wants to move into my new house. Every day, friends and family call, pushing me to think about the grandchild on the way or forget the past. But they don't understand the pain of being turned away by your own child during your most desperate moment. I'm torn between compassion and fairness, forgiveness and teaching a lesson about responsibility. To understand why I made this decision, we need to go back 3 years, to the day that changed my life completely. March 15th, 3 years ago, around 3 p.m., I was grading tests in my quiet school office when the phone suddenly rang. The moment I saw Bob Jenkins' name, our neighbor, on the screen, anxiety started rising. Bob only called for emergencies. With slightly shaking hands, I answered, "Bob, what's wrong?" Immediately, Bob yelled into the phone, his voice full of panic. "Frank, your house is on fire. Flames are coming from the 2nd floor." In that moment, I felt like time stopped. My hands started trembling as I asked, "On fire? Oh my God. Has anyone called the fire department?" After Bob confirmed he'd called the fire department, I thanked him and quickly called Linda, my wife, working at the flower shop nearby. When I heard Linda answer, I said, trying to stay calm, "Linda, our house is on fire. Meet me there right now." Driving home, my mind spun with memories of 35 years living there. We bought it when Mark was born, then renovated it when Emily was born 4 years later. Every milestone, every Christmas, every argument and reconciliation, everything happened under that roof. When I turned onto our familiar street, the harsh reality appeared before my eyes. 3 fire trucks blocked the road, and emergency lights flashed red across the neighborhood. Neighbors stood clustered on the sidewalk, and there was our 2-story house being swallowed by flames and black smoke. When Linda's car screeched to a stop behind mine, I rushed to my wife. The moment she saw the scene, Linda's face broke with pain. She gripped mine tightly with trembling hands and whispered, "Frank, all our things." Before she could finish, Linda burst into tears. We stood there, helplessly watching the firefighters battle the blaze. The heat from the flames made our faces feel like they were burning even from far away. The crackling sound of our house being consumed was occasionally drowned out by the crash of part of the roof collapsing. An older firefighter approached us, his face smeared with soot. He said, "Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds? I'm Donovan, the captain. I'm sorry, but we can only keep the fire from spreading to other houses. The structure's been severely compromised." Hearing his words, I quickly asked, "What caused the fire?" After a few seconds of hesitation, Donovan replied, "Can't say for sure yet, but it looks like it started in the electrical system upstairs. We'll investigate once everything's safe. Do you have somewhere to stay tonight?" After that unexpected question, we looked at each other. Linda's parents had died years ago. My parents lived in Florida. Standing among the crowd of neighbors, holding Linda's hand tight, I suddenly realized we had no home to return to, and calling Mark my son was the most obvious thing to do since we'd always relied on him in every difficult situation. After nearly 10 calls with no answer, we drove straight to Mark's house, a 3-bedroom house in Newton that Linda and I had helped put a down payment on 2 years earlier. The porch light was on when we parked around 7 p.m. A tiny spark of hope flickered in my chest. At least he was home. The moment the door opened, Mark stood in his workout clothes and an old Red Sox shirt, his face shifting from annoyed to surprised. With eyes darting around and no trace of warmth, Mark slowly asked me, "Dad? Mom? What are you guys doing here?" When I heard that question, I felt like someone had stabbed me in the heart. His tone was like we were strangers bothering him. Right after that, with a choked voice and red-rimmed eyes, Linda looked straight at Mark and said, "Our house burned down. Can we come inside?" Mark hesitated just a moment, but long enough for me to notice. He silently stepped aside. The TV was still on in the living room with low volume, some talk show. Nicole, Mark's girlfriend of 3 years, sat on the couch in her pajamas, her face full of wariness. Trying to break the tension, I approached Nicole and said hello. "Hey, Nicole." Nicole curtly replied with cold eyes and did not bother to stand up. "Hi." A chill ran down my spine when I realized the indifference in her reception. After all, Linda and I were Mark's parents, people who had invited her to our house for dinner many times and treated her like a daughter. While Linda recounted what had happened with a trembling voice, I couldn't help but notice Mark and Nicole exchanging uncomfortable glances. After Linda finished the story with a cold face and no sympathy, Mark only coldly commented, "That sucks. Will insurance cover everything?" My heart seemed to stop when I heard my son's question. "Not are you guys okay?" Not "I'm so sorry." His first question was about insurance, like he was talking to a stranger customer rather than his own parents who'd just lost everything. Trying not to let my voice turn sharp even though anger was rising, I slowly replied, "We haven't even started dealing with that yet. We need a place to stay for a few days while we figure everything out." The silence that followed was terrifying, so heavy I could hear the ticking of the wall clock. After a moment, with obvious discomfort, Mark cleared his throat and slowly said to us, "Look, now's not a good time. Nicole's parents are coming this weekend, and we're in the middle of renovating." I felt a sharp pain in my chest as I realized my son was blatantly lying. Looking around the perfectly arranged living room, there wasn't a single sign of renovation. No tools, no materials, no sign of unfinished work. After a few seconds of heavy silence, Linda spoke up again, her voice smaller from hurt. "Mark, we have nowhere to go tonight." At this point, Nicole shifted uncomfortably on the couch. A few seconds later, she suggested, "Why don't you stay at a hotel?" Mark quickly added, "We can help with that." Right then, I felt something break inside me. A cold, sharp blade had just pierced a feeling like my heart. I asked back, "Help us how? You mean you won't let us stay in the house we helped you buy?" Mark's face became rigid and annoyed after my question. Now he started getting an attitude, his voice getting louder when he said, "Dad, it's not like that. We need our privacy right now.
Anger flared up in me like an uncontrollable flame. My voice rose, and despite trying to hold back, I asked directly, "Privacy? Mom and I just lost everything. Everything. And you're worried about privacy?" Sensing the tension between us, Linda touched my arm, trying to calm things down. Right after that, Mark disappeared into the kitchen, returning a moment later. With decisive movements and no hesitation, he handed me $300 bills and said, "This is enough for a decent hotel for a few nights until you guys sort things out with the insurance company." Looking at the money in my hand, I felt my mind go blank and my body freeze. 30 years of raising children, nights staying up when he had fevers, tens of thousands of dollars for tuition and house down payments. All of it valued at just $300 in our most desperate moment. I picked up the money, stared at it momentarily, feeling bitterness and hurt rising to my throat, then dropped it on the table. I looked at my son with cold but pained eyes and said, "Remember this moment, Mark. Remember what you did tonight." When the words ended, I felt tears about to flow, but I held them back. Not out of pride, but because I knew if I started crying, I couldn't stop. Linda had moved toward the door, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. As we drove out of the driveway, I saw Mark through the window, already sitting back on the couch, blue light from the TV casting on his emotionless face. No sign of regret, no gesture of goodbye. Leaving Mark's house with our dignity severely wounded, we went to a cheap hotel nearby, utterly unaware that a late-night call would bring an unexpected ray of light in the thick darkness surrounding us. That night, in the tiny hotel room smelling of cigarettes and mold, my phone rang at 9 p.m. It was Emily, our daughter, whom we hadn't talked to for over a month. My heart clenched when I heard Emily's worried voice on the phone. "Dad? Mrs. Thompson just called me. She said our house burned down. Where are you guys?" she asked rapidly. Trying to stay calm so I wouldn't worry Emily more, I answered with as steady a voice as possible. "We're at the Motel 6 on Highway 9. With apparent confusion, Emily quickly asked back, "Motel? Why aren't you guys at Mark's?" A long silence crossed the line when I told Emily about Mark's reaction. Then, with a determined voice I'd never heard from my daughter, Emily firmly declared, "I'm picking you guys up in 30 minutes. You're staying with me." After hanging up, I turned to Linda with disbelief. Throughout the years, we'd always seen Emily as the independent child who didn't need much help or attention like Mark. We told ourselves Emily understands when we missed her college graduation for one of Mark's games. Now she was the first one running to our side. Feeling embarrassed and worried about being a burden, I called Emily back and said, "Emily, your apartment's too small. We can't bother you like this." "Dad." Emily cut me off, her voice gentle but firm. "My couch pulls out into a bed. I'm already on my way. This isn't up for discussion." When we hung up, Linda gave me a puzzled look. She quietly said, "Our daughter's coming to rescue us." "She doesn't have enough room for us," I replied, still hesitant. With tears in her eyes, Linda looked into mine and said, "But she's still trying to make room." While our son with 3 bedrooms turned his back. 20 minutes later, headlights swept across the hotel room window. Emily had arrived, wearing sweatpants and a Stanford hoodie, her black hair hastily pulled into a ponytail. The moment she saw us, Emily's face broke. Without hesitation, she hugged both of us tight, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. With a voice choked with emotion, Emily whispered in our ears, "I'm so sorry about the house. But it's just a house. You guys are okay, and that's what matters. Come on, let's go home." As we packed up our few remaining belongings, I couldn't help but wonder. How had the daughter we'd paid less attention to for 26 years become the first person to run to our side in our time of need? Emily lived in a 1-bedroom apartment in Cambridge, about a 20-minute drive from our old neighborhood. The apartment was small but neat minimalist furniture, walls lined with books, and framed tech conference posters. When we entered the apartment, Emily smiled, dropped her keys on the small table by the entrance, and said, "Not very big, but it's home." The moment I saw the only bedroom, I felt I couldn't accept it. I protested, "We can't take your bedroom." With determined eyes, Emily replied, You can and you will. The couch pulls out pretty comfortably. I usually fall asleep on it watching Netflix anyway. While Emily prepared the bed with fresh sheets, I noticed the photos on her dresser. Emily received an award I didn't recognize. Emily is on a hiking trip with friends I'd never met. Emily shook hands with a man I vaguely recognized as some tech CEO. Curious and ashamed for not knowing, I picked up a photo frame and asked my daughter, "When was this?" While arranging pillows, Emily glanced at the photo in my hand and explained, "Oh, that's the Emerging Innovator Award from TechCon last year. My team developed an algorithm that helps predict maintenance needs for industrial systems." With a voice full of guilt and regret, Linda quietly said, "You never mentioned this." Emily shrugged, continuing to fold blankets without saying another word. While Emily was busy, Linda pulled me close and whispered sadly, "Did you know she won an award?" I shook my head, a heavy feeling forming in my chest. After a while, Emily returned to the living room with a tray of snacks and said, "Sorry, there's not much. I'll go to the grocery store tomorrow." With red-rimmed eyes and a voice choked with emotion, Linda looked at our daughter and replied, "This is perfect. Thank you." Emily smiled and said to us, "You guys should rest. Tomorrow we'll figure out the next steps, insurance, recovery, all the practical stuff." I pointed out the problem with obvious worry. "You have to work tomorrow." Not seeming bothered, Emily quickly reassured me, "I'll work from home. My boss will understand." After we finished our tea, Emily showed us where the extra towels were, then got pillows and blankets for the couch. Curious and perhaps guilty, Linda suddenly asked our daughter, "Emily, how did you buy this apartment? It's in a nice area." Emily seemed surprised by the question. With gentle pride, she explained, "I saved up. I worked from my sophomore year in college, remember? Plus, I got a good signing bonus when I joined Vertex Systems last year." Feeling ashamed for not knowing this vital detail, I asked hesitantly, "You bought it yourself?" With a gentle but slightly sad smile, Emily looked into my eyes and answered, "Yes, Dad. Not everyone needs the bank of mom and dad." She said it gently, but I felt the unintentional pain from those words. While we'd helped Mark with his down payment, co-signed his car loan, and regularly loaned him money never paid back, Emily had built her independent life without bragging or asking for help. The first night at Emily's apartment, lying in my daughter's bed, I started seeing the photos on the wall, essential moments in her life that I hadn't been present for, and fell asleep thinking I'd missed too much in Emily's 26 years of life. The next morning, around 6 a.m., we woke to the sound of Emily talking on the phone in the kitchen, her voice tense and full of anger. When I heard Emily's voice getting louder, I gently woke Linda. We quietly moved closer to the bedroom door, listening to the conversation. With a restrained but furious voice, Emily said sharply, "You can't treat mom and dad like that. They just lost everything." After a short silence, apparently listening to the other person's excuses, Emily continued with a harder voice, "You know my apartment only has one bedroom, and you still refuse to help them? You have 3 bedrooms, Mark." As we quietly watched from the bedroom doorway, Emily turned around and caught our eyes. When she saw us standing there, Emily's face flushed slightly, but she didn't stop the conversation. Lowering her voice, but still loud enough for us to hear, Emily ended the call decisively. "I don't care what your reasons are. What you did is unforgivable. Don't call back if you want to make excuses." After hanging up, Emily stood with the phone in her hand, shoulders sagging like she'd just been through a battle. When she saw us, she looked embarrassed at being caught. With a gentle voice, I approached. "You were talking to Mark, weren't you?" Emily nodded, but quickly changed the subject. "I'll make breakfast. What do you guys want to eat?" When I tried to ask more about the call, Emily shook her head and answered briefly, "I'll handle everything. Don't worry." In that moment, I felt a complex emotion of gratitude and shame rise in my chest. I realized Emily was trying to protect us physically and emotionally. She didn't want us to know what Mark was saying, probably because she feared hurting us more. Watching Emily prepare breakfast with her face still showing annoyance, I realized my daughter wasn't just sheltering us, but was fighting for us in a way I'd never fought for her. 3 months living in Emily's small apartment was like a crash course about the daughter I'd never really known. Every morning, Emily woke at 5:30, quietly preparing breakfast for us before leaving for work at 7. No one complained about the uncomfortable couch or the inconvenience of sharing her tiny living space with 2 other people. I explored the apartment more thoroughly while Emily was at work in the second week. I felt a sharp pain when I saw the wall near her desk. Hanging there were certificates, awards, and outstanding academic achievements. Emily had graduated from college summa cum laude with a double major in software engineering and mathematics, something we had no idea about. That day, as Linda and I sat on the couch, my wife tremblingly held a photo, choking up as she said, "Frank, look at this. Emily won Outstanding Young Engineer last year. We didn't even know she was nominated." Right then, I remembered. Emily had called, inviting us to some awards ceremony, but we declined because we'd already promised to take Mark and Nicole to dinner for their anniversary. In the following days, Emily helped us work with the insurance company and construction contractors. With exceptional expertise, she researched insurance benefits, read complex clauses, and even negotiated with the insurance company to ensure we got fair compensation. Her legal knowledge and communication skills surprised me. Nearly 2 weeks after the fire, Mark finally called. But not to apologize, but to ask if we'd settled in yet and when things would get back to normal. Not a word about helping or checking on us. When the call ended, Emily, who had heard the entire conversation, gently told me, "Dad, don't worry. We'll handle everything together. Mark needs time to understand." The calm and maturity in how Emily reacted to her brother's attitude made me admire her even more. No bitterness or resentment, just acceptance and determination to help. Every night, after Emily had fallen asleep on the couch in the living room, Linda and I would whisper in the darkness of the small bedroom. These conversations increasingly revolved around the same topic: our mistakes in raising our children. One night, Linda gripped my hand tightly, whispering with a choked voice, "Frank, we missed so much about Emily. We focused too much on Mark." When I heard those words, I felt a sharp pain in my heart. Throughout the years, we'd always seen Mark as the top priority, paying his full college tuition while Emily had to take out loans, throwing big birthday parties for Mark. In contrast, Emily's birthdays usually had a small cake and a few simple gifts. With each passing day, the awareness of our favoritism became clearer. Emily had become an independent, kind, and strong adult, not because of our support but despite lacking it. Meanwhile, with all the attention and privileges, Mark had developed into a selfish person who expected everything to be handed to him without effort. After 3 months, the insurance settlement was finally resolved, and construction of the new house, smaller but sturdier, had begun on the old foundation. The moment I got the notice from the insurance company, I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. The $180,000 settlement couldn't completely replace the old house, but it was enough to build a smaller, more modern home on our lot. While working with contractors and architects, Emily was always by our side, helping review contracts and offering wise advice. Her knowledge and practicality helped us save a lot of unnecessary costs. One evening, after signing the contract with the main contractor, Linda and I sat in Emily's kitchen, earnestly conversing about the future. With a thoughtful voice, Linda gently suggested, "Frank, what do you think about changing our will?" Right then, I knew exactly what my wife meant. In our current will, Mark was the principal heir to the house, a decision we'd made years earlier based on the assumption that Emily would be stable with her career and wouldn't need as much support as Mark. After discussing it, we decided to see a lawyer to change the will. A week later, we sat in the office of Mr. Edwards, our family lawyer for many years. With a serious expression, I presented our decision. We want to change the heir to the house from Mark to Emily. Mr. Edwards looked at us with surprised eyes, then carefully asked, "Are you certain? This is quite a big change." Linda, with a firm voice, replied, "We're certain. This isn't to punish Mark, but to recognize Emily, the one who's always been there for us when we needed her most." When signing the legal papers, I felt conflicted. Part of me wondered if this decision was too harsh on Mark. However, Another part that witnessed Emily's selflessness and sacrifice knew this was the right thing to do. We decided not to tell Mark about this change, at least not right now. Maybe someday, when he was more mature, we'd explain our reasons. As we left the lawyer's office with the signed papers, Linda gripped my hand tight and said, "We're doing the right thing," but I couldn't stop myself from wondering how Mark would react when he found out the truth. A question I'd get the answer to 3 years later. 3 years had passed since the fire, and our lives had found a new rhythm in the rebuilt house, smaller but cozier, with new memories replacing what we'd lost. Though smaller than the one before the fire, our new house was more suitable for our current needs as a couple. The modern design with open spaces created a feeling of spaciousness, and the small garden in the back had become Linda's new joy. Over the past 3 years, our relationship with Mark has remained cold. He only called on major holidays and birthdays. Conversations were always brief and superficial. Mark never mentioned refusing to help us after the fire, and we didn't bring it up either. An uncomfortable silence hung over every call. On the other hand, Emily had become a regular and essential part of our new life. Every Sunday, she visited and had dinner with the family, bringing stories about her work and life. Linda and Emily had developed a closer relationship, regularly shopping and having lunch together. Emily's career had also flourished. The startup where she worked had expanded, and Emily was promoted to senior management. She'd bought a bigger apartment, closer to our house, and often invited us over for meals. I'd found joy in teaching again, with a new perspective on the value of education and the importance of seeing each student as an individual. Linda continued working at the flower shop, now with the management position she deserved for so long. Our new life, though different, brought a sense of peace and satisfaction we'd never experienced before. Everything seemed to have found a new balance until one day the phone rang. It was Mark calling on a regular day, something that hadn't happened in 3 years. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when the phone rang, and I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw Mark's name appear on the screen. The first time he'd called on a non-special occasion in 3 years. Curious and worried, I pressed answer and said, "Mark, what's wrong?" I noticed something different when I heard Mark's voice on the phone. With an excited, enthusiastic voice, he said, "Dad, I have great news. Nicole's pregnant. You're going to be a grandfather." Despite our distant relationship, this news still made my heart beat faster with emotion. I was genuinely happy to know I was about to have a grandchild. With a sincere voice, I replied to Mark, "Mark, that's wonderful news. Congratulations to you and Nicole. I'm so happy for you both." We talked for a few more minutes about Nicole's pregnancy, due next spring, and plans for the baby. But then Mark's voice changed, becoming more serious. With a deep breath, Mark slowly said, "Dad, I'm also calling about something else. Nicole and I need a bigger house for the baby. Your house is perfect for us." At that moment, I felt like time had stopped. After 3 years of little contact, my son was calling not to repair our relationship, but to ask for our house. Mark continued urgently before I could answer, "You and Mom can move into the guest house out back. It's big enough for 2 people, and it'll be convenient for you to be close to your grandchild." When I heard that suggestion, memories of the night of the fire rushed back to my mind. Images of Mark refusing to help us, putting $300 on the table like a gesture of pity. It all came back vividly. The feeling of betrayal surged as strongly as ever. With suspicion starting to form, I asked Mark directly, "Why don't you stay at your house?" A long silence stretched through the phone. Then, with a hesitant voice getting smaller, Mark confessed, "I don't have that house anymore. The bank foreclosed on it last year. I made some bad investments." Hearing his words, I felt angry at his lying. The truth was he'd sold the house because he'd lost money gambling at the casino, and Emily was the one who'd told me about it. My daughter had accidentally discovered it when she saw Mark at a casino in Atlantic City during her business trip 6 months ago. I swallowed my anger, deciding not to expose his lie. With a firm voice, I gently replied, "Mark, I'm pleased about the baby news, but Mom and I can't move out of our house. This is the place we just rebuilt." The silence lasted a few seconds, and then the sound of Mark breathing hard and angry came. With an annoyed voice, he argued with me. But you guys don't need such a big house. We're about to have a baby. Nicole needs space and stability. I could feel Mark's anger rising through the phone when I continued to refuse. He started mentioning that he was the only son, about the grandchild needing a good environment, and how I, as a grandfather, had a responsibility to help. When Mark started arguing fiercely, with a demanding tone, he said something that forced me to reveal the truth I'd kept secret for 3 years. Besides, isn't this house going to be mine eventually anyway? In that moment, I knew it was time to tell Mark the truth, a truth that might change our relationship forever. After a brief silence, I took a deep breath and replied calmly but decisively. Actually, Mark, this house isn't going to be yours. The moment those words came out, a heavy silence fell. I could feel Mark's shock and confusion through that silence. Before he could react, I continued to explain. After the fire, when we rebuilt this house, Mom and I changed our will. This house is going to Emily. The silence stretched for a few more seconds. Then Mark's gasping breath came like he'd just been punched in the stomach. Then suddenly, his voice exploded in rage. What? What are you saying? I'm your son. How can you do this? Even though I'd mentally prepared for this reaction, I still felt my heart clench at the pain in my son's voice. But I knew I had to stand firm. With a determined but not harsh voice, I explained, Mark, this wasn't a decision Mom and I made easily. But after the fire, when we needed you most, you refused to help. Meanwhile, Emily welcomed us into her small apartment, gave us her only bedroom, and helped us rebuild everything. Mark interrupted with a bitter voice. So this is punishment? Because I didn't let you guys stay at my house. Now you're taking away my inheritance? Even though Mark couldn't see, I shook my head and gently replied, It's not punishment, Mark. This is about recognizing the person who stood by us during our hardest time. Emily doesn't need this house, but she deserves it. With a sarcastic voice, Mark protested. Oh, so Emily's independent and successful. So what does she need Mom and Dad's house for? I'm the one about to have a family. When I heard those words, I realized Mark still didn't understand. He was still thinking about himself and his needs, not seeing the bigger picture about family values. With a calm voice, I said, Mark, family isn't just about houses or property. It's about being there for each other when it matters most. We still love you and will always be ready to help you and Nicole with the baby. But this house is going to Emily. Mark's anger exploded. He started calling me a terrible father, unfair, and a string of other bitter words. I listened, feeling both sad and determined to hold my ground. Before hanging up, Mark said threateningly, I'm going to tell everyone about this. You'll see what people think about your decision. The moment those words ended, I felt exhaustion surrounding me. I told him, Mark, you have the right to do that. But I didn't tell you because I knew you'd react exactly like this, thinking about what you're losing, not why you're losing it. The call ended with Mark slamming the phone down after calling me a terrible father. An accusation that might have hurt me deeply a few years ago, but now I just felt sad that my son still didn't understand that the most essential thing in a family isn't property. Over the next 3 days, our phone wouldn't stop ringing. Nicole, relatives, and longtime family friends want to tell us how wrong we were. Right after the first call, my heart beat faster when I saw Nicole's name on the phone screen. With a tearful voice, she accused me. Frank, how can you do this to a pregnant woman? We need a house for our baby. Then came a call from Martha, Linda's sister, who'd always favored Mark. She scolded me loudly, sharply. Frank, you can't treat your son like this. He's your son, about to be a father, and you refuse to help him? Do you know what people are saying? Longtime friends who didn't know the whole story also called to express disappointment. Joe, my close golf buddy, gently advised, Frank, I know Mark can be difficult sometimes, but family has to stick together. Can't you reconsider? Some even criticized us for changing the will without telling Mark. Howard, my former colleague, said annoyedly, at least you should have told him. Frank, changing a will in secret like that is not right. In the storm of criticism, Linda stood firmly beside me. With admirable calm, she answered every call with the same message. We love both our children, but this decision was carefully considered and we're not changing it. Still, there were a few friends who truly understood and supported us. After hearing the whole story, Sarah, Linda's best friend, gently said, "You did the right thing. Sometimes real love requires difficult decisions." Despite having supporters, I couldn't help but feel isolated and misunderstood. Night after night, I lay awake, wondering if I was being too harsh. Linda often found me sitting in the darkness of the living room, staring thoughtfully out the window. One night, she sat beside me, took my hand, and whispered, "Frank, you're not alone in this. We made this decision together and it's the right one." Those words gave me the strength to get through the difficult days ahead. When the storm of public opinion finally died, I realized something important. Everyone only saw the current situation, a father refusing to help his son have his first child, but no one understood the path that led us to this decision. Last Sunday, I met Emily at Joe's, the cafe we usually go to talk about what had happened, especially the will. When Emily walked into the cafe wearing a light blue jacket, I noticed the worry on her face, tense eyes, and a forced smile. When she sat across from me, Emily asked anxiously, "Dad, what's wrong?" With a deep breath, I told Emily about Mark's call, his request to move into our house, and his reaction when he learned about the will. When she heard about the will, Emily's eyes widened in shock. With a surprised voice, she exclaimed, "You guys left the house to me? Since when? Why didn't I know?" I explained that we changed the will after the fire, when we realized the difference between our two children and how Emily had helped us unconditionally. But instead of seeming happy, Emily shook her head with worry and said, "Dad, you shouldn't have done this because of me. Mark's my brother, and this will only tense things between us." Then Emily suggested something surprising. "I think you should split the estate equally between Mark and me. That would be fairer." Hearing those words, I felt proud of my daughter's maturity and generosity, but I needed her to understand the real reason behind our decision. With a gentle but firm voice, I explained, "Emily, this isn't about money or property. This is about recognizing who stood by us when we were in trouble. This isn't to punish Mark, but to acknowledge you, the person we failed to appreciate properly for too long." Right then, Emily's eyes filled with tears. With a choked voice, she confessed, "You know, Dad, my whole life I felt behind Mark. No matter how hard I tried, I wasn't the child you and Mom were proud of." That confession was like a knife to my heart. I'd never realized Emily had carried that pain for so many years. When Emily hugged me before leaving, she whispered, "Thank you for seeing me, Dad." At that moment, I knew I'd made the right decision, regardless of criticism from others. A week has passed since that fateful call, and my life has changed again, but I feel at peace with my decision this time. Mark still won't talk to us. Calls go straight to voicemail, and texts go unanswered. Nicole is due to give birth in 5 months, and I don't know if I'll get to meet my first grandchild right after birth. Emily still visits regularly, but now there's a change in our relationship. She's more open about her feelings and experiences, telling us about struggles she'd kept hidden for years. And we really listen, maybe for the first time. Looking back on this journey, I've learned an essential lesson about fairness in raising children. When we prioritize one child over another, we hurt the child left behind and create unrealistic expectations and bad habits in the favored child. I must admit that Mark became who he is partly because of how we raised him. We taught him to expect everything without effort, to receive without giving back. That's our responsibility, and now we must live with the consequences of those choices. However, I still believe time can heal everything. Mark may understand the joy and responsibility of being a father when the baby is born, which might change his perspective. If I could share advice with other parents, it would be, treat your children fairly. Love them for who they are, not what you want them to become. Most importantly, they should be taught that family love isn't something to be taken for granted, but needs to be nurtured through actions and sacrifice. Sitting in the backyard looking at the stars tonight, I wonder if I'm really a terrible father like Mark said. The night sky is clear, with thousands of stars twinkling above. The cool autumn air carries the scent of dry leaves and damp earth. This is my favorite time to reflect, when the world becomes quiet. As I thought deeply, Linda stepped onto the back porch, carrying 2 cups of hot tea. With a gentle smile, she sat in the chair beside me and handed me a cup. After a moment of silence, Linda gently asked, "You're still thinking about Mark, aren't you?" I nodded, sighed, and replied, "I don't know anymore. Maybe we were too harsh? After all, he's about to be a father." Linda looked at me with eyes both gentle and determined. She said to me, "Frank, we weren't harsh. We're just doing what we should have done long ago, treating our children fairly." When discussing the grandchild on the way, we both agreed that, despite disagreeing with Mark, we still want to be part of the child's life. We'll try to maintain a relationship with Mark and Nicole, though we know it won't be easy. My story ends here. I hope you'll learn many lessons through my story. And before I say goodbye, I want to ask you, am I a terrible father for refusing to help my son when he needed it? Was changing the will the right decision? What would you do if you were in my position? Share your thoughts in the comments. I really want to hear them. If this story touches your emotions, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like, and share this story. See you in the following stories.
My golden sister sent me a housewarming registry, a 70-inch TV, a luxury sofa, and $20,000 toward renovations. I said, "Dream on." She snapped, "Then you're not invited." So I stayed home. And what happened next had even our parents blaming her. When I first saw my sister Kylie's text, I thought it was one of those ridiculous memes she always sends. It just said, "Hey sis, here's our housewarming registry, can't wait to see what you pick." I didn't open it right away. I was at work, buried in emails, and honestly I rolled my eyes and assumed it was something lighthearted, maybe a little wish list on Amazon with a few kitchen things or a throw blanket. She and Sean had just moved into Grandma Dolores's house a few weeks before. That house had been sitting empty since the spring, and it still smelled like mothballs and lemon cleaner last I checked. But later that evening, after I poured myself a glass of wine, I remembered her message and finally clicked the link. I swear I sat there with my mouth open for a full minute. It wasn't a regular registry. It wasn't even a wish list. It was more like a corporate-level, meticulously organized, hyperlinked spreadsheet with categories labeled essential luxury and must-haves before the holidays. There were columns for item names, prices, preferred colors, and even expected delivery windows. It had everything from a $6,000 leather sectional to a $1,200 standing mixer in some custom metallic color. A designer floor lamp that cost more than my first car. And right in the middle of the spreadsheet between the kitchen and living room tabs was one labeled cash support. That's where I found it. Bolded. Highlighted. Suggested donation toward renovation fund. $20,000. And then the note underneath. "Amanda, we're counting on you for this one." I actually said nope out loud. I closed the laptop and sat back trying to process what the hell I just saw. This wasn't a wedding registry. This wasn't even a baby shower. This was Kylie and Sean moving into a house they got for free. And somehow I was expected to bankroll their HGTV fantasy? I should have ignored it. Let it sit. But I couldn't. I called her that night. She answered like nothing was weird. Started talking immediately about paint colors, the price of quartz countertops, and how she'd finally found the perfect chandelier for the foyer. I listened, biting my tongue, and then asked her directly if she was being serious with the registry. She said she was. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. Said that I always helped. That I had more than enough. And it was just money. That she and Sean were building their life, and needed support from people who care. I told her I wasn't sending $1. Not one. He didn't yell. She didn't cry. He just said flatly, "Then you're not invited." And hung up. I stared at my phone for a long time after that. Not because I was surprised. Honestly, Kylie's always had a streak of entitlement, but because it was the first time she'd been that blunt about it. Like I was some ATM with a sisterly nickname. The party was that Saturday. I stayed home. Didn't text. Didn't call. Didn't explain. Just sat on the couch, watched terrible reality TV and let it blow over. Around 7 p.m. my phone started buzzing. First my cousin Rachel. Then Aunt Jen. Then our mom. Kylie hadn't told them anything except that I bailed. Rachel said the mood shifted the moment people realized I wasn't there. Apparently, Kylie got snippy and started acting like the victim, said I'd abandoned the family moment. But I didn't owe anyone an explanation. Not anymore. 2 days later, I got a message from my dad. Simple. Kylie told us what happened. We need to talk. I braced for a lecture. But when I called, it was different this time. He was quiet, calm. And after I told him the whole story, there was a long pause. Then he said one thing that changed everything. This isn't the first time she's done something like this, is it? That's when I knew the tide was turning. And Kylie had no idea what was coming next. After that call with my dad, I had this strange feeling, like something in the air had shifted. It wasn't just that he believed me. It was the way he said it. Like maybe for the first time someone else was seeing Kylie the way I had for years. He asked how much she'd taken. Not just the $20,000 she casually asked for in the registry, the rest. I told him everything. The $3,000 emergency loan, last November when Sean supposedly got laid off. Never repaid. The time she used my credit card to buy essentials, and racked up $1,700 at Anthropology and a weekend spa resort. I had to cancel the card. I'd covered her rent twice back when she was figuring things out. That's not even counting the gifts, the trips, or the time I paid the deposit for her dog's surgery because she said he was like family. It added up. Easily close to 10 grand. He was quiet. Then he said, almost like to himself, "We should have seen this sooner." And just like that, the spell started breaking. The next day my mom called. I could tell she'd already spoken to my dad, because she didn't defend Kylie the way she usually did. Instead, she asked what really happened with the registry. I forwarded her the spreadsheet. 5 minutes later she texted back. Wow. That same day I got a message from Rachel. She said Kylie had asked her for $250, claiming the furnace might need to be replaced. Rachel didn't know what to do, but now that she saw the registry too, she was furious. Said she'd also lent Kylie money back in June, a few $100 to hold her over. And once that conversation started, the rest came fast. Aunt Jen had spotted her for $100. Uncle Greg said she asked for a loan to help with property taxes, even though the house was fully paid off. A neighbor painted her garage as a favor, expecting at least gas money. Nothing. Another friend sent me a screenshot where Kylie said she'd fallen behind on bills and needed help before Sean found out. She wasn't just borrowing. She was juggling. And I'll admit, once I realized the truth was coming out, I didn't stay quiet. I didn't blast her on social media. I didn't start fights. I just shared the facts. When people reached out, I showed them the same registry she'd sent me. I answered their questions without sugarcoating it. I told the truth, and that was enough. Kylie had always gotten away with this because no one compared notes. She isolated people. Made everyone think she was desperate, broke, alone. Meanwhile, she was living rent-free in a 2-story house, ordering $90 candles and custom curtains. She played the victim beautifully until someone said no. My parents sat her down that weekend. I wasn't there, but my mom told me how it went. She said Kylie tried to cry her way through it. Blamed Sean. Blamed stress. Said I was twisting everything. When they pushed harder, she started lashing out. Claimed they were taking my side like always. Which is hilarious considering I've spent years being the family fixer while she played the struggling little sister. That's when my mom said it. "We're not giving you another dollar." And then my dad added, "If you can't manage this house on your own, maybe you shouldn't be living in it." Kylie flipped. She called me that night and left a voicemail saying I'd ruined her. That I turned the family against her and destroyed everything. I didn't call back. But while she was busy spinning, she forgot something. Something I gave her 6 months ago. Something I had a receipt for. And I decided I was taking it back. 6 months ago, when Kylie moved into Grandma Dolores's house, she stood in the doorway acting like she just stepped into her own personal fairy tale. She called it their forever home, even though she didn't lift a finger to earn it. Just inherited it outright like some kind of reward for simply existing. I remember she hugged me tight that day. Said something like, "You always come through for me, Amanda. I don't know how I'd do this without you." And like an idiot, I smiled and handed her the housewarming gift I had lugged over with the delivery crew. A brand new washer and dryer set. Top of the line. Stainless steel. Digital touchscreen. Energy efficient. The works. I paid for installation and haul away. Cost me just over $2,200 with taxes. At the time I told myself it was a gesture of love. A practical gift. Something she truly needed. But now, after the registry, after the lies, the manipulation, the tantrum she threw when I refused to fund her fantasy home renovation, that washer and dryer felt like a mistake. One I could still fix. I went digging through my emails, found the invoice, called the appliance store and explained the situation. To my surprise, they said yes. Their policy allowed retrieval and store credit if the item was under warranty, in good condition, and purchased within the year. So I scheduled the pickup. 3 days later, I showed up with the delivery truck. Not out of spite but out of principle. She hadn't earned it, and I was done giving. When we pulled up, Kylie's car wasn't in the driveway, but Sean's was. He opened the door and just stared at me for a moment. He didn't even ask what I was doing. I told him calmly that the washer and dryer were still in my name. I had the receipt and the store had approved the pickup. He stepped aside without a word. The movers went in, disconnected everything, wrapped the cords, patted the units, and rolled them right out the door. I thought maybe Sean would get angry or ask me to reconsider. But instead, he sat down on the stairs and watched them carry it out like it was the end of something he'd been expecting for a while. As I was signing the paperwork outside, he stood in the doorway and said, "She told me you flipped out over nothing. But now that I've seen everything, I don't even know who I married." I didn't answer. There was nothing to say. The next morning, Kylie called me 4 times. I didn't pick up. Then she texted a long paragraph accusing me of publicly humiliating her and violating her space. Said I was making things worse between her and Sean. Claimed she was crying so hard she couldn't breathe. That I never truly supported her, and she always felt like I looked down on her. I didn't respond. She called our mom next. Same routine. Said I stole from her. My mom asked her if she'd paid for the appliances. Kylie said, "Well, that's not the point." But by then it was very much the point. Because it wasn't just about the washer and dryer anymore. This was the moment the illusion cracked. By the end of that week, Sean moved out. No drama, no fight. He just left. Took a duffel bag and his gaming console. Told my cousin, who lives a few blocks away, that he was going to stay with a friend for a bit, and needed space. Apparently, he'd had no idea how bad things had gotten. Financially, emotionally, everything. Kylie had been telling him she had support, that the family was helping them get settled. He never saw the full registry. I guess she only showed him the parts that made her look reasonable. But once he saw the full thing, he was done. The washer and dryer being gone was just the final straw. It wasn't just a loss of convenience, it was symbolic. That's what my cousin said. He told her, if Amanda's taking back gifts, there's more to this story. Then like dominoes, the rest started falling. Rachel asked for her money back. Kylie couldn't pay. Aunt Jen stopped replying to her texts. Uncle Greg left her on read. Our mom told her they wouldn't be giving her another cent. Dad said if she couldn't handle basic upkeep on the house, maybe she wasn't ready to own one. Kylie spiraled. She posted some passive-aggressive quote about betrayal from within your own bloodline on Facebook. Then deleted it an hour later. Probably because no one liked it. But while she was busy trying to control the damage, she forgot something else. Something she'd borrowed from me last year. Something I hadn't mentioned to anyone yet. And this time I wasn't just taking it back. I was going to make sure it cost her. There was still one thing Kylie had of mine. Something she probably assumed I'd either forgotten or forgiven. But I hadn't done either. Last year, she called me during a work meeting, borderline hysterical, saying her car had broken down and Sean couldn't get to work. Claimed the timing belt had snapped, the mechanic wouldn't release the car without full payment, and she didn't have the money. I remember stepping out into the hallway and wiring her $1,800 before even finishing my coffee. She promised to pay me back in 60 days. Said she just needed to get through this month. A year later, she hadn't paid a dime. When I brought it up months back, she acted confused. Said she thought it was a gift, since I never pushed her about it. She literally shrugged and said, "Oh my God, I totally forgot about that." I didn't forget. So I filed a small claims suit. Quietly. No threats, no dramatic warning call. I printed everything. The bank transfer, our text thread, the mechanic's invoice she forwarded to me. I organized it in a neat folder and dropped it off at the courthouse like I was mailing a birthday card. She was served on a Tuesday afternoon. I know because she left me 2 back-to-back voicemails. The first yelling, the second crying. She called me heartless. Said I had no clue what she was going through. That I was just like Mom, always holding money over people's heads. No apology. Just deflection. And then something happened that neither of us saw coming. I was on the phone with Rachel the next day. We weren't even talking about Kylie. I was venting about work when Rachel suddenly asked, "Did you hear Sean was at Aunt Jen's last night?" No, I hadn't. Apparently, he'd shown up to talk about the house. Not to gossip, he had questions. He was confused. Confused because, as Rachel put it, he thought the house was also in his name. He believed Kylie had added him to the deed right after the wedding. That's what she'd told him. But she hadn't. Grandma Dolores left the house to Kylie and only Kylie. And not only had she never added Sean to the deed, she'd also taken out a home equity line of credit behind his back. She told the bank it was for home improvements. She told Sean she didn't have any money. But she'd been sitting on nearly $50,000 from that loan. And here's where it got really messy. Sean found the paperwork by accident. He was going through mail one morning, saw a statement from the bank with a credit draw listed, and the loan wasn't in both their names. Just hers. That's when he checked the deed. He wasn't on it. At all. He was living in a house he thought was half his. He'd put money into it, paid for new gutters, landscaping, even a contractor for a bathroom quote. But legally it wasn't his house. And she'd never planned for it to be. He packed a duffel bag and left. Just like that. Kylie didn't even know he was gone until she came back from Target that afternoon and found his closet half empty. No note. Just silence. When she finally got a hold of him, he told her the truth. That he knew about the loan. That he knew about the lie. That he didn't trust her anymore. Then he hung up. She called me the next morning. I didn't pick up. She left a voicemail, her voice trembling, saying she never meant for this to go this far. That she was just overwhelmed, and she missed me. That everything was so complicated right now, but she needed her sister. Still no real apology. Just a half-baked attempt at guilt and nostalgia. And while I was sitting there staring at her missed call, thinking about whether I even wanted to hear what she had to say, I got another call. This time from a lawyer. Not mine. Grandma's. Apparently in her original will, not the one Kylie flaunted, there was a clause. A quiet little addendum no one had really paid attention to. It had been brushed aside during probate because the house was still left to Kylie. But now, given the loan and Kylie's current legal situation, the clause was being revisited. And it mentioned me. The call from Grandma Dolores's lawyer hit me like a brick. He introduced himself politely, said he was following up on something that had resurfaced. Apparently, now that Kylie had taken out a home equity loan, missed payments were starting to catch up with her. The bank was looking into the title again, and in doing so someone pulled the full estate file. That's when they found it. A clause buried in Grandma's original will. Not the final revision Kylie always waved around like a trophy, but the one before that. It was a fallback condition, written in if the heir proved financially irresponsible, indebted, or otherwise compromised the integrity of the estate. That clause named me as successor. Basically, if Kylie messed things up badly enough, the house wouldn't just stay hers. Could be transferred to me. It was rare, the lawyer said, but not impossible. And given the current situation, the bank had flagged it. I didn't even know how to respond. I just sat there on the phone in silence while he walked me through what that would mean. Kylie had taken out a $50,000 line of credit against a house she owned outright. She'd already missed one payment and was on the edge of default. If the bank foreclosed and saw the clause, and if I chose to pursue it, I could take the house. The same house she demanded $20,000 from me to renovate. The same house she lied about to her husband. The same house I gave her a washer and dryer for, and then took them back. Now it was potentially mine. The lawyer told me to think about it. He said I didn't have to act now, but the opportunity was real, and there was a legal path to enforce it if Kylie continued to default or attempt to sell without paying the loan back. I got off the phone and just sat there. I couldn't believe how fast everything had turned. Not just the money, not just the lies. The house. The one thing Kylie used to dangle over everyone's head. Her dream home. Her forever. I didn't call her. I didn't gloat. I didn't tell anyone except Rachel, who screamed into the phone when I told her. Meanwhile, Kylie was spiraling. After Sean officially filed for separation, she started posting cryptic things online. Song lyrics. Bible verses. Quotes about betrayal. Then came the GoFundMe. I'm not kidding. She actually made a GoFundMe. Said she was facing unexpected housing costs and rebuilding after family abandonment. The goal? $35,000. I sent it to our parents. My dad just replied with a single word. Unreal. Our mom tried to talk to her again. One last time. She told Kylie that she needed to stop pretending the world owed her something. That maybe this was the moment to step back and take responsibility. Kylie hung up on her mid-sentence. So here I was, sitting on a legal option to take her house, while she was begging strangers on the internet to pay for her irresponsibility. And yet, somehow she still didn't see the point. She texted me a week later. This time she did apologize. Sort of. Said she understood now that she might have overstepped, and that she missed having me in her life. I stared at the message for a while. Then I thought about the almost $10,000 I'd spent on her over the years. The holidays I'd covered. The furniture I'd helped her buy. The time I watched her dog for 3 weeks while she went to a yoga retreat. Then I thought about Grandma. How she always said, kindness isn't free. You pay for it with your time and your energy, and sometimes with your peace. And I realized I'd paid enough. But I wasn't going to destroy her. I wasn't going to take the house just to prove a point. I'd wait. Let her keep it for now. Because life was already unraveling faster than I could have planned. And I knew something she didn't. The loan repayment was due again in 11 days. and if she missed it, I'd be ready. 11 days later, I got the email I was half expecting. It was from the bank's legal department, Seehinji Grandma's estate lawyer. The subject line was clinical, delinquency notification, home equity loan property, 1147 South Maple. But the meaning hit hard. Kylie had missed her second payment. The grace period was over. The property was now at risk of default. And just like that, the clause kicked in. Grandma had always been sharp enough to see Kylie for who she was, even if she never said it out loud. That clause wasn't just there by accident. It was her way of giving me a quiet shield. A way to fix what Kylie might someday break. The lawyer walked me through the next steps. I had every legal right to pursue ownership of the house. Kylie couldn't block it, not after defaulting and pulling a loan against the property under false renovation claims. I thought about it for a full day. Then I filed the petition. It wasn't about revenge. It wasn't even about the house anymore. It was about the fact that Kylie had taken advantage of everyone, twisted every gift into a stepping stone for herself, and never once thought about what it cost the people around her. The day she got the official notice, she came straight to my door. I hadn't seen her in person in months. She looked different, tired, less polished. No fake lashes, no carefully planned outfit. Just a sweatshirt and old jeans. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She asked me if I was really going to take the house. I told her I didn't need to. The bank would do that for me. All I did was put my name back where Grandma wanted it to be. She stood there for a long time. Then she asked, "Is this really how it ends?" I told her no. This isn't the end. This is the result. A few weeks passed. The process moved faster than I expected. The house was now mine. Or rather, it would be in full within 90 days unless she came up with enough money to repay the loan. Which, given her GoFundMe was stuck at $670, wasn't happening. Her parents, our parents, made their position clear. They weren't giving her another cent. Aunt Jen blocked her. Rachel never spoke to her again after Kylie tried to guilt her into helping out just this once. And Sean, he didn't just leave her. He filed for divorce. No explanation, no back and forth. Just a signed packet delivered to her front step. Apparently, the lie about the house broke something he couldn't repair. But the surprise came at the very end. The same day the final transfer papers came through, I received a letter. Handwritten. It was from Kylie. 3 pages. No excuses. No manipulation. She admitted everything. The guilt, the lies, the money. She said she'd been selfish, arrogant, and blind. That she treated love like a transaction and only realized it when no one was left to pick up her pieces. She asked for one thing. A chance to rebuild something with me. Not money. Not help. Just time. I read it 3 times. I wanted to believe her. But here's the truth. I'd forgiven her too many times already. And while my parents were ready to give her a second chance, I wasn't. Not anymore. I'd keep the house. I'd keep my distance. And this time I'd keep my peace.
I'm Noah, 52, and I've always been the quiet guy in the family. The one who works hard, keeps his head down, and doesn't stir the pot. I run a small but successful construction company. And yes, I'm built like the work I do. Broad shoulders, big hands, a back that still carries years of hauling lumber and swinging hammers. People like to joke I look like a linebacker who wandered onto the wrong job site. I take it as a compliment. My daughter, Emily, is 27. She's my only kid, my pride and joy, and I'll admit I've spoiled her more than I probably should have. I paid for her college, bought her first car, and even put a down payment on the house she now shares with her fiancé, Matt. We've always been close. Sunday dinners, random phone calls just to chat, her stopping by the office to borrow tools she never returned. I thought we had the kind of bond where she could tell me anything, which is why what happened 2 months ago felt like a punch to the gut. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was at the shop, sorting invoices, when my phone lit up with Emily's name. I put it on speaker, my hands were full, and answered like I always do, "Hey kiddo." She didn't hear me at first. There was chatter on her end, muffled voices, and then clear as day, I heard another woman's voice, sharp, almost sneering, say, "Hope he's not coming to the wedding." No room for a man built like a truck sitting next to our family. Emily laughed. Not awkwardly, not in a "please don't say that" way. She actually laughed and said, "Your wish is my command." I froze. There was a pause on my end, and for a second I thought maybe I'd misheard. But then the other voice, her future mother-in-law, I recognized it, added something about how embarrassing it would be for the photos. Emily just chuckled again and said, "Don't worry, he won't be there." I don't remember much of what they said after that. I stood in my office, staring at the half-painted drywall I'd been meaning to finish for weeks, feeling like someone had taken a 2x4 to my chest. I didn't say a word. Not then. Not for the rest of the call. She eventually realized she'd pocket-dialed me, mumbled a quick hello, and when I answered with a neutral, "Yeah, I'm here," she acted like everything was normal. Told me about cake tastings and seating charts, like I hadn't just heard her laugh at the thought of me being excluded. I hung up, sat down at my desk, and just stared at my calloused hands for a long time. I've dealt with insults before, from clients, competitors, even strangers, but hearing it from my own daughter and laughing along with the woman who hadn't even been in our lives for 2 years, that cut deep. That night, I didn't sleep. My dog, Max, curled up at my feet, probably sensing something was wrong, but my mind kept replaying that phone call over and over. Every laugh, every word. No room for a man built like a truck. It wasn't about the chairs or the space. It was about me, who I was, what I looked like, what I represented. The next morning, I went through the motions, shower, coffee, work, but I felt hollow. At lunch, I drove out to the lake near my shop and just sat in my truck, staring at the water, trying to make sense of everything. Should I confront her? Should I let it slide? Part of me wanted to believe it was a misunderstanding, that maybe she was just joking along to keep the peace with her future in-laws. But that laugh, it wasn't nervous. It was easy, familiar. I didn't call her that day, or the next. I needed space to cool off. But the space just made the hurt sink in deeper. And then, as the week went on, I started getting texts from relatives about wedding plans, about where I'd be sitting, about hotel reservations. Each one was like salt in the wound. I kept imagining myself sitting there like some outsider, forced smile on my face, pretending everything was fine while her future in-laws whispered behind my back. And then, something in me shifted. If my presence was such a problem, maybe I'd give them exactly what they wanted, and see how they handled it when the one person who had quietly paid for half of this wedding wasn't there to foot the bill anymore. I didn't say anything out loud. Not yet. But I picked up my phone, scrolled through my contacts, and stared at 3 names for a long, long time. When I finally pressed call, my hands didn't shake. I didn't tell anyone about the phone call. Not my brother, not my crew at work, not even my best friend who I usually vent to when life gets messy. I just kept quiet and kept watching. There's a certain kind of silence that feels like it hums inside your chest, like the world is holding its breath with you. That was me for the next few weeks. Emily texted me the next morning about a florist meeting. She sent pictures of pastel roses, twinkly lights, little seating cards with everyone's names printed in delicate gold script. She even asked me for my favorite dessert so they could have it at the rehearsal dinner. I stared at that message for a long time, wondering if I was supposed to feel special, included, like maybe this was her way of balancing out what I'd heard. But when I looked closer at one of the photos she sent of the seating chart, my name was scribbled in pencil on the far corner table with +1 next to it, while Matt's entire family had their names inked in calligraphy near the head table. I didn't respond right away. When I finally did, it was a short, "looks nice." No emojis. No dad jokes. Just neutral. She didn't notice the difference, or she pretended not to. A few days later, she came by the shop unannounced. She hadn't done that in months, and for a split second, I felt relief. Maybe she wanted to talk things out. But the second she stepped in, I could tell she was on a mission. She had that overly bright tone she uses when she wants something. "Dad, I was thinking," she said, hopping up to sit on my workbench like she did when she was a teenager. "Would you mind covering the extra cost for the string quartet? Matt's mom thinks the DJ is a bit, I don't know, tacky." I kept my back to her, finishing up a piece of trim I'd been sanding. "How much extra?" I asked. "Only like $2,000. She said it so casually, like she was asking me to grab milk on my way home. It would just make everything feel more elegant, you know? I turned around and leaned against the bench. "Emily," I said slowly, "I already covered the venue, the catering deposit, and the photographer. You and Matt said you were taking care of the extras." She gave me this look, half pleading, half annoyed. "I know, Dad, but Matt's parents are paying for the bar upgrade, and I don't want them to think we're cheap." There it was again. Them. Her future in-laws. I didn't say no. I didn't say yes, either. I just told her I'd think about it, and she left looking slightly put out. That night, I didn't think about string quartets. I thought about the way she said them, and how I wasn't sure if I even belonged in the we she kept talking about anymore. The next weekend was the bridal shower. I wasn't invited, obviously, but my sister went and sent me pictures. Everyone was smiling, laughing, holding champagne flutes. There was one photo, Emily and her future mother-in-law arm in arm, grinning like lifelong best friends, and I swear I could hear that laugh from the phone call echoing in my head. The caption read, "My second mom," with a heart emoji. I put my phone face down and didn't look at it again for the rest of the day. But things really started to shift when my name came up in the family group chat. Matt's mom had apparently taken over organizing the rehearsal dinner and sent out a long message about formal attire required and limited seating. Someone, I think it was Matt's sister, replied, "What about Emily's dad?" Matt's mom wrote back, "Of course, but maybe he'd be more comfortable coming late, after dinner, for the toast?" I stared at that message until the screen dimmed. Nobody in the group defended me. Not Emily, not Matt, not even my sister. Later that night, Emily called me. She sounded nervous this time, like she knew how bad that message looked. "Dad, don't take it personally," she said quickly. "Momby just thinks it'll be less stressful for everyone if the seating is simple. You know how she is. She's just really particular about photos and symmetry and me?" I asked. There was a long pause. "Dad," she said, but her voice was thin, cautious, like she was afraid I might actually push back for once. I didn't. Not yet. I just said, "Sure, whatever you think is best." But after that call, I sat in my dark kitchen for a long time, my coffee gone cold in my hands. Max laid his head on my knee, sensing the storm brewing inside me. This wasn't just about a wedding anymore. This was about respect, or the lack of it. I started noticing other things too. I wasn't invited to go suit shopping with Matt's dad and brothers. When they sent out a group text about the guys getting together for cigars the night before the wedding, my phone stayed silent. The rehearsal dinner menu got changed without anyone asking me if I had preferences or allergies. At first, I told myself I was overreacting, that I was just being sensitive because of what I'd overheard. But then one afternoon, I stopped by Emily's house to drop off a tool set she'd borrowed, and Matt's mom's car was in the driveway. I almost didn't go in, but I figured maybe this was my chance to make peace. When I walked in, the conversation in the kitchen stopped dead. Emily gave me a quick smile, the kind you give a stranger you weren't expecting, and Matt's mom didn't even bother to hide the way her eyes flicked over me, head to toe, like she was sizing me up. "Oh," she said flatly. "Didn't realize you'd be stopping by." "It's my daughter's house," I said evenly. Emily jumped in quickly, a little too quickly. "We were just talking about the ceremony setup, Dad. Momby thinks we should move the arch to the center so it photographs better." I nodded slowly. "Sounds like you two have it handled." Matt's mom pursed her lips, clearly done with the conversation. "Well," she said, grabbing her purse, "I should get going. We still have to finalize the family seating." She looked right at Emily when she said it, like I wasn't even standing there. When she left, the silence was thick. I turned to Emily. "Do you even want me there?" I asked quietly. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out at first. "Of course I do, Dad," she finally said. "You're my father. I need everyone to get along, okay? Please don't make this harder." Harder. That word stuck with me all the way home. I didn't yell. I didn't slam doors. But that night, I opened my desk drawer and pulled out the wedding folder. Invoices, contracts, receipts. My handwriting was on every check. My name on every payment. And for the first time in weeks, I didn't feel sad. I felt steady. Because if they wanted to pretend I didn't matter, I could show them exactly what that looked like. 2 weeks before the wedding, I was just starting to make peace with the idea that I'd be treated like some kind of background extra. Not happy about it, just resigned. I'd been quiet, calm, going through the motions, waiting to see how things would play out. Then came the Sunday dinner that snapped whatever thread was holding me back. Emily had invited me over for a final planning dinner with her and Matt. I figured this was my chance to at least feel included, maybe talk through some logistics, get the rundown of where I was supposed to be and when. I even stopped at the bakery and picked up her favorite cinnamon coffee cake, trying to remind myself that she was still my kid and I loved her, even if this whole wedding process had turned into a circus. When I walked in, the first thing I noticed was how polished everything looked. Candles on the table, fancy charcuterie board laid out, wine breathing in a decanter. And sitting at the table with Matt, and Emily was Matt's mom. "Oh, Noah," she said with mock surprise, like I was a +1 who'd shown up uninvited. Didn't know you were coming tonight. Emily smiled nervously. I told you, Mom B. Dad was coming for dinner. Her smile didn't reach her eyes, and for some reason, that made my stomach tighten. I put the cake down and took a seat. For a few minutes, things were polite. Small talk about the weather, work, the neighbor's dog that kept digging up their flower beds. Then Matt cleared his throat and pulled out a stack of papers. So, he said, glancing at Emily like they'd rehearsed this, we've been looking over the wedding expenses, and we wanted to go over a few things with you. I felt my jaw tighten but nodded. Sure, I said evenly. He started flipping through the stack, reading line items aloud like an accountant. Venue, catering, photography, florals. Then he slid one page across the table toward me. We were hoping you could cover these last few items, he said. It just makes more sense since you're, more financially stable. I looked down at the paper. It wasn't a small list. It was thousands of dollars in extras, upgraded chairs, a champagne fountain, a horse-drawn carriage for Emily's entrance. I let the silence hang for a moment, then looked up. You already asked me for money for the quartet, I said quietly. Now this. Matt shifted in his seat, but it was Matt's mom who jumped in before Emily could answer. It's really just about making sure Emily has the wedding she deserves, she said, her voice sickly sweet. And honestly, it's not that much when you consider what people will think if things look, well, cheap. Cheap. That word burned hotter than I expected. I turned to Emily. Is this what you wanted to talk about tonight? She hesitated, then nodded. Dad, I just want everything to be perfect. And Matt's parents have already done so much. I thought. You thought I'd just keep writing checks. I finished for her. The room went quiet. And then Matt's mom, God bless her for having no sense of timing, leaned forward and said, it's not just about money, no? We were also thinking about the processional. You walking Emily down the aisle might make things uneven. Visually, I mean. Matt's father is very tall, and I felt something in me snap. You don't want me to walk my own daughter down the aisle? My voice was calm, too calm. Emily looked horrified. No, Dad, that's not what she meant. Yes, it is, I said, still looking at Matt's mom. That's exactly what she meant. Matt's mom didn't even flinch. It's about the photos, she said simply. The symmetry matters. I pushed my chair back and stood up so fast it scraped the hardwood. Max, who'd been lying by the door, jumped to his feet, sensing the shift in the air. Emily reached out like she wanted me to sit back down. Dad, please. No, I said, my voice low but steady. You've made it pretty clear where I stand in all of this. Or rather, where I don't stand. Matt tried to smooth things over. Noah, come on, we're just trying to make this day special. For who? I asked sharply. Because from where I'm standing, it feels like I'm just the wallet you pull out when you need to upgrade the centerpieces. Emily's eyes filled with tears, but I couldn't stop. Not now. You know what hurts the most? I said, looking right at her. It's not that they don't like me. People don't have to like me. It's that you laughed. You heard them tear me down, and you laughed. And now you're sitting here asking me to pay for a carriage while you talk about replacing me in the one moment a father is supposed to have. The silence after that was deafening. I grabbed my jacket, called for Max, and walked out. Nobody followed me. When I got home, I didn't pour myself a drink or turn on the TV. I sat at my kitchen table, pulled out my phone, and opened the folder of wedding contracts again. And that was when I made the 3 calls that would change everything. The drive home that night was quiet except for Max's heavy breathing in the back seat and the occasional hum of tires over uneven asphalt. I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't call anyone. I just let the silence fill the cab, thinking about every word I'd just heard at that dinner table. The farther I got from Emily's house, the heavier my chest felt, like someone had tied a weight to my ribs and let it drag me under. By the time I pulled into my driveway, it was dark. My porch light flicked on automatically, casting a pale glow over the front steps, but I didn't get out right away. I just sat there gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. I could still see Emily's face in my mind, the way her lips trembled when I called her out, the quick flicker of guilt before she looked away. I'd seen that look before, when she was 5 and tried to hide the broken vase behind the couch. Back then, I'd knelt down, taken her tiny hands in mine, and told her she could always tell me the truth, that I'd always be there. And now? Now she was hiding something bigger, not a broken vase, but a broken bond. And she wasn't 5 anymore. She was a grown woman making choices, And those choices didn't include me. I eventually went inside, let Max out back, and sat at the kitchen table with the folder of wedding contracts spread out like a crime scene file. Every receipt, every payment, every agreement had my name on it, my pen strokes, my signature, my hard-earned money behind it. I thought about how many late nights I'd worked, how many weekends I'd skipped fishing trips to finish jobs. Also, she could have a day that now apparently didn't even have room for me. I barely slept that night. When I did, my dreams were strange, jumbled things. Flashes of Emily in a white dress walking down the aisle with Matt's father, my chair at the reception empty, people whispering and glancing at me like I didn't belong there. I woke up sweating, staring at the ceiling, Max's head resting on my arm like he knew I was unraveling. The next morning, I went through the motions at work, but my guys noticed something was off. I'm not usually the type to snap at people, but when one of the apprentices dropped a hammer and dented a cabinet, I barked at him so sharply the whole shop went silent. I apologized immediately, but the damage was done. They kept their distance the rest of the day, glancing at me like I was a ticking time bomb. When lunch rolled around, I didn't go out with the crew like I usually do. Instead, I drove to the lake again, parked in the same spot as before, and stared at the water until the world blurred around the edges. I wasn't angry anymore. Not exactly. Just hollow. For a few days, that's how it went. Work, home, sleep, or at least trying to. Emily texted me a few times, light little messages about caterer tastings and hair trials, as if nothing had happened. I didn't reply right away, and when I finally did, my responses were short, clipped. I could tell she noticed because her texts started coming less and less often. Then one night, about a week later, my sister called. She never calls unless something is wrong. "You okay?" she asked cautiously. "Yeah," I lied. "You don't sound okay." I hesitated. "Just tired." There was a pause. Then she said softly, "Emily told me about dinner. She said you left upset." "Upset?" I repeated flatly, staring at the ceiling. "She's worried you won't come to the wedding." I let out a humorless laugh. "Is she?" "Noah, I'm not having this conversation right now," I said, maybe sharper than I meant to. "Good night." I hung up before she could respond. After that, I started avoiding everyone. No Sunday dinners. No group chats. No answering the phone unless it was about work. I threw myself into my business, taking every extra job I could, staying late at the shop, coming home so tired I barely had the energy to make a sandwich before bed. But the thing about avoidance is that it doesn't actually fix anything. It just gives the problem room to grow. One night, I was in my office going over invoices when Max patted in and dropped a tennis ball at my feet. He hadn't done that in weeks. I stared at it for a long time before I picked it up and followed him outside. We played fetch until the stars came out, until my shoulders loosened for the first time in days. And standing there in the quiet night air, watching Max chase the ball with everything he had, something shifted. I realized I didn't want to feel like this anymore. Powerless. Invisible. That's when I started thinking about those 3 calls I'd made the night of the dinner. At first, it had been pure impulse, a way to feel like I had some control, even if it was just symbolic. But the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel less like impulse and more like strategy. I began reviewing the contracts line by line, highlighting clauses, making notes. I called the venue under the pretense of confirming guest counts and asked a few careful questions about refund policies. I checked the payment schedule for the caterer, noticed the final payment was due just 3 days before the wedding. I wasn't rushing. I wasn't even sure yet what I was going to do. But for the first time since that phone call in my shop, I felt steady, like the ground under me wasn't shifting anymore. A few days later, Emily sent out an updated seating chart in the group chat. My name was still penciled in at the far table, and this time there was no +1 next to it. Just my name. Alone. I stared at that chart for a long time, and then I smiled. Not the kind of smile you give when something's funny, but the kind you give when a puzzle piece finally clicks into place. Because I finally knew exactly what I was going to do. Once I knew what I was going to do, the heaviness I'd been carrying around for weeks started to lift. It wasn't gone completely. There was still hurt, still disappointment, but it was different now. Controlled. Focused. Like I'd finally put all the scattered pieces of this situation into some kind of order. And, strangely enough, once that mental shift happened, the rest of my life started falling into place too. At the shop, my guys noticed it first. I wasn't snapping anymore. I wasn't distracted, staring off into space like a man replaying the same argument in his head. Instead, I was back to cracking jokes, jumping in to help finish projects, even buying lunch for everyone one Friday, just because. We landed a big remodeling job with a client I'd been chasing for months, and I threw myself into it, spending hours at the site making sure everything was perfect. It felt good, better than good, to be building something I had full control over, something that wouldn't suddenly turn on me or push me out. In the evenings, I started taking Max for long walks again. We'd go past the lake, down old dirt roads where the air smelled like pine and wet earth. I'd use those walks to think, to plan, to rehearse conversations I might need to have. By the time we got home, I'd usually have a new idea or step to add to the growing plan in my head. I made a list, not just of the vendors and contracts, but of everything I'd done for Emily leading up to this wedding. The house down payment, the car, the tuition payments, the savings bonds I'd given her every birthday since she was 5. I wasn't planning to throw it in her face. This wasn't about guilt-tripping her. This was about reminding myself of the role I'd played, the support I'd given. I needed to see it all laid out so I wouldn't forget that I wasn't some peripheral figure. I had been there every step of the way, and I wasn't going to be erased that easily. Then I started making calls. Calm, friendly, professional calls. First was the venue. The woman who managed it knew me by name at this point. I told her I was confirming some details, asked about the refund schedule, just in case there were last-minute changes. She told me I was still the primary contact on the account, not Emily, not Matt, which meant every major decision ran through me. I thanked her, asked her to email me copies of the signed agreements, and hung up feeling something I hadn't felt in weeks: control. Next was the caterer. Same story. I was the primary payer, which meant final decisions, including menu changes, needed my approval. The photographer, the florist, the rental company, all the same. My name was on every contract. I didn't cancel anything. Not yet. But I made sure every single vendor knew that any changes needed to be run past me directly. That way, if Matt's mom decided to swap out half the decor again or add more upgrades, they wouldn't go behind my back. It wasn't just about money, though. I also started rebuilding my relationships, carefully. I called my sister and asked her to come by for dinner. We grilled steaks in the backyard, drank a couple of beers, and for the first time in weeks, I told her the whole story. The overheard phone call, the seating chart, the dinner where Matt's mom tried to edge me out of walking my own daughter down the aisle. My sister listened without interrupting, just nodding slowly, her face darkening. When I finished, she sat back and said, "Okay, yeah, I get it now. It's not about the money," I said quietly. "I know." She laughed, when her future mother-in-law said I shouldn't come. She laughed. That was when my sister put her hand over mine and said, "Then it's time you stop making this easy for them." I nodded. That's the plan. After that conversation, I felt lighter. Not happy exactly, but resolved. My sister promised to keep what I told her to herself, and I believed her. She'd always been good at keeping my confidence. Over the next few days, I started showing up a little less like the man who'd been beaten down and a little more like the father who'd built his own business from nothing. When Emily called, I answered, but I kept my tone calm, measured. If she asked me about something wedding-related, I told her I'd take care of it, no hesitation. She seemed relieved, maybe even thought I was finally coming around. But I wasn't coming around. I was getting ready. I scheduled a quiet meeting with the venue manager. No one knew about it but me. We went over the contracts line by line, and I asked questions that made her raise an eyebrow. Refund deadlines, transfer policies, what would happen if a major payer pulled out just before the event? She didn't pry, probably thought I was just being thorough, but by the time I left, I had everything I needed in writing. I did the same with the caterer and the rental company. Every one of them assured me that as long as I acted before a certain date, I could make whatever adjustments I wanted, including reducing the headcount or canceling outright. Meanwhile, Emily kept sending little updates, dress fittings, hair trial photos, the cake topper she'd picked out. I told her they looked great, kept my responses short but polite. I think she mistook my calm for forgiveness. And maybe part of me wanted her to. Because when the time came, I didn't want anyone to say I'd been rash or vindictive. I wanted it to be clear that I'd given them every chance to make this right, that they had every opportunity to treat me with even a shred of respect. 1 week before the wedding, Matt's mom posted a message in the family group chat about the rehearsal dinner. Formal attire, no jeans, no exceptions, she wrote. Then, as if she couldn't help herself, she added, let's keep this classy. For the first time in weeks, I laughed. A real, genuine laugh. Because by then, my plan was already in motion. Once I decided this wasn't just about hurt feelings, but about setting a boundary they couldn't ignore, everything clicked into place. This wasn't revenge out of spite. It was a correction, a course adjustment, a way to remind everyone, including Emily, of who I was and what I'd done for her. The first thing I did was double-check every contract one last time. I spread them all out on my dining table late one night. Venue, catering, rentals, photographer, and took a red pen to them like I was grading a test. Every line that put me in control got a star. Every deadline, a circle. When I finished, I realized something that made me sit back and grin. I held all the cards. Literally. Emily and Matt had been treating me like a guest in their big production, but legally, on paper, I was still the one pulling the strings. If I said the caterer wasn't serving lobster rolls, they weren't. If I said the rental company wasn't delivering gold Chiavari chairs, they weren't. If I said the wedding wasn't happening at that venue on that date, well, it wasn't. I didn't intend to ruin her wedding, not at first. But I wanted her to understand that you can't erase someone from your life and still expect them to bankroll it. The next step was timing. I knew I couldn't wait too long or it would be too late to make changes. But I also couldn't do it too early. It needed to be close enough to the wedding that the impact would actually be felt. Too much notice and Matt's mom might have time to swoop in and save the day. I settled on 3 days before the wedding. Enough time to act decisively, but not enough time for them to completely rearrange everything without massive stress and expense. With the date in mind, I got to work shoring up my position. I visited the venue manager again, this time in person. I asked to see the event calendar for that weekend. Not just Emily's wedding, but all the bookings. There were 2 other weddings scheduled on the same day, meaning if ours canceled, there was a good chance someone else would grab the spot instantly. The manager confirmed that if we canceled, the venue wouldn't hold the slot. It would go to whoever paid first. Would you like me to put a soft hold on another date, just in case? She asked casually. Yes, I said, surprising even myself with how steady my voice was. Go ahead and do that. Something small, maybe late summer. She typed a few things into the computer, then smiled. All set. No deposit yet. Just let us know if you'd like to convert it. As I left the venue, I felt a strange calm settle over me. This wasn't chaos anymore. It was order. Next was the caterer. I called the owner directly, a guy named Frank I'd worked with on company events before, and asked what would happen if we cut the guest list by half. He told me it was possible, though we'd lose part of the deposit. Does that include the upgraded menu Matt requested? I asked. Yes, Frank said. But we can downgrade it to your original package, no problem. Good to know, I said. Then, casually, I asked if they had any big events that same weekend they might be able to prioritize if ours fell through. As a matter of fact, Frank said, we've got a corporate retreat on standby looking for a full-service caterer that Saturday. If you guys don't go through with it, we'd take them instead. Perfect, I said, making a mental note. By this point, I was starting to enjoy myself, not in a malicious way, but in the way you enjoy finally taking control of something that's been spinning out for too long. Then came the financial part. I went to my bank, sat down with my advisor, and asked about temporarily freezing transfers from my personal account to Emily's joint account. He raised an eyebrow but said yes, as long as there was no automatic withdrawal attached. I made sure there wasn't. Then I asked him to print out a detailed statement showing every payment I'd made toward the wedding so far, every deposit, every check. I wanted it all in one neat, organized packet. He handed me a folder by the end of the meeting, and I slid it into my truck's glove compartment like it was a secret weapon. 2 nights before the wedding, I got an unexpected call from Matt's dad. Noah, he said, his voice overly cheerful. Just wanted to check in and make sure you've got the suit sorted for Saturday. Don't want any last-minute hiccups. Suit's fine, I said evenly. Good, he said. And listen, I know there was some tension, but I think we're all on the same page now. It's going to be a beautiful day. Sure, I said, my tone giving nothing away. He hesitated, then chuckled awkwardly. I know my wife can be a bit particular, but she means well. She just wants what's best for Matt. For Matt, I repeated. Right, he said quickly. Anyway, see you Saturday. When I hung up, I just sat there in my truck for a minute, staring at the dashboard. For Matt. That was the whole problem, wasn't it? Everything was for Matt's family, for the picture-perfect in-law dynamic they wanted. Nobody had asked what was best for Emily's father. And by then, it didn't matter. Because I was ready. I had the contracts. I had the financials. I had the timing. And when the morning of my chosen day rolled around, I woke up before sunrise, brewed a strong cup of coffee, and sat at my kitchen table with Max at my feet. I looked at the folder of documents, at the list I'd made, and felt something I hadn't felt in months: peace. It was time to make the first move. The morning of my chosen day dawned bright and cool, the kind of morning that almost feels like it's daring you to make something of it. I drank my coffee slowly, letting the quiet of the house settle around me. Max paced near the door like he could sense something was coming, some big shift, and maybe he was right. By 8 a.m., I had everything laid out on the kitchen table: contracts, bank statements, my handwritten notes. It almost looked like I was about to teach a class on Wedding Planning 101. I double-checked my watch, took a deep breath, and made the first call. The venue manager answered on the second ring. "This is Noah," I said evenly. "I need to make some changes to our event on Saturday." She paused. "Of course, what kind of changes?" I explained that I would be reducing the headcount by a significant margin, nearly half. When she asked if I was sure, I calmly confirmed. Then I asked her to move the final payment deadline forward to that very day and copy me on the updated invoice. "Are you expecting someone else to handle payment?" she asked delicately. "Yes," I said simply. "But if it's not handled today, cancel the event and release the date to the next party in line." There was another pause. Then she said, "Understood. We'll send the updated documents within the hour." When I hung up, I didn't feel guilt. I felt clarity. Next was the caterer. I called Frank directly and told him the same thing. Guest list cut in half. Menu reverted to the original package. He hesitated, probably calculating how much food he wouldn't have to buy, then cheerfully agreed. "That'll free up my Saturday evening a bit," he said. "You want me to hold the extra staff in case you change your mind?" "No need," I said. "I doubt we'll need more than what's already booked." I could practically hear him shrug before he promised to send me the adjusted bill. Then came the photographer. I told her we'd be reducing her hours of coverage to just the ceremony and a handful of portraits. She sounded surprised but not upset. Less work for her, after all. By the time I was done, I'd effectively stripped the wedding back down to the bones. It was still happening, technically, but it wasn't the overblown spectacle Matt's mom had been orchestrating for months. The lavish dinner? Gone. The extended reception with hours of dancing? Trimmed down. The fancy upgrades? Canceled. And most importantly, every vendor now had a paper trail showing that I was the decision maker, and that payment would need to come through me or be canceled altogether. I could have stopped there. I'd already sent a pretty clear message. But then my phone buzzed. It was a group chat message from Matt's mom. "Reminder to everyone. Formal attire required for rehearsal tonight. Please be on time. We're starting promptly at 6. Not a word to me directly. No acknowledgement. No olive branch. I stared at that message for a long moment, then opened a new one, just for Emily. "Need to talk. Come by the shop." She replied almost instantly. "Everything okay?" "Just come by," I wrote back. An hour later, she pulled into the lot, looking a little nervous. She stepped into the shop, her hair pulled back, wearing one of Matt's sweatshirts. For a moment, she looked like my kid again, the one who used to sit on that very workbench swinging her legs while I taught her how to sand a piece of pine. "Dad," she said cautiously. I gestured toward the office. "Sit." When she sat down, I slid the folder of documents across the desk. "That's everything I've paid for so far," I said. She opened the folder, her eyes scanning the statements, then flicking up to me. "Dad, what is this?" "That," I said evenly, "is the wedding as it exists because of me. Every deposit, every signature, every contract with my name on it. And this morning, I made some changes." Her eyebrows knitted. "What do you mean, changes?" I cut the guest list, canceled the upgrades, reduced the catering order, and I told the venue that if the final payment isn't handled today, the date gets released to someone else. She went pale. You can't just." "Yes," I said calmly. "I can." And I did. For a moment, she just stared at me, her mouth opening and closing like she was trying to find words. "Why would you do this?" she finally asked, her voice breaking. I leaned back in my chair. "Because somewhere along the way, Emily, You decided I was good enough to pay for this wedding, but not good enough to actually be part of it. You let them talk about me like I was some embarrassment, and you laughed. You sat there while they tried to take away the one thing I was supposed to do, walk you down the aisle, and you said nothing. You let them turn me into a bystander at my own daughter's wedding. Tears welled in her eyes. I didn't mean. Yes, you did, I said gently but firmly. And now, you get to decide what happens next. If you want this wedding to go on the way you planned, you and Matt will have to step up and handle it from here. Pay the balances. Re-add the extras if you want them. Or you can leave it as is and have something smaller. Simpler. Something you actually control. She sat there in stunned silence, staring at the folder. I'm not doing this to punish you, I said after a moment. I'm doing this because I will not let anyone treat me like a checkbook with legs. I love you, Emily. I always will. But I won't be invisible at your wedding. She nodded slowly, blinking back tears. I need to talk to Matt, she whispered. Do that, I said, standing up. She took the folder with her when she left, clutching it like a lifeline. That night, I didn't go to the rehearsal dinner. I didn't even check my phone. Instead, I sat on the back porch with Max, watching the sun go down, feeling something I hadn't felt in months, calm. Because no matter what happened next, I'd taken back my place in this story. The morning of the wedding came with a quiet I wasn't expecting. No frantic texts. No last-minute calls begging me to rush over. Just the sound of my coffee maker bubbling and Max thumping his tail against the kitchen floor like it was any other Saturday. I didn't put on my suit right away. I sat at the table in jeans and a flannel, staring at my phone, wondering if Emily would call. Part of me hoped she would. Part of me hoped she wouldn't, because if she didn't, that meant my message had landed. Around 9, there was a single text. From Emily. Ceremony at 2. Would like you to be there. Please. No emojis. No extra words. Just that. I looked at it for a long moment, then set the phone down and went to shower. When I arrived at the venue, I was the last one there. The parking lot was only half full, which immediately told me something had changed, dramatically. When I walked inside, it was like stepping into a completely different event. The over-the-top floral arches were gone, replaced with simple arrangements of greenery. The gold chairs had been swapped for plain white ones. The guest tables were fewer, closer together, and instead of towering centerpieces, there were small candles flickering in glass jars. It wasn't fancy, but it was beautiful, intimate, even. Emily was waiting for me near the back of the room. She was already in her dress, her hair pinned up, looking like the kid I used to walk to the school bus stop, only all grown up. Dad, she said, her voice small. I just stood there, taking her in. You did all this? I asked. She nodded. After we talked, I called everyone and told them we were scaling back. Matt was furious at first, but he came around. We paid the balances ourselves. Mombi tried to argue, but I told her this was my wedding, not hers. I raised an eyebrow, and she took that well. A faint smile touched Emily's lips. She said if she wasn't going to get the wedding she wanted, she wasn't coming. So, she gestured toward the mostly empty front row where Matt's dad sat looking uncomfortable and very much alone. Wow, I said softly. She made her choice, Emily said, her voice stronger now. But so did I. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Then she stepped closer, her eyes shining. Will you still walk me down the aisle? I felt my throat tighten, but I nodded. Yeah, kiddo, I will. When the ceremony started, it was nothing like the extravagant event Matt's mom had been planning. There were maybe 50 people instead of 150. The music was simple, just a single violinist instead of a quartet. But when Emily took my arm and we started down the aisle, I realized it didn't matter. Everyone was watching. Not in the judgmental, whisper behind their hands way I'd been dreading. Just watching. Respectfully. Like we belonged there. At the altar, Matt looked nervous but grateful. He reached out and shook my hand before I placed Emily's hand in his, something that might have been small to everyone else, but meant the world to me. The ceremony itself was short and heartfelt. No long speeches, no theatrics. When it was over, we all moved to the reception area, where the scaled-back dinner felt more like a family gathering than a spectacle. People actually talked to each other instead of just taking photos for Instagram. At one point during the meal, Matt's dad came over and cleared his throat. Noah, he said stiffly, I owe you an apology. We should have handled things differently. I looked him in the eye for a long moment, then nodded. Yes, you should have. He seemed like he wanted to say more, but then just nodded and walked away. That was fine with me. Later that night, as the music played softly and people started dancing, Emily came over and sat beside me. "I know I hurt you," she said quietly. "I can't take that back. But I want you to know I chose this. Not because you forced me to, but because I realized I'd been letting other people decide what mattered to me. And I don't want that anymore." I put my hand over hers. "Good," I said. "Because today, this was you, not them. And it was perfect." She smiled then, a real smile, the kind that crinkled her nose like when she was a little girl. "Thanks, Dad." We sat there for a while, just listening to the music. At one point, Matt's dad got up to dance with his wife. Oh wait, no, she wasn't there. He just sat awkwardly nursing his drink while people whispered, and I'll admit, there was a part of me that enjoyed watching him squirm. Actions have consequences. But the best moment came right at the end of the night. As everyone was packing up, Emily came over with the bouquet in her hand and held it out to me. "I want you to have this," she said softly. I looked at it for a long moment before taking it. "I'll keep it," I said, my voice catching just a little. "To remember today by." When I left the venue, I didn't feel like the man who had been sidelined and humiliated weeks earlier. I felt like a father again, like someone who had reclaimed his place without raising his voice or slamming a single door. As I loaded Max into the truck and started the engine, I glanced back at the venue one last time. The lights were glowing warm against the dark sky, laughter spilling faintly into the night. And for the first time in months, I drove home with a smile that wasn't forced. Because I hadn't just gotten my seat at the table back. I'd made sure it was one they'd never try to take away again. I turned 29 and got a text from Mom. "Hope you had cake or something." No call. No visit. A week later, she sent another. "We're throwing Dad's retirement party. $3,500 per person. Venmo me." I was invited, but only his wallet. No one mentioned my birthday. No one asked how I was. I didn't respond. I, 29M, stared at my phone screen, reading Mom's text for the 10th time. The casual dismissal of my birthday still stung, but it was the follow-up message that really got to me. $3,500 per person, like I was some kind of ATM with legs. The thing is, this wasn't new. I'd been the family bank for years, ever since I landed my job in tech. Every family emergency, every vacation, every celebration somehow required my financial contribution. But this felt different, more brazen, more insulting. I sat in my empty apartment, surrounded by the silence that had become my 29th birthday. No calls, no visits, just Mom's afterthought text and the expectation that I'd fund Dad's retirement party like some anonymous benefactor. The irony wasn't lost on me. Dad was retiring from his six-figure job, and somehow I was expected to foot the bill for his celebration. Meanwhile, my own milestone birthday had been acknowledged with all the enthusiasm of a grocery list reminder. I decided not to respond to the Venmo request. For the first time in years, I was going to let them figure it out themselves. 3 days passed before my phone started buzzing. Mom called twice, then my sister, then my brother. I let them all go to voicemail. When I finally listened to the messages, the progression was predictable. Confusion, then irritation, then barely contained anger about my lack of response. My sister's message was particularly revealing. She asked why I was being so difficult about Dad's party, reminding me that family comes first. She mentioned how disappointed everyone was that I hadn't even acknowledged the invitation. Not once did she mention my birthday. Not once did she ask if I was okay. That's when I realized something that had been building for years. I wasn't actually part of this family. I was a resource, a convenient source of funding for their plans and dreams, but not someone whose own milestones mattered. The plan formed slowly, like a photograph developing in a darkroom. If they wanted to treat me like a bank, I'd show them what happens when the bank closes. I started with the basics. Over the next week, I quietly documented every financial request they'd made over the past 5 years. The spreadsheet grew longer than I expected. Vacations, car repairs, medical bills, home renovations, my brother's wedding, my sister's business startup. The total was staggering. Nearly $60,000. And that was just what I could remember and verify through my bank records. Next, I did something I'd never done before. I calculated interest. Not loan shark rates, just standard personal loan interest that any bank would charge. The number made me dizzy. They owed me over $75,000. But I wasn't planning to collect money. I had something else in mind. I created a group text with all of them. Mom, Dad, my sister, and my brother. Then I typed out a message that had been brewing in my mind for days. I told them I'd been thinking about Dad's retirement party and realized I needed to be more financially responsible. I mentioned that I'd been reviewing my expenses and discovered I'd been quite generous with family over the years. I said I was implementing some changes to my personal budget. The responses came quickly. Mom wanted to know what I meant. Dad asked if there was a problem. My sister demanded clarification. I waited a full day before responding. Then I sent the spreadsheet. Every loan, every payment, every time I'd covered their expenses, all itemized, dated, and totaled. I explained that while I'd never expected repayment before, my financial advisor had suggested I needed to treat family loans more professionally going forward. I told them I was restructuring all outstanding debts into formal loan agreements with standard interest rates and payment plans. I said I'd be happy to attend Dad's retirement party once my current outstanding loans were addressed. The silence that followed was deafening. 3 days later, my phone exploded. Everyone was calling at once. The messages ranged from hurt to angry to desperate. Mom accused me of being petty and vindictive. Dad said I was embarrassing the family. My sister called me selfish. My brother tried a different approach, suggesting we talk it through like adults. I responded to each of them the same way. I told them I was simply applying the same standards to family relationships that they'd taught me. I reminded them that when they needed money, it was always urgent and important. I explained that my financial stability was equally important, and I needed to protect it. The really satisfying part was watching them scramble. Suddenly, they were all very interested in talking to me. They wanted to meet for coffee, to have family dinners, to work things out. The attention I'd craved for years was finally flowing. But now it felt hollow because I knew what motivated it. Dad's retirement party date was approaching, and I could see the panic setting in. My brother called to tell me they'd decided to scale back the celebration. Instead of the expensive venue and catered affair, they were thinking about something more modest. He asked if I might reconsider contributing to the smaller event. I told him I'd be happy to attend any celebration they planned, but my policy on loans hadn't changed. If they wanted my financial participation, they needed to address the existing debt first. That's when things got interesting. My sister called the next day with a proposal. She offered to pay back $5,000 immediately if I'd contribute to the party and forget about the rest. When I declined, she accused me of holding the family hostage over money. I reminded her that I'd never held anyone hostage. I'd simply stopped being an unlimited source of funding. If that felt like hostage-taking, maybe they needed to examine their expectations. The breakthrough came when my brother showed up at my apartment unannounced. He looked uncomfortable, shifting from foot to foot as he asked if we could talk. I invited him in, curious about this new approach. He sat on my couch and, for the first time in years, asked how I was doing. Really doing. Not as a prelude to a financial request, but like he actually cared about the answer. I told him about my birthday. About sitting alone in my apartment, reading Mom's dismissive text while they were probably planning Dad's elaborate party. About feeling like a walking ATM instead of a son and brother. He was quiet for a long time. Then he admitted something that surprised me. He said they'd all gotten so used to my help that they'd stopped seeing me as a person with my own needs and feelings. He said my birthday had fallen through the cracks because they'd been so focused on party planning, but he realized that wasn't an excuse. He apologized. Actually apologized. Not for needing money, but for taking me for granted. I felt something shift in my chest. This was what I'd been waiting for. Not the money, not even the acknowledgement of the debt. Just someone in my family recognizing that I mattered beyond my bank account. But I wasn't ready to let them off the hook completely. I told my brother I appreciated his apology, but words weren't enough anymore. I'd spent years being the family's financial safety net, and it had cost me my sense of worth within the family. If they wanted to rebuild that relationship, it needed to be on different terms. He asked what I meant. I explained that I was willing to forgive the existing debt, but only if certain conditions were met. First, no more financial requests for at least a year. They needed to learn to manage without me as a backup plan. Second, they needed to acknowledge my birthday and other milestones the same way they did for everyone else. Third, any future financial help would be treated as a formal loan with written agreements and payment schedules. He listened without arguing, then asked if I'd be willing to come to a family dinner to discuss this with everyone. I agreed, but on one condition. Dad's retirement party would proceed without my financial contribution. Whatever they could afford on their own budget was what they'd have. No guilt trips, no last-minute appeals, no expectations that I'd change my mind. He agreed. Update 1. The family dinner was scheduled for the following Sunday. I spent the week wondering if I'd made a mistake, if I was being too harsh. But every time I wavered, I remembered my 29th birthday and the casual way they'd dismissed it. I arrived at my parents' house to find everyone already there. The atmosphere was tense, but not hostile. Mom hugged me when I walked in, though it felt forced. Dad shook my hand and mumbled something about needing to talk. We sat around the same dining room table where we'd shared thousands of meals growing up. The irony wasn't lost on me that it took a financial standoff to get us all in the same room for a real conversation. My brother had apparently briefed everyone on our earlier discussion. Mom started by apologizing for missing my birthday, though she tried to explain that they'd been busy with party planning. I stopped her there. I told her that busy wasn't an excuse for forgetting your son's birthday, while simultaneously planning an expensive celebration. I said it revealed their priorities clearly, and I wasn't interested in hearing justifications. Dad looked uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and said he hadn't realized I'd been contributing so much over the years. He claimed he thought most of the money had been gifts, not loans. I pulled out printed copies of the spreadsheet and placed one in front of each of them. I explained that this wasn't about the money anymore. It was about respect and recognition. I told them I'd been feeling like an outsider in my own family, valued only for my ability to solve financial problems. My sister was the first to really engage. She admitted that they'd gotten into a pattern of turning to me whenever money was tight. She said it had seemed natural because I was doing well financially, but she could see now how it must have felt from my perspective. The conversation went on for 2 hours. There were tears, arguments, and moments of real honesty. Mom admitted she'd been taking my financial help for granted. Dad acknowledged that he'd never properly thanked me for all the support over the years. My siblings both apologized for treating me like a bank instead of a brother. But the real breakthrough came when Mom asked a question that surprised me. She wanted to know why I'd never said anything before, why I'd let the resentment build instead of addressing it earlier. I thought about it for a moment, then gave her an honest answer. I told her I'd been afraid that if I stopped being useful, I'd stop being wanted. That my financial contributions felt like the only thing that made me valuable to the family. The room got very quiet after that. Dad was the one who finally broke the silence. He said something I'd never heard from him before. He told me he was proud of who I'd become, not what I could afford to give them. He said my success had made him feel like he'd done something right as a father, but he'd expressed it in all the wrong ways. We agreed to my terms. No financial requests for a year. Proper acknowledgement of birthdays and milestones. Any future loans would be formal agreements. They also agreed to pay for Dad's retirement party themselves, whatever they could afford. As I was leaving, my sister pulled me aside. She asked if I'd be willing to help plan Dad's scaled-down party, not financially, but with time and effort. She said they'd realized they'd been focusing so much on making it expensive that they'd forgotten about making it meaningful. I agreed. Update 2. Dad's retirement party happened 3 weeks later. Instead of the 5-star venue and professional catering, they held it at my parents' house. My brother and I grilled burgers and hot dogs. My sister made decorations. Mom organized photo displays of Dad's career. It cost them maybe $300 total. It was the best family gathering we'd had in years. Dad gave a speech where he thanked everyone who'd supported him throughout his career. When he got to me, he didn't mention money or financial help. He talked about how proud he was of my work ethic and character. He said he'd learned something important from his son about the difference between being needed and being loved. I actually got emotional. For the first time in years, I felt like a son instead of a resource. The party was small but genuine. Dad's closest friends and colleagues came. Everyone brought stories and memories. It felt like what a retirement party should be, a celebration of a life's work, not a display of wealth. But the real test of our new family dynamic came a month later. My brother's car broke down, and the repair estimate was $1,500. His old pattern would have been to call me immediately, explain the emergency, and assume I'd handle it. Instead, he called to tell me what had happened and to vent about the stress. I listened, offered sympathy, and asked if he needed help brainstorming solutions. I didn't offer money, and he didn't ask for it. He ended up getting a personal loan from his bank and trading down to a less expensive used car. When he told me how he'd handled it, he seemed proud of himself for managing the crisis independently. That's when I knew something fundamental had shifted. My birthday this year was different. Mom called first thing in the morning to wish me happy birthday and tell me she loved me. Dad sent a card with a handwritten note about being grateful for who I am, not what I do. My siblings both made plans to celebrate with me. No one asked for money. No one mentioned any upcoming expenses. They just wanted to celebrate me. I'm not naive enough to think our family is perfect now. Old patterns die hard, and there will probably be moments when they slip back into treating me like the family bank. But we've established new boundaries, and more importantly, we've had conversations about what went wrong. The financial spreadsheet is still saved on my computer, but I'll probably never need it again. Not because they've paid me back, they haven't, and I don't expect them to, but because the real debt has been settled. They owe me recognition, respect, and genuine care. That's what I've been missing, and that's what I've finally received. Looking back, I realized my 29th birthday was actually a gift. The dismissive text and the casual money request finally pushed me to demand better treatment. Sometimes you have to be willing to lose something before you can figure out what it's actually worth. My family is worth fighting for, but only if they're willing to fight for me too. Turns out, they were. They just needed to be reminded that I'm more than my bank account balance. The revenge I'd planned was really about getting their attention and respect. Mission accomplished. But the best part wasn't making them scramble or feel guilty. It was discovering that underneath all the financial entanglement, we actually do love each other. We just needed to remember how to show it properly. Final update. It's been 6 months since the retirement party, and I wanted to share how things have settled. The 1-year moratorium on financial requests is still holding strong. There have been a few moments when I could tell someone wanted to ask for help, but they've caught themselves. My sister's business hit a rough patch, and I could see her struggling with whether to reach out. Instead, she asked for advice and emotional support, which felt like a much healthier dynamic. We've started having regular family dinners again, something we hadn't done in years. Not because anyone needs anything, but because we actually enjoy each other's company. It's amazing how much more relaxed everyone is when there's no underlying financial tension. Mom has become almost obsessive about remembering important dates now. She calls on random anniversaries of things I'd forgotten I'd ever mentioned caring about. It's a bit much, but I can tell she's genuinely trying to make up for years of taking me for granted. Dad and I have started talking more about work and life, not just when family finances come up. He's been asking about my career goals and offering actual fatherly advice. It's the relationship I'd wanted for years, but didn't know how to ask for. The most surprising development has been my brother. He started checking in on me regularly, just to see how I'm doing. Last week, he invited me to go hiking with him, something we hadn't done since we were teenagers. While we were walking, he thanked me again for forcing the family to confront how they'd been treating me. He said it had made him examine other relationships in his life too. I've also learned something about myself through all this. I realized I'd been enabling their behavior as much as they'd been taking advantage of me. It was easier to write a check than to have difficult conversations about boundaries and respect. The money had become a shield that protected me from having to demand better treatment directly. Setting boundaries isn't cruel, even when people react like it is. My family's initial anger and panic when I stopped being their ATM showed me how unhealthy our dynamic had become. Real relationships shouldn't be built on financial dependence. The lesson here isn't that money ruins families. It's that unclear expectations and unspoken resentments do. If I'd addressed this years ago, we could have avoided a lot of pain on both sides. But I'm grateful it happened when it did, before the damage became irreparable. To anyone reading this who recognizes themselves in my situation, you're not being selfish by demanding respect. You're not being cruel by setting boundaries. And you're not obligated to fund other people's dreams at the expense of your own emotional well-being. Family should be about more than financial convenience. It took a spreadsheet and a threat to make mine remember that, but it was worth every uncomfortable conversation. Sometimes the best gift you can give someone is forcing them to appreciate what they already have.